Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Deku became the most powerful villain. Here is short summary. Izuku Midoriya, rejected by society and betrayed by the hero system, embraces his newfound power to become the most feared villain in the world. With unmatched strength and a burning desire for vengeance, he sets out to tear down the foundations of hero society and reshape the world in his image. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Izuku looked at the home he'd carved out from himself after leaving his mother 2 months ago. He'd found this abandoned factory towards the edge of town. It had been under the control of a small drug ring, using it as their place of production. A simple call to the cops and the gang was either arrested or scattered, leaving a nice place for him to set up shop. It had been the perfect setup with all the lab equipment the cops had taken. Izuku had gotten to work immediately on breaking apart the trigger and re-engineering it for his own purposes as a super steroid for himself. Thankfully, Mayuri had fallen in line, immediately giving him a constant supply of trigger to work with. And before he knew it, 2 months had passed. Izuku sat at a workbench dressed in a pair of jeans and boots with no shirt, looking at what he'd come up with. There were bags under his eyes, a testament to the work he'd done to get this far. This seems to be what I'm looking for. Izuku was no genius when it came to chemicals, but with what he'd learned in the time since his meeting with All Might, he'd been able to come this far. Izuku smirked as he swirled the vial of neon green liquid. All that's left is to find a delivery system, he said, setting the vial down and dropped to the floor to do a series of push-ups. Exercise usually helped him think. He found peace in the repetitive motions of exercise, whether it be push-ups, crunches, or chin-ups. I could inject it, but that's too troublesome, and it's not like my enemies are going to give me a chance to shoot up. Plus, having to carry a series of needles around is too risky. Pills bring up the same issues. Izuku rolled over onto his back, looking up at the cobweb-ridden ceiling, his eyes roving across it, not really looking at anything before he locked onto the window. Smoke was wafting by it, and that smoke gave him an idea. Sitting up, Izuku began to speak. What if I made something like nicotine patches? He said, nodding his head, and jumped to his feet. Alright, let's get to work, because after this it's time for a test drive. Inko Midoriya sat in her son's room like she did every day. 2 months. 2 months had passed since her son had left her. Inko's eyes were bloodshot. Dark bags hung under her eyes as she stared down at a picture of a newborn Izuku. Izuku was her little miracle, an inside joke between she and her husband Hisashi. They had tried for so long to have a baby, but nothing seemed to work, and then just as they were contemplating giving up, she'd missed her period. Reading her positive pregnancy test had been the greatest day of her life, right after the day she'd married Hisashi. Izuku was so tiny when she first held him, and it was hard to compare that baby with the man she'd known prior to him leaving. Inko was so drawn into her memoirs of her baby boy that she didn't notice Mitsuki Bakugo walk into the doorway of Izuku's room. Mitsuki looked at her best friend, or the shell that had taken her place since her son disappeared. Mitsuki and Inko had been friends ever since Mitsuki moved in with her husband. Both women being pregnant with their first child brought them closer, along with the fact that Inko's calm demeanor was the perfect match to Mitsuki's explosive personality. Inko, you need to eat something, doll, Mitsuki said, breaking Inko from her thoughts as she locked eyes with the buddy. The hurt on Inko's face was like a gut punch to Mitsuki, no matter how many times she saw it, and in the past 2 months that had been every day. It had all started with Inko coming over to her home asking if her son was with Katsuki, knowing the 2 boys were friends before her son grew into the arrogant asshole of today. When Mitsuki told her that Izuku was not there, Inko fell into tears on her doorstep. Mitsuki brought her in to listen to Inko's story of how over the summer Izuku had undergone a frightening transformation before ultimately disappearing one night 2 months ago. Inko had already called the police, telling them of her son's disappearance, but they hadn't turned up anything yet, and every day that went by Inko slipped further and further into depression, so much so that Mitsuki had to call Hisashi and tell him what had happened. He was supposed to be arriving any day now, work keeping him from coming to his wife's aid immediately or some crap like that. Honestly, Mitsuki couldn't understand what was so damn important that would keep a man from consoling his wife about their missing child. Mitsuki shook her head as she walked over to Inko, helping her to her feet, taking notice of how her pink sweater and pants hung loosely across her shrinking frame. "Come on Inko, let's get you something to eat," Mitsuki said, forcing a smile to her face as Inko shuffled beside her into the kitchen and sat at the table as Mitsuki fixed her something simple, knowing it would be a fight to get Inko to take a bite of anything. Having assembled a sandwich, Mitsuki returned to the table with it and a glass of water, setting them both down in front of Inko. There was no reaction from Inko as she continued to stare at the baby picture of Izuku. Sitting down with a sigh, Mitsuki prepared herself for the battle in front of her. "Inko darling, you know you're my best friend and I only want what's best for you, right? Quote, quote. All right, I'm just going to come out and say it. You need help Inko, this isn't healthy. You barely eat, and by the bags under your eyes I can tell you aren't sleeping. You can't punish yourself for this, it's not your fault." "Yes it is," Inko shouted, slamming her palms on the table as she stood up, staring down at Mitsuki. "This is my fault. I gave up on him, Mitsuki," Inko said, slumping back into her chair. "He asked me, and I didn't know what to say, so I just said, I'm sorry, like that would help him through it. I didn't have the heart to say no, but I didn't have the courage to say yes either, and that's why he left. He quit on me like I quit on him." Tears streamed down Inko's face as she looked down at the picture of her son. Mitsuki was confused as to what Inko was telling her. From her standpoint, there was no mother more supportive than Inko, herself included. "What did he ask you, Inko?" Mitsuki questioned, wondering what question could have brought on the kind of guilt Inko was feeling right now. The question every kid asks Mitsuki: could he be a hero? Katsuki Bakugo was walking down the street, not really heading anywhere, but it's not like he was looking for that damn nerd either. No, Katsuki was not looking desperately for Izuku Midoriya. That would be stupid. That ****ing loser, what does he thinks he's doing making his mom cry like that? The next time I see Deku I'm going to crack his face in half." Katsuki kicked a pebble off the sidewalk as he walked, his head swirling with thoughts of Deku and the last thing he'd said to him before he disappeared. "Here's how you can get a quirk, Deku. Pray to have one in you next life and jump off the school." Oh shit, what if he did? Cold dread spread through Katsuki as he thought of Izuku's body hitting the pavement. No, Deku would never do something stupid like that. He growled as he began to run towards the school. Why was I such a dick to Izuku? That thought ran on repeat in Katsuki's head as he chased the same answer in a vicious loop. Because even without a quirk Izuku was better than me, and with one he'd be out of my league. Katsuki jumped the fence of his school. The building closed for summer break. No one would even know if Izuku was lying dead around here, but no matter how long or hard Katsuki searched, there was no sign of Izuku's body, so why didn't he feel relieved? In fact, he felt worse now, knowing that his friend was out there somewhere. What am I saying? I was no friend to Izuku, I was just his bully. A jealous asshole that picked on him, making his life a living hell. I'm sorry Izuku. I'm so sorry. Katsuki shouted that over and over again as the sun set on his anguish. Izuku walked into a clothing store specializing in making clothes for those with heteromorphic quirks. He was dressed in a blue t-shirt, jeans, his boots and a baseball cap pulled low over his head, walked to the back of the store near the changing rooms where two security guards waited. They both stepped aside as Izuku approached, giving 3 knocks, quickly followed by 2 applause and then 3 more on one of the stalls. The stall opened to reveal a staircase leading down, which Izuku walked down, leading to another door which was opened from the inside, revealing a large office. The room was furnished nicely with a large oak desk at the back with 2 couches facing opposite each other on the left and right. Izuku looked at the man sitting at the desk. He wore a black suit with a golden tie, but his most striking feature was the fact he was a humanoid cat. His fur was striped with light and dark shades of orange, vertical pupils nestled in green irises much like Izuku's. This was the owner of the store above, but he was also the underworld broker known as Fat Cat. The name was fitting given his quirk and the fact that this kitty was missing no meals. It's good to see you. Izuku had been going by the name I Am, using his initials as an alias given the circles he ran in now. Izuku had met Fat Cat a week or so after leaving his mother's. Fat Cat had a thief in his midst that had made off with a not so small portion of his funds. Needless to say, he couldn't let this stand, so he'd put a hit out on his former employee, only no one could seem to find the guy. That all changed when Izuku had brought him in. They'd had a working relationship ever since. I need a fight, Fat Cat. Izuku responded, getting right down to his purpose here. There was no reason to engage in pleasantries, they were business associates, and well, Izuku hadn't perfected the American accent, he'd been working on a further layer to his disguise. If he seemed like he didn't speak Japanese, people were more likely to let things slip, and they'd no doubt mistake him for an American and not a native of Japan if someone were to describe him. Well, it's about time. Here, I thought you'd never say yes to a fight. Fat Cat had been trying to get I Am to fight in his events since they first met. That was after I Am had turned down the opportunity to work for him. The man was an enigma. All he'd wanted was the bounty for the thief, nothing more. In fact, this was only his second time ever talking to him face to face. Everything else had been done through phone calls. You're in luck, actually, I Am. I have an event set up at the docks tonight. Head to the docks at 10 o'clock. I'll send you the warehouse number at 9. Wouldn't want this getting out. Not that I suspect you of being a snitch, but one can never be too careful, can he? Izuku gave a nod before turning on his heel and walking back out. He needed to get ready for tonight. This would be his first test run of his steroid. Izuku looked at his watch. It read 9:45. The text had arrived just as Fat Cat said it would, letting him know it was Warehouse 18, the very warehouse he stood outside of now, but there was no noise aside from the lapping waves. He arched an eyebrow as he stepped up to the warehouse door, having it open for him, releasing the noise of a large crowd inside. Obviously the building was soundproofed very well. Izuku hoisted his gym bag higher on his shoulder as he walked in to see the crowd of people cheering around a raised concrete arena where two women were fighting. On one end of the arena stood an African-American woman with thick black dreadlocks down to the small of her back. She was wearing a striped black and blue tank top with matching shorts and gray sneakers. As she stood there, her dreadlocks lifted up, forming two large fists which she launched at her opponent. Izuku thought her opponent was wearing some kind of opaque cloak, only to have the cloak flare out into two pairs of wings, launching her into the air and away from the groping hands. The girl wore a yellow bomber jacket topping black and yellow striped leggings. Wings zipped through the air, narrowly avoiding the grasping hands of her opponent before soaring straight into the ceiling, her opponent chasing after all the way until Wings kicked off the ceiling and dove straight down, planting both her feet into Dread's face, driving her to the pavement with the resounding sound of breaking bone. Izuku turned away from the spectacle, spotting Fat Cat making his way over to him. I am glad you could make it. Come with me, I'll show you to the changing room and explain the rules on the way. Izuku wordlessly followed after him, listening to the broker speak. Well, rules are simple. Quirks are allowed as much as you like, but no weapons like knives or guns unless you know that's your quirk. Also no support gear, we're here for quirks, not tech, that's another show. He said, smiling as they arrived at the changing room. Got you your own room too since you're new and all. He said, turning around to look at I Am. Gotta check the bag, I Am. He said, holding out his paw. Izuku held it out to Fat Cat as he opened it and looked at Izuku's gear. Yeah, this works. Now get ready with the way things are going, your fight will be up soon. I'm betting on ya, and don't worry, you'll get that smoking habit. He said, winking and clicking his tongue as he walked out, shutting the door behind him. I bet you are, Izuku said as he tossed his bag on the bench and shrugged out of his hood, revealing a black muscle shirt alongside his usual cargo pants and boots. Izuku reached into his bag, pulling out a mask similar to those worn by wrestlers. It was a complete face mask lacking a hole for the mouth, predominantly black except the face of the mask being white and over the eyes were green one-sided lenses. The next and final piece of his gear were a pair of fingerless gloves sporting steel-enforced knuckles. After slipping them on, he smashed his fists together. The sound of clashing metal filled the room. Now for the most important part, he said, pulling out a nicotine box, but the patches inside were of Izuku's own design. He pulled one out and, lifting his shirt, placed it right over his heart, slapping it into place to break the seal on it. For a moment nothing happened and Izuku worried he might have made a mistake, but then he felt searing pain enter his chest as the drug went to work, flowing through his body like acid. Izuku crouched over the wooden bench, gripping the sides as he felt his muscles grow under his skin almost to the point of tearing through it, but it stopped as soon as it had started. Izuku released his hold on the bench, seeing he tore out chunks of it with his fingers. He turned to mirror, catching sight of himself. He looked different from the man who'd walked in here moments ago. He was at least several inches taller, placing him at over 6 feet. His muscles bulged with any movement, pressing his veins against his, which seemed to slightly glow green. It worked. I did it, he shouted as there was knocking at the door. You're up, man, was shouted through the door. Izuku walked out, crushing the doorknob in his grip before walking out to the roar of the crowd. Death Arms stood up from his desk at his agency, putting out his cigarette as he walked to the door, having completed his hero worksheet, and was heading home. He stretched, reaching for the doorknob before it was thrown open by one of his sidekicks. Death Arms, sir, we have fresh intel in, shouted his sidekick, a young man in black and yellow armbands like himself, wearing a blue shirt and jeans. Death Arms groaned at this development. Guess heroes don't need sleep, he thought to himself. If it's not something big, let someone else handle it, he said, about to walk out before his sidekick informed him of the nature of the intel. Sir, it's Fat Cat. Death Arms turned, grabbing the paper as he looked it over. Fat Cat was Death Arms' white whale, as some would say. He'd been trying to get that bastard for years, but he was as sly as he was portly, but this looked like his best chance. Get everyone to the docks. I'm finally going to skin that cat tonight, Death Arms shouted as his sidekick ran off to round up everyone. You've gotten your last slice of lasagna, Garfield, Death Arms said, staring out his window towards the docks. Izuku stepped into the ring, facing his opponent, a man with a bulwark, it seemed, giving him large forward-facing horns and hooves instead of feet. He even wore a large nose ring to fit his motif. The announcer walked alongside of the ring to start the fight. Crooks and criminals, I bring to you another glorious fight. On the left we have returning fighter Black Bull. The crowd went wild, obviously he was the favorite to win. And on the right we have mysterious newcomer I Am. The crowd mostly booed, but Izuku didn't care. This was just his testing ground. Once he got what he needed, he'd never set foot here again. All right, let the fight begin. Bull wasted no time rushing his opponent, looking to gore him with his large horns. Izuku took his stance, his right foot behind him and his left forward, bracing for the impact. I'm going to mow you down, boy, Bull shouted moment before he impacted with Izuku. Izuku grabbed hold of Bull's horns as they made contact. He was surprised at how little force he felt before lifting Bull off his feet and then bringing him down in a full frontal body slam. He felt light as air. This is it. This is the feeling of my power. The power I crafted with my own 2 hands. Izuku looked down at the prone form of Bull as he tried to rise. Izuku brought his foot up and brought it down on the back of Bull's head, smashing his head deep into the pavement. I'm not done, I want more, Izuku thought as he reached down, grabbing Bull by his horns, only to smash his knee into his face again and again, feeling Bull's face give in under the crushing blows until his horns snapped from the force, letting Black Bull roll across and out of the arena. The crowd was silent at the showing they'd been faced with as the front of the warehouse was blown in. Pro heroes, nobody move. The warehouse erupted into movement, people scrambling to escape or fight off the heroes. Izuku honed in on Fat Cat, making a break for it, and decided running away would be for the best. He wasn't sure how long his drug would last, and he wasn't ready for the pros to find out about him yet. He took off quickly, catching up to Fat Cat, his enhanced muscles propelling him with ease. Fat Cat was in the locker room trying to scurry through a window that was obviously too small for him. Fat Cat fell from the window, looking at Izuku. I Am, help me get out of here, please. Death Arms has it in for me. If you get me out, I'll get you whatever you want. Money, girls, drugs, whatever. I'll get it. Izuku didn't really want to help Fat Cat, but he couldn't pass up the chance to hang a debt around his neck. Stand back, Izuku said as he grabbed his bag before cocking his fist back and smashing a large hole in the wall that both ran through. Death Arms had spotted Fat Cat immediately, and the broker had done the same and made a run for it, followed by some masked villain. Take care of these guys, I'm going after Fat Cat, he shouted, barreling through the low-level thugs as he chased Fat Cat. Hearing a large crash in the backroom, Death Arms kicked in the door, seeing a large hole there, most likely the work of the masked man who'd been following Fat Cat. Death Arms jumped through the hole into the cold night, seeing two figures running towards a maze of shipping containers. "If they get in there, I'll never find them," the pro shouted, grabbing one of the lockers from the changing room and hurling it as he ran, watching it crash in front of the escaping duo. Fat Cat yelled in panic as a locker nearly crushed him. "That bastard nearly killed me," he shouted, turning around and having Izuku's bag thrown in his face. "I'll hold him here, take that and get out of here," he said calmly, turning back to face Death Arms. Fat Cat didn't need to be told twice. He bounded away on all fours with the bag on his back just as Death Arms arrived. "I feel sorry for villains like you. You have such loyalty to garbage," Death Arms said, cracking his knuckles. "This is your only chance, surrender." Death Arms narrowly avoided a fist to his face, feeling his cheek split open as he dodged to the side, driving a fist into the villain's side, feeling as if he'd just punched steel. Izuku didn't have time to listen to this hero. He was on a time limit that could run out at any second, so he pressed the attack, using what he knew of Death Arms to his advantage. Izuku stepped in close, not giving Death Arms any breathing room. He knew that a few years ago Death Arms had broken his left leg catching some fallen debris. Capitalizing on that, Izuku threw a gut punch, watching as the pro dodged to the left. The moment he landed, Izuku kicked his knee inward, feeling it snap under the blow. Death Arms yelled in pain as he threw a Hail Mary right hook, catching Izuku on the right side of the head, smashing in the lens of his mask. Izuku stepped back, feeling the plastic cut at his eyelid and brow. He pulled the lens from his mask, revealing his bloodied green eye that to Death Arms seemed to glow in the darkness. The pro fell to his side, looking at his broken limb. He reached for the radio on his belt, only to have Izuku stomp onto his hand, shattering the bones there. The pro went to yell again in pain, only to have Izuku's fist crash into his face, driving the back of his head into the concrete. "I feel sorry for you heroes who talk about justice but don't know what true justice is. The only justice in this world is that of the strong. Only the powerful are just, and you Death Arms are neither. I am the bane of your hero society. You made me, poisoning me with your hypocritical venom, but it didn't kill me like all you wanted it to. No, I used that venom you all spit at me. It's coursing through my veins and makes me more powerful than any of you can imagine." Izuku kicked the pro in his side, rolling him onto his stomach before grabbing his arms from behind as he stepped on his back, pulling with all his strength until he felt both arms dislocate. By this time Death Arms was succumbing to the pain of his injuries, his world swimming in and out of focus. He was aware that his arms had been dislocated, but he'd hardly felt it before passing out. Izuku walked away from the declaration of war he'd made out of Death Arms as green steam wafted from his body, causing him to shrink as his muscles returned to normal. He disappeared as Death Arms' sidekicks showed up. Unbeknownst to Izuku, Fat Cat had been hiding in the shadows, watching the fight, recording it actually, mostly for leverage on IM, but now he knew what to do with it. He'd upload Death Arms' defeat. Fat Cat knew when an opportunity was at hand, and this was it. He slinked off back to his hideout to upload what he'd seen and then make good on his word to IM. "No, not IM, Bane." Death Arms' sidekicks came upon the aftermath of the battle and were shocked at what they saw. Death Arms had been pinned to a shipping container. The metal of the container tore out and punctured through the hero's once proud arms twice over, from which he hung limply like he'd been crucified. His arms were a collage of bruises, as if someone had smashed them repeatedly. His face was an unrecognizable mess, both eyes swollen shut as blood ran from his mouth. His left leg had bone protruding from the skin, further adding to the blood pooling on the ground beneath the grim spectacle. In an underground bar, a TV played in the corner of the room. On it was a female news anchor with 3 eyes and purple hair. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We come to you today from NHA News Studio. It has been a month since the attack on pro-hero Death Arms by the new villain named Bane. On the screen was shown a picture of the villain. Authorities in conjunction with heroes are still pursuing this villain, but as of yet no arrests have been made." The TV was muted by one of the 2 occupants of the bar. One stood behind the bar looking over a laptop. The villain's name was Kurogiri, and he seemed to be a living cloud of darkness with glowing yellow eyes as his only facial feature. Kurogiri wore a server's vest and neck armor as his ghost-like fingers clicked across the keyboard in front of him. As he worked he heard a voice from the direction of the sole other occupant. He sighed inwardly. He'd heard this same speech again and again for a month now, to the point he could repeat the speech forward and backward from memory. I feel sorry for you heroes who talk about justice, but don't know what true justice is. The only justice in this world is that of the strong. Only the powerful are just, and you death arms are neither. I am the bane of your hypocritical society. You made me by poisoning me with your hypocritical venom, but it didn't kill me like all you wanted it to. No, I used that venom you all spat at me. It's coursing through my veins and makes me more powerful than any of you can imagine. There was giggling as Bane began to make an example of Death Arms. He's incredible, Kurogiri. I want to meet him. Tamura Shigaraki said, giggling more as he watched the video. Tamura had light blue hair, crimson eyes and scars across the left side of his severely chapped lips and his right eyelid. He wore a black long-sleeve shirt and jeans with red sneakers. Kurogiri rolled his eyes as the same question he'd been asked repeatedly the past month was voiced. Haven't you found him yet, Kurogiri? Tamura shouted. Calm yourself, Tamura Shigaraki. This is a complicated task. Finding someone by a single video, it will take more time. Kurogiri responded as he heard Tamura's nails rake across the dry skin of his neck. He's getting bored with the video, which will lead to an eventual and destructive outburst. Kurogiri thought, resigning himself to having to order more furniture for the bar before turning back to the computer. He'd spent the last month scouring dark web chatrooms looking for anything on this Bane character, but all his fishing had come back empty. An encrypted message popped up on Kurogiri's screen. He took a moment to decrypt it and read the short message it contained. Who are you and why are you looking for Bane? Kurogiri took a moment to type out a message, hearing Bane's speech play again in the background. I am called Kurogiri of the League of Villains and my employer would like to meet with Bane. How do I know you're legit? The anonymous messenger replied back. Kurogiri glared at the screen. There was no insurance in this business and criminals were rightly paranoid in this day and age, but it was a hassle to deal with. Kurogiri would rather skip past all this wasteful nonsense, but he would have to play the game for now. How would you like me to prove myself? Kurogiri responded, clenching his fist over the keyboard. Send me your location and I'll pass it along to Bane. Kurogiri hissed in frustration. This person was asking him to completely expose Tamura and himself. He couldn't do that, not without the master's permission. Unknown to Kurogiri, Tamura had snuck up behind him and been reading the exchange between the two. Taking advantage of Kurogiri's indecision, Tamura reached around the gaseous villain and typed in their address and sent it before Kurogiri could stop him. Kurogiri's head spread out into an angry cloud. Why did you do that? You've completely exposed us to whoever this is. It could be the police assembling a strike team right now. As Kurogiri ranted, another message came through. It was 4 simple words. We'll be in touch. The connection was severed, with the entire chat box being erased. See, now we'll get to meet Bane, Tamura said with a wide smile. The thought of dropping Tamura into the ocean crossed Kurogiri's mind, but he held back the urge. Tamura was important to his master, so he couldn't harm him even though he was far too childish for his age. For our sake I hope you're right, Tamura Shigaraki. Kurogiri responded, going to find a glass to clean to hopefully relieve the stress he was feeling. Fat Cat leaned back from the computer on his desk, putting his paws behind his head. League of Villains Hun, he said to his empty office as he fished his work phone from the drawer of his desk. This phone contained all his underworld contacts and topping the list was Bane. Well, it couldn't hurt, I suppose, and it's really up to him if he shows or not. No skin off my bones if he doesn't. Fat Cat stated, dialing Bane's number. Izuku was doing chin-ups with 2 100-pound weights chained around his waist in his home. Fat Cat had really made good on his word after he had helped him escape. He'd found out about the video Fat Cat had posted about him the next day and had intended to kill the broker for exposing him to the world before he was ready, but in the week that it had taken Fat Cat to contact him, he'd come to appreciate the broker's unwarranted assistance. The people were scared of Bane, and the villains were worshipping him, but best of all, the heroes were scared too. He could see it in the eyes of every hero he passed by on the street and on their TV appearances, and that made it all worth it. So when Fat Cat called and told him that he'd set up a place for Bane, he was more than happy to let the broker live. It was a small house near Dagoba Beach that Fat Cat had gotten for a steal since the place overlooked a dump pretty much, which also meant that there was very low risk of anyone coming out here what with the garbage piling up every day. It had been renovated by Fat Cat's men personally. Nice furniture and all the creature comforts one could ask for, not that it mattered to Izuku. All he'd really need is a place to sleep, a fridge, space to work out, and a lab to mix his venom as he was calling it now, but it was nice to have nonetheless. With the lab materials he'd moved from his old home, he'd been revamping venom, making it more powerful and testing its new limits for the past month. As of now, Izuku could dose himself a maximum of 3 times at once. Any higher and he would lose all coherent thought. The venom also helped him heal faster and made him resistant to injury. Nothing crazy really, but as long as venom was pumping through him he wouldn't have to worry too much about being wounded. As he was exercising, his phone went off. Izuku dropped to the floor with a loud thud and undid the weights, having them crash to the floor. Picking up his phone, he put it on speaker as he wiped the sheen of sweat from his body. "What is it, Fat Cat?" he asked, sitting on his bed as he reached for a large water bottle on the floor. Fat Cat's voice rang out clear from the phone's speaker. "I was contacted by a guy named Kurogiri from a group calling themselves the League of Villains. Says his boss wants to meet you." "Why?" Izuku asked, crawling off the bed and started doing push-ups. "Didn't ask, sorry about that. Figured I'd pass on the invitation to you," he said as Izuku's phone buzzed, alerting him to a text. "I just sent over the address of where they want to meet. Place is called the Mahjong Bar. I'm sure this isn't a trap or anything. I've had some of my guys scope out the area before calling you, and they'll be nearby just in case shit goes sideways." Izuku grunted at that before hopping to his feet to see what the address is. "All right, I'll think it over," Izuku said as he hung up, thinking about the situation some. For a while Izuku had been toying with the idea of gathering people under him. After all, heroes have sidekicks, why couldn't he have an organization behind himself? It sounded like this League of Villains had plenty of warm bodies for him to pick through. What could it hurt? He asked himself as he got dressed in a pair of jeans t-shirt, and his boots, topping it off with a hat and some shades as he walked out of the door, locking it behind him. Izuku began walking into the city, heading to the train station, when on a nearby light pole he noticed a missing person poster. He walked up to it, coming face to face with an old picture of himself. He looked at the embarrassed, awkward kid he'd once been and then turned his back on it. Ripping it down would have only brought unwanted attention to himself. "I'm not that weak kid anymore, I've changed, I'm strong now." Izuku began walking faster, feeling as if the eyes of his old self were boring into his back. Only when he boarded the train was he able to ditch that irritating feeling. After getting off the train, it had only taken a short amount of time for Izuku to reach the bar and made his way down the stairs and opened the door. Outside a hospital room stood All Might alongside Kamui Woods. All Might wore a pair of green jeans and a black t-shirt, while Kamui Woods was dressed in his full hero attire. The two were looking in at a still healing Death Arms as he attempted to lift a barbell. From the side they could see the weights added up to 600 pounds, making the full weight 1200. Death Arms lay on the bench and began to lift the barbell. Alongside him were 2 of the strongest orderlies in the hospital. The 2 pros watches as Death Arms struggled under the weight until finally the 2 orderlies had to assist him in putting it back on its rest. It was pitiful, really. A little over 1,000 pounds should have been nothing to the punching hero. In the past he could lift that with one hand no problem. All Might looked to Kamui Woods as he clenched his fists. "The diagnosis is not good," Recovery Girl said as she walked out of a nearby room and headed over to the other 2 heroes. Death Arms suffered severe damage to his arms. Shattered bones are one thing, but having 2 jagged pieces of metal rammed through them didn't help. "Even with my quirk helping him, he'll still need at least another 2 weeks of bed rest." Recovery Girl paused for a moment before continuing with her explanation. "He has lasting damage to his arms, so much so that I'd say his strength has been halved at least." Stones dropped in both Kamui and All Might's stomachs. Strength was Death Arms' selling point as a hero. If his strength was reduced by that much, there's no way he could continue as a hero, at least not in the same capacity he once had. "You both know what that means, which is why I suggested that Death Arms retire," Recovery Girl said, saying what the other 2 heroes couldn't or wouldn't. "How could you say that?" Kamui Woods shouted, startling All Might some. In that room is a hero, one of the finest heroes I've had the pleasure to know and work with. Kamui Woods and Death Arms had been long-standing friends, having shown up on the hero scene around the same time and worked multiple cases together. They were more than just work associates, they were real friends, and knowing that his friend might not be able to continue his job was too much for him. He's already in pain from having lost to a villain and had it broadcast all over the world, and then you go in there and tell him to just give up. Kamui, please, this is a hospital. All Might spoke out, placing a hand on his shoulder. Besides, she might be right, All Might said as Kamui faced him. What if Death Arms goes back out there with his strength compromised and tries to catch something that's just too heavy for him? He could injure himself or jeopardize a rescue. It's not fair, but that's the reality of it. Thinking otherwise would be irrational, spoke Eraserhead, coming out of the stairwell in his trademark scarf and hero costume. All Might let go of Kamui Woods as he faced Eraserhead. Aizawa, were you able to find out any information about Bane? All Might asked as Kamui Woods went into the hospital room to speak with Death Arms. Aizawa shook his head. I was out there all night. I busted up 3 more fight clubs and a villain hideout, but nobody had any info on Bane. He's completely new to the scene. The only thing I know for sure is that he deals exclusively with Fat Cat, and nobody is rolling on the feline. Aizawa said, scratching his head before there was a light cough from Recovery Girl. I do have some good news. One of the villains caught by Death Arms' sidekicks was brought into this hospital for medical treatment. He's on the floor below as a man named Tyson Ushi, but he went by Black Bull in the Fight Club. He actually fought Bane, and is a regular at this Fight Club, which is said to be hosted by Fat Cat, so maybe he can give us the answers we need. Then let's go, I have some questions for him. Kamui Woods said, coming out of the Death Arms room and heading for the elevator. The 3 pros weren't sure if it was a good thing to let Kamui Woods talk to the criminal, but none had the grounds to stop him either. You 3 go ahead, I'll do some last-minute work on Death Arms before heading back to UA. Recovery Girl spoke as she went into the room, her cane clacking against the tile. All Might and Eraserhead walked into the elevator after Kamui and rode it down 1 floor, coming out and spotting 2 officers outside a room, marking it out as Black Bulls. Why don't you 2 go stretch your legs, gentlemen? We'd like a moment with the villain. All Might said to the 2 officers, who eagerly agreed, walking off down the hall. Kamui Woods opened the door, looking at Tyson as he sat on the edge of the bed. His face was still bruised, but a major step up from when he'd came in. The remainder of his horns had been ground down from the jagged stumps they once were. What the F*** do you want? He growled, looking at the 3 pros. I'm going to say this only once. What do you know about Bane? Tell me, Kamui shouted as Tyson laughed at the heroes shouting. Beep my dick, hero, I ain't no snitch. Besides, shouldn't you guys be writing get well notes to the cripple upstairs? Kamui's arm shot out, forming branches to slam Tyson against the back wall of the hospital room. That man upstairs is more than you will ever be, you garbage villain. Now tell me about Bane or else I'll kill. Kamui's arm went limp as he was cut off from his quirk and then bound by Aizawa's scarf. You just blew your chance, Woods. All Might, make yourself useful and get him out of here, Aizawa said as he tossed Kamui into All Might's strong grip. You can't do this, Aizawa. Let me go, All Might, Kamui said, struggling in the number 1 hero's grasp as he was carried out. Forgive me, Kamui Woods, I cannot. Sometimes we heroes have to save people from themselves. Aizawa shut the door as the 2 pros argued outside. That bastard could have killed me. I'll ******ing sue his ass. Aizawa's scarf wrapped around Tyson before he drove his knee into stomach. Listen here, Tyson. I stopped Kamui from ripping you in half because he has a face in the public. Me on the other hand, I'm nobody. It's not much to me if I get reprimanded for roughing up a villain. Now tell me what you know or I'll start breaking bones. Aizawa walked out of the hospital room, seeing Kamui Woods was gone and only All Might remained, and he wasn't smiling. What did he say, Aizawa? Aizawa sighed and scratched the scruff on his chin. Nothing much, he really didn't know anything, but what worries me is what he did say. He told me that even if he did know who or where Bane was, he wouldn't say anything, which is odd. After all, Bane beat him to hell and back. Why protect someone like that? All Might too was confused. It was human to want to hurt someone who hurt you. You think he's scared of Bane or maybe Fat Cat? He asked Aizawa, who shook his head. Nope, this is pure loyalty. He said he owes Bane one for taking down a pro like he did. If he wasn't going to jail he'd have gone to join Bane. This is dangerous if he can inspire this kind of loyalty from someone he's savaged. Imagine what he'll do to those who have no bias against him. All Might shivered as a chill ran down his spine. It's just like how he started. All Might thought to himself. Anyway, we need to get to Ua. Those irrational entrance exams will be starting soon. Aizawa said, heading to the elevator followed by All Might. Inside the bar, Izuku saw two men, one sitting at the bar and the other standing behind it. They turned to him, or at least he assumed they did, considering one was a human-shaped gas cloud. I assume you are Bane, spoke the black cloud. Izuku shut the door behind him as he walked further into the bar. You're just a kid, Tamura said, looking at the muscular teenager with shock alongside Kurogiri, whose lack of facial features gave him the perfect poker face to hide his own shock. If you asked me here to talk about my age, then we're done, Izuku said, turning on his heel heading for the door. No, wait, please stay. I'm sorry, Tamura said hurriedly, apologizing for his rudeness. On the other side of the camera, All for One smiled. Tamura was never polite to anyone but himself, so seeing him apologize to this kid was amusing to him. He's star-struck, All for One said, remembering his younger brother giving him that same look all those years ago. Kurogiri, pour him a drink, whatever he wants, Tamura commanded as Bane sat down several chairs away. Water is fine. I don't plan on being here long. Now what do you want with me? In the past month Izuku had perfected his American accent over the last month, masking his Japanese roots with ease. Kurogiri sat a glass of ice water in front of Bane as he began speaking. Thank you for meeting with us on such short notice, Bane. My associate and I are the founders of the League of Villains, and our goal is to kill All Might. There was a light crack in the bar as a spider web of fractures appeared on Bane's glass. The room grew heavy with malice, so much so Tamura began to sweat. And how do you plan to do that? Bane asked, staring down Kurogiri, putting the mist man on the spot. We've learned that All Might will begin teaching at Ua this semester. After getting certain information from the school, we will arrange an attack with our followers and kill the symbol of peace while also blacking the eye of the most famous hero school in all of Japan. Bane was silent for a moment as he thought this over. All Might, this could be my chance to finally prove that hypocrite wrong, but tying my name to this League of Villains could be troublesome in the long run. Just then Izuku remembered his old friend, Katsuki. He'd wanted to go to Ua. Izuku smiled as he stood up, releasing the glass from his grip. I will join you, he said, looking at the screen in the back of the room. But I'm no underling, understand, mystery man, he said as the speakers crackled with sound. Very well, Bane, I thank you for assisting young Tamura, spoke All for One. Izuku pulled a pen from his pocket and scrawled his number across the shredded poster of All Might. When you're ready, Izuku said as he left the bar and fished out his phone and dialed Fat Cat. When's my gear going to be ready? Izuku asked as he heard purring on the other end. I take it the meeting went well. I figured it would, and don't worry, your gear is in the car waiting for you, just finished it actually. Didn't I tell you that I'd handle everything? A little trust goes a long way, Bane. Izuku rolled his eyes as he hung up, climbing into the car waiting for him, and spotted the suitcase on the backseat and opened it. He smiled as he looked at what was before him. Perfect. Bakugo had done his best to change ever since that day at the school. He was no longer the boy exploding with pride. Instead, he'd driven everyone away from him, focusing only on his dream of being a hero. But unlike before, he wasn't aiming to be the best for himself. No, he was aiming to be the kind of hero Izuku had wanted to be. He wanted to be better than his old self. And maybe if he worked on changing the person he was and being the hero Izuku wanted to be, then maybe his friend would come back, and maybe, just maybe, he'd forgive him. He'd tried to do this with his new classmates at Ua, completely ignoring everyone, but there was one person he couldn't ignore. Her name was Ochako Uraraka, and she reminded him so much of the friend he'd lost it physically hurt to be around her, but he forced himself to be around her to befriend and protect her like he should have done for Izuku. His attitude towards everyone else in class was cold indifference or rage, but with her he was calm and respectful. This manly attitude attracted the attention of Ejiro Kirishima after having seen Bakugo threaten to explode Mineta inside out if he caught him staring at Ochako again. This same event also garnered attention from the vice class representative Tenya Iida, who denounced his methods, but couldn't deny the results of Bakugo's treatment of Mineta. The girls of the class were kind of jealous, seeing how within a week Ochako had a knight to look out for her and keep Mineta away, while the other females of the class still had to deal with the beaked grape. Bakugo in his hero costume along with the rest of Class 1A walked into the building known as the USJ and marveled at the grand disaster scenarios around them. Izuku would have loved this shit. Bakugo thought, a forlorn look on his face. Ochako hadn't really felt any kind of attraction to Bakugo, he was a little too over the top, but the look on his face whenever he looked at her like he was in pain, it made her want to find out why and well comfort him, so she allowed him to protect her, not because she needed it, but it seemed like it made him happier. She cast her eyes over to Bakugo, noticing that same painful expression on his face as 13 talked about the power of her quirk. Then Aizawa snapped to attention as he looked out onto the field, noticing a portal open. As the simulation already starting. I thought this was rescue practice, Kirishima said before being cut off by Aizawa. Stay back. These are real villains, shouted Aizawa as he put his goggles on. 13 protect the students. Kaminari tried to get a signal out to the main building, Aizawa said as he jumped down the stairs and began fighting with the villains down below. Shit, I can't get through something or someone is jamming my signal, Kaminari shouted, sweat dropping down the side of his face. Get to the door now, students all. 13 was interrupted by Kurogiri, who appeared in front of the students blocking the doorway. Do nothing, 13, unless you want to endanger your students with that black hole of yours. As Kurogiri spoke, 2 students rushed at him, Kirishima and Bakugo, blocking 13's ability to use her quirk. Kurogiri looked at Bakugo and remembered what he'd been told by Bane. Kurogiri, I don't care where you put me, but if you see a buddy kid with red eyes and explosions coming from his hands, send him to me. Kurogiri had been curious as to why Bane would ask such a thing. Do you mind if I ask why? Kurogiri had asked. Bane looked at him and simply said, we have history, and nothing more, so he did as Bane asked, sending both Bakugo and the redhead to him, before whisking away the other students to other areas of the USJ. Bane sat on a large cinderblock in what he supposed was a partially destroyed office building with several dozen other villains. So you're Bane? Izuku looked up through the one-sided lenses of his mask at the villain speaking to him. He was dressed in his revamped costume. He wore improved steel knuckle gloves, with steel-reinforced knee pads and steel-toe boots with Kevlar-woven pants and a long-sleeve shirt with bracers on his forearms. His mask had been the most improved. It was Kevlar-woven like his shirt and pants, with the design remaining unchanged, and with a metal-breathing mask. The lenses were now made of bulletproof glass, less likely to break and blind him. He'd told Fat Cat his quirk came from breathing, but really he'd needed the breather so he could use the new aerosol version of Venom. I am. Bane responded as he adjusted himself on the block. He hadn't dosed yet, not wanting to do it too early and risk wasting one of the 3. Give it to me straight, Bane. You're the real leader of this whole league of villains, aren't ya? There's no way the hand dude is the boss, he looks like some drug addict. You're the only reason a lot of us came. Man, what you did to Death Arms, that shit was epic. The villain laughed as a portal opened in the ceiling. Showtime, Bane said as he stood up, the other villains gathering around the portal as 2 kids were dropped into the middle of the circle like chum into a shark pool. Izuku made his way slowly to the staircase going down to the next floor as crashes and explosions rang out. Hopefully those idiots will take out the other kid. I want Katsuki for myself, and there's no way Katsuki would get taken out by that cannon fodder. All I have to do is wait and then make my move. Bakugo and Kirishima let loose on the villains, with Kirishima bashing into them like a battering ram, knocking the villains around like ragdolls as Bakugo continued to explode any within his reach until all the villains lay on the floor unconscious. We need to get back to our classmates, Bakugo, Kirishima said, releasing his hardening. Bakugo moved his hand, pinning a villain to the ground that had been camouflaged, and blew him up, leaving the villain alive but smoking and unconscious. Yeah, you're right, let's go save our classmates. Bakugo said before a hand erupted from the floor and grabbed hold of his foot, dragging him through the floor and into the second level, coming face to face with Bane. The mask was more advanced, but the pattern was recognizable as the one worn by Bane. Bakugo released an explosion point blank, causing a large cloud of smoke as he felt the grip on his foot loosen, but watched in fear as a fist rocketed free of the smoke and punched him in the gut, causing him to vomit as he flew back, slamming into a wall breathless. Kirishima had seen what happened and followed immediately after, jumping through the hole to help his friend. He saw Bakugo create an explosion and then be rocketed out of the ensuing smoke and slam against a wall. He was so focused on his friend that he didn't notice the fist coming at him until the last moment, hardening his arm to block the blow, but was horrified to feel his skin break under the force of the blow, cracking and gushing blood as he was punched into the ground, barely conscious. Bakugo hadn't had the breath to warn Kirishima and only sat there and watched his friend get hurt because he was too weak. "Don't you hurt my friend!" Bakugo shouted, exploding himself at Bane, and released a stun grenade right in front of the villain before grabbing Kirishima. "You have to get out of here and go help our class," he shouted as he threw Kirishima, exploding him like the ball at his quirk assessment test out the window of the building. "You called that boy your friend?" Bakugo turned, looking at Bane. He was singed all over his body, but other than that he was fine. "Yeah, he's my friend, you dumbass villain. What, are you deaf?" Katsuki shouted, popping off small explosions. "You don't have friends, Katsuki Bakugo, you only have victims and sycophants. You know, I hoped you'd be here, but at the same time I kind of hoped you weren't, because if you weren't then maybe I'd have more respect for this school, but knowing you're here means that I was right. All anyone cares about is power." Bakugo growled. Who the hell was this guy to talk like he knew him? "You're just some asshole villain, so don't act like you know me," Bakugo shouted, blasting himself towards Bane and getting ready for a big right hook. He'd blow that mask apart. Right as Katsuki swung, Bane grabbed his gauntlet and, pivoting on his foot, slamming Bakugo to the ground, the floor cracking under the impact as the air was knocked from Bakugo once again. But Bane hadn't let go of Bakugo and lifted him up again to drive his fist into the side of Katsuki's face, letting go as he did, watching Katsuki sprawl to the ground. "You always start a fight with a big right hook, Katsuki," Bane said, walking towards him as Katsuki tried to get to his feet. Blood was streamed down the side of his face, splashing onto the floor. "This is pathetic. Really, you're nothing to be afraid of. I can't believe Izuku was afraid of you." Katsuki's head shot up, looking at Bane. "What do you know about Izuku Midoriya?" Katsuki shouted, stumbling to his feet. Bane was a little shocked under his mask. Katsuki hadn't called him by name since after he got his quirk, and he didn't say it with the irritation he'd had when he said Deku. It was almost like Katsuki was concerned for him. "I killed him months ago," Bane responded, and in a way it was true. Bane couldn't exist alongside Izuku Midoriya, so for all intents and purposes Bane had killed him. Katsuki's whole body went numb as he heard those words. His friend, the only true friend he'd ever had, was dead, killed by the monster in front of him. Tears streamed from the buddy's eyes as he glared at Bane. Bane smiled. "There's the Katsuki I know." Full of anger and rage, "It would have been a shame to come all this way to find out you changed from the monster you've always been. You want a monster? Well, here you go, you bastard." Katsuki pulled back the handle on one of his gauntlets, showing off a pin trigger that he pulled, releasing a massive explosive wave that blew out the side of the building. Katsuki realized he might have just killed someone, but it didn't matter, nothing mattered. Izuku would never be able to forgive him. His arm dropped as the floor broke under him, revealing Bane jumping up towards him from the floor below and grabbed his face as he slammed Bakugo's head into ceiling and threw him back down to the floor. "That was close. If I hadn't punched through the floor, that would have blown me out of the building," Bane said as slammed his foot down on Katsuki's gauntlet, smashing it and driving shards into his arms, but that didn't stop the explosion user from moving his other gauntlet and repeating the release process with his teeth at point-blank range. "Always on the offensive. Fine then, let's see whose power is better," Bane shouted as punched down at Katsuki's building explosion with all his strength. As the impact of Katsuki and Bane's attacks resounded through USJ, another explosion was witnessed by Tamura Shigaraki as he watched his precious Nomu be rocketed through the ceiling of the USJ by none other than the man they were here to kill. "All Might, I really have gotten old." Back in the day it would have taken no more than 5 blows to take down that beast, but today it took more than 100. All Might's voice boomed across the field towards Tamura and Kurogiri. All Might didn't have much left, but maybe he could at least capture one of them. They seemed to be the leaders of this attack, but he didn't want to risk his students anymore. He should get these two to retreat and then go round up the remaining villains. Master lied to me, he's not weaker at all. Tamura shouted angrily as he began scratching at his neck, his nails biting deeper and deeper into his flesh until he felt blood and flesh gather under his nails. Nomu was the precious toy his master had entrusted to him, and All Might had taken it away from it with a smile like it was no big deal. We should retreat, Tamura. If All Might is here, reinforcements won't be far behind. Kurogiri stated as he went to wrap Tamura in his portal mist. Tamura stopped scratching as an idea came to mind. Reinforcements, hun, he said as he smiled behind the palm on his face. Kurogiri, bring Bane here. I don't care where he is or what he's doing, bring him here now. Tamura shouted, looking at Kurogiri between the fingers on his face. Kurogiri wanted to leave immediately, but looking at All Might he knew the symbol of peace wouldn't let them go that easily, and even with his warps he wasn't faster than All Might. They needed Nomu or something just like him. I see your point, Tamura. I will do as you asked, he said, opening a portal to where Bane was, but instead of watching the hulking male walk through they saw a buddy boy exit the portal. Tamura and Kurogiri's eyes widened at this. It was one of the students Kurogiri had warped to Bane. This kid beat Bane. That thought rang out in both Kurogiri and Tamura's minds as All Might's booming laughter reached their ears. Looks like you underestimated these students, you villains. Young Bakugo here has returned, Saf. As All Might watched the portal it was clear Bakugo wasn't moving on his own. Instead he was being carried by the neck by Bane, who stepped out after Bakugo. Now that both were completely out of the portal their bodies could be fully seen. Bakugo's left arm was covered in blood as shards of his gauntlet were embedded in his flesh. His other arm was relatively fine aside from some deep lacerations. Bane's left side and arm were severely burned, with the sleeve and most of the left side of his shirt being incinerated. The only piece of his costume remaining on his left side was the metal bracer, which glowed a dull red from the heat it had absorbed. The smell of burning flesh permeated the entire area. All Might, it's so good to see you. Bane spoke through his mask as he glared at the symbol of peace. You monster, release my student at once. All Might shouted as he prepared to rush the villain and recue his student. It's true he wasn't as strong as he once was, but he still held one for all within himself and the power of his predecessors. But he was wounded. That fight with Nomu was serious. Without Todoroki's help he would have never freed himself from the tag team of Kurogiri and Nomu, who'd managed to reopen his wound from 5 years ago. Careful, All Might, are you sure you can reach me before I snap his neck? Bane growled, holding Bakugo in front of himself. It wouldn't take much, and who knows, the sheer impact of you hitting me might do it. All Might bit his lip, admitting the villain had a point. He was fast, but was he that fast? And even if he was, could he risk his student's safety like that? Not to mention he still had the issue of young Todoroki. If he went for Bakugo, the other two villains might target Todoroki. It would be best to stall for time. Why are you here, Bane? All Might asked, swiveling from one villain to the next just in case they made a move. I'm here to break you, All Might, not just physically, but mentally as well. I will break you down, and as you crumble the rest of the world will fall with you. The first break happens right now. Bane lifted Bakugo above his head before bringing his body down towards his knee. Goodbye, Kachan, Bane whispered. All Might launched himself at Bane, but just before he reached him a portal opened up before him. Kurogiri may not be fast enough normally, but it was no secret where the symbol of peace was heading, so he opened a portal right in front of Bane, which deposited All Might right back at the foot of the stairs. No more than a second's delay, but it was more than enough as the sound of breaking bones rang out through USJ, followed by Katsuki Bakugo's screams of pain. From their vantage point at the shore of the shipwreck zone, Uraraka, Tsuyu, and Mineta saw it all happen in slow motion, and the sound echoed in their heads. No. All Might rushed forward to smash this villain who would harm his students, but instead was met with Bakugo's unconscious form slamming into him. All Might instinctively caught the boy doing his best not to jostle him and his injured back, but that left him wide open for Bane to deliver a punch straight to his wounded side. When Bane had tossed Bakugo at All Might, he'd also used his 2 remaining doses of venom, his muscles bulging with inhuman strength, slamming all of it into All Might's side. All Might felt his ribs give as blood spurted from his mouth before he was punched in the jaw, his head rocking to the side. The bastard's got me over a barrel. I can't defend myself while holding onto Bakugo, but I can't just toss him aside either. All I can do is try to protect the boy as best I can and hold out until help arrives. All Might wrapped his arms tightly around Bakugo, cradling him against his chest as Bane continued his onslaught. Bane stepped in close, driving his fist under All Might's chin, hearing the hero's teeth click together loudly. He smiled under his mask, venting his rage. All Might took a step back, trying to dodge away from the villain for some breathing room, but before he could, Bane grabbed All Might by his stupid hair and brought him forward into a headbutt, his forehead slamming into All Might's. Todoroki watched as Bane hit All Might again and again, each punch well placed to do the most damage, as blood spattered the ground around the two, and he wouldn't stand for it. He went to launch a wall of ice to protect All Might, but had to jump back as a portal opened up in front of him, nearly beeping him inside. "This is no place for children, boy," Kurogiri spoke, increasing the suction of his portal to try and warp the ice kid away. Bane was thrilled he could do it. He could kill All Might here and now. Tamura stood and watched in awe as Bane beat All Might like it was nothing. He couldn't take his eyes off the spectacle. Not even Nomu had done this much against All Might by himself. He smiled widely under the hand on his face as he started laughing wildly. Bane drove his fist into All Might's face, feeling his bones crunch under his knuckles. Due to how he was holding Bakugo, he couldn't get to his wound again, but this was better. He wanted to destroy that smile he'd worshipped for all those years. This was his moment. "I'm not powerless anymore." Bane kicked All Might's leg out from under him, dropping him to a knee before throwing a right hook into the hero's face, blood and spit flying into the air to paint the ground as All Might fell onto his back, and still the hero clutched Bakugo to his chest. "I can barely hold my muscle form. If this keeps up, he'll kill us both." All Might thought to himself, preparing for the worst. "That's where you belong." All Might kneel in the face of true power. Bane shouted before throwing his knee into the pro's face, knocking him onto his back. "I'm sorry, young Bakugo, I can't protect you." Tears sprung from All Might's eyes as he stared at the unconscious boy in his arms. Bane stood above All Might and raised his boot. "Goodbye, symbol of peace." Just as Bane was about to bring a close to the era of All Might, bullets pelted him, burrowing into his skin, but not deeply. Bane stumbled back and looked to the doorway of USJ as multiple heroes stood there. Kurogiri was also forced to retreat as he watched Tamura's arms and legs be shot through by the pro-hero snipe. Bane growled, looking down at All Might, ready to finish him off at all costs before he was enveloped in Kurogiri's portal and deposited back into the bar, barely avoiding the suction of 13's black hole. Bane rounded on Kurogiri, grabbing his neck armor and squeezing. "I had him. You had no right," Bane shouted as the metal of Kurogiri's armor began to crumple. Tamura was injured and the pro-heroes had arrived. Our chances of victory were no longer guaranteed. It was best to retreat. Kurogiri wheezed before Bane let him go and pulled his mask off. The boy was drenched in sweat and the veins in his neck were glowing a soft green, as were his eyes. Bane took a deep breath and let it out slowly, allowing the adrenaline to slow. "You're right," he said in way of an apology as a portal opened, admitting a doctor with a thick mustache who looked down at the injured Tamura, who was bleeding out onto the floor. "You were wrong, Master. All Might wasn't any weaker. He destroyed my Nomu. If not for Bane, he would have gotten me." Tamura whined as the doctor looked over his wounds. Not waiting for the doctor, Bane dug the bullets out himself, not that they'd penetrated any deeper than an inch or so. Bane grabbed his bag, undressing from his ruined costume, and dug out his civilian clothes, getting dressed as he listened to the mystery boss of this league. "Are you sure, Tamura? You say he defeated the Nomu, but was stopped by Bane?" the boss asked as he stared at the bar through his camera at the young man dressing in the background. "This boy fought All Might and avoided capture. Thought all for one. That deserves a reward, I think." All of a sudden a black liquid poured from Bane's mouth, enveloping him completely and transporting him to a secret lab. Bane coughed as he stood up, glaring at the man who had brought him here. The man's only facial feature was his mouth, while scar tissue covered the upper part of his skull with IVs running from various parts of his body. "Sorry for the rough departure." but I thought it would be good for us to meet face to face. I am all for one. All Might lay in one of the infirmary beds in his true form, most of his body bandaged. Recovery Girl had done her best, but he was still pretty banged up, but his own injuries were not what plagued his mind. The only thing he saw was Bakugo being broken over the villain's knee, the sound echoing in his skull. He clenched his fist in rage and guilt. "I'm no hero. I'm nothing," he said as tears streamed down his skeletal face. "It's not your fault, All Might. You did your best. After all, you did manage to save Aizawa from that Nomu creature. No one could foresee that Bane would be there." Aside from Katsuki Bakugo, the other students are unharmed. Only Kirishima received any moderate wounds. All the criminals besides Bane, the Masked Man and the Warp Gate were all collected by the police. I'm even told that the creature known as Nomu was recovered in the nearby forest. It may not be much, but you did do well today, All Might. Take solace in the small victories, Principal Nezu said as he opened the infirmary door, shutting it behind him before climbing into one of the nearby chairs to sit at All Might's side. "They were my students, sir. I should have been there from the beginning. Instead, I wasted all my time knocking out common criminals on my way to work, and now young Bakugo is in a hospital bed fighting for his life. I didn't want to believe that I would have to stop being the symbol of peace, but now it's apparent that I am not capable of holding that title anymore." All Might sat up and looked at the principal, his blue eyes shining in the recesses of their sockets. "It's time I go through with the reason I came here, sir." Nezu sighed and nodded. "I figured you would say that, and I know there's no changing your mind, so I won't try." He hopped off the chair and headed to the nurse's desk to use the PA system. Mirio Tagata was in the middle of class, barely containing his enthusiasm for the subject in front of him before an announcement rang out across the school. "Will Mirio Tagata report to the nurse's office?" Mirio shot up from his desk. "Yes, I will." And with that, Mirio left his classroom as his classmates looked on curiously. That night the same story was on every news channel. The USJ incident. On a rooftop across from an electronics store there stood a man with a crimson scarf billowing from his neck and an assortment of blades all over his body, watched curiously as his partner, a man with burn scars running across his visible skin in a patchwork, listened half-heartedly. After a month of inactivity, Bane has surfaced again in an even more gruesome way. He and an assortment of criminals calling themselves the League of Villains attacked UA in hopes of killing recent Staff Edition All Might. The man dressed in blades smiled as a picture of Bane came onto the screen. "You've fought him and know how worthy he is. You understand what is wrong with this world." The hero killer stood up and pointed a knife at the collection of TVs. "We are the same Bane comrades in the war to right this world of false heroes and media whores." In a shabby hotel room, a naked woman was curled in the corner, nursing a broken arm, softly crying as she clutched her clothes to her chest. "The only reason you're still breathing is because you were a good lay, but if you keep up with that damn crying I'll have to change my mind." A buddy man lying on the bed in a pair of boxers watched the screen as he chugged a beer. "We're told they failed in that aspect, but did severely wound a student before leaving. We're not sure of the severity of the student's injury, nor was the student's name released to us, but our thoughts and prayers go out to them and their family. We still don't know what Bane is after. Is he simply here to cause trouble, or do his motivations go deeper?" The buddy man sat up, showing off the scar on the left side of his face and his prosthetic eye as he laughed wildly, jumping to his feet. "It doesn't matter what he's after. All that matters is that he's doing what he wants and nobody can stop him. That's F*********. Great, he's the kind of guy the first can work with." The man grabbed his clothes, getting dressed in a pair of jeans and a burgundy muscle shirt before putting on his boots. He looked over his shoulder at the woman still cowering quietly in the corner and fished out a handful of cash from his pocket and threw it towards her. "Buy yourself something nice, sweetheart," he said before opening the door and leaving. In a back alley, a buddy girl with two messy buns on the side of her head, dressed in an overly large sweater covering the majority of her navy blue skirt, skipped away from the corpse of businessman as she licked the blood from her knife as if it was a gourmet lollipop. She was listening to the news from her earbuds. Still, the fact remains, a villain of this magnitude has not been seen for some time, and whatever his motive, it is clear Bane is not done. In fact, he might just be getting started. The buddy girl smiled widely, revealing large canines as her amber eyes glowed gleefully in the dark as she looked at a picture of her crush Bane covered in the blood of death arms. "Oh Bane, what's a girl to do?" she said, stowing the picture in her sweater as she skipped along into the night. At Dagoba Hospital, the doors were thrown open as a buddy woman rushed in towards the desk, slamming her hands down on it as her husband tried his best to keep up. "Where's Katsuki Bakugo? What room is he in?" shouted his mother Mitsuki Bakugo, who was dressed in a black t-shirt with jeans and heels. Her husband Masaru Bakugo stood behind his wife, hunched over and breathing hard. He was dressed in a tan t-shirt and slacks with gray running shoes. The woman at the counter looked at the frantic woman and father and looked up the information hurriedly. "He's in the operating room right now. You can't see him just yet, he's still in surgery. Please have a seat, we'll let you know when he's out of surgery." Mitsuki slammed her palm on the counter. "Listen here, that's my son in there, tell me everything," she shouted, shaking off her husband's attempts to calm her down. Hearing the commotion, UA teacher Midnight approached the couple. "Excuse me, I'm a teacher at UA. I can try to fill you in on what happened, but it won't be much. I wasn't actually there and the teachers who were too injured to speak right now." Mitsuki looked at Midnight before walking away with Midnight after shooting the receptionist a glare. Masaru breathed a sigh of relief before bowing in apology as he left to hear what had happened to his son. Midnight told the couple what she'd learned about the attack, even relaying what had been done to their son by Bane. Mitsuki covered her mouth as tears spilled from her eyes, feeling her husband grab her shoulders in an attempt to console her. Mitsuki had always prided herself on being a strong woman, but right now she was a mother worried about her son. She turned into her husband's embrace, crying against his chest. Midnight looked down in shame. They were supposed to protect these students, and in only a week they'd had a break-in by the media, which turned out to have been done by the villains to get confidential information, and now one of their students might have been crippled for life. This would not go over well for any of them, let alone the school as a whole. As she stood there with the grieving couple, the clicking of Recovery Girl's cane could be heard. All three adults turned to look at the veteran healer. Recovery Girl's bun was a bit messy. A sheen of sweat coated her forehead, and even behind her visor they could tell the hero was exhausted. "Recovery Girl, how is Bakugo?" Midnight asked for the parents, who were still trying to collect themselves. Recovery Girl took off her visor to pinch the bridge of her nose to try and relieve some of her fatigue. "He's out of surgery and his spine is intact, so there's no worry of him being paralyzed, at least." Mitsuki and Masaru both smiled, hearing their boy would recover from this. But Midnight knew there was more with the way Recovery Girl was clutching her cane. "But there was some damage that even I couldn't fix. You must understand that several of his vertebrae were broken, exposing raw nerves, and the movement he suffered while being protected only aggravated these nerves. As you may know, the spinal cord serves as a highway for the nervous system, allowing the brain to transmit signals to the rest of the body. These signals can be anything from moving your arm, curling your toes, or even activating one's quirk." A shiver ran down both the Bakugo's spines as the implication of what Recovery Girl was saying. "You don't mean? That's impossible. Katsuki's sweat is naturally explosive. How is that possible?" Mitsuki asked, hoping the hero could be wrong. Replacing her visor, Recovery Girl sat down on the nearest chair to explain. "It's true, Katsuki can still sweat, but it's a conscious decision for Katsuki to explode his sweat. It doesn't happen automatically, correct?" Recovery Girl stated, to which the two parents nodded. "The neural pathways that send that particular impulse to induce the explosions are damaged. We don't know if that's permanent or not, but at this moment Katsuki can no longer activate his quirk for all intents and purposes. Katsuki Bakugo is quirkless." Mitsuki fell to her knees, dragging her husband down with her as tears streamed down her face. "Quirkless? Is this what Inko's been feeling all this time?" she thought as her husband hugged her to his chest. Bane came to his feet, wiping saliva from his mouth as he glared at the man in front of him. "All for one, was it?" he asked, looking around at the darkened room. The only source of light was the multitude of screens in front of All for One of which was a feed from the bar he was just in. This was a bad situation. Bane was in an unfamiliar location with a man he hardly knew anything about, and furthermore his venom would run out, leaving him weakened. "There's no reason to be so wary, Izuku Midoriya. I simply wished to speak to you." Bane's green eyes flashed in shock and then anger as they bore into where All for One's eyes once were. All for One simply smiled. No need for such a look, my friend. After all, what kind of a teacher would I be if I didn't know who my precious student was consorting with? He asked, swiveling his chair to face Izuku head on. What do you want? Bane asked, feeling like a caged animal. This man before him had done something that hadn't happened in several months. He unsettled him. Believe me when I say that I have no intention of revealing your identity to anyone. After all, it's not like I can go into a police station looking like this now, can I? He stated with a chuckle. No, if anything, I am enamored with you. You, a quirkless boy, have cultivated a strength all your own that allows you to stand toe-to-toe with the best. Bane grit his teeth. He was out of time as green steam erupted from his body, causing him to shrink slightly and stumble some, but he would not fall. He would not show weakness to this man. All for One watched the spectacle silently before speaking. A time limit, interesting, he said before raising his right hand, the fingers growing black with red lines running through it before they stretched from his hand, embedding themselves in Izuku's chest. Bane had no chance to react. His muscles were exhausted, meaning his reaction time was shot as he felt the fingers pierce his skin. It felt like electricity was running through him. He grunted under the pain before feeling the fingers leave him, causing him to fall to his knees. The first thing he noticed after the pain ebbed away was an itching in the left side of his body, especially his arm. He looked at it and watched as the burned flesh fell away, revealing newly knitted skin as if it had never been harmed. This spectacle took place all over his left side and deeper. The crash of having so much venom in his system wasn't gone, but it was reduced. He stood up again, looking at All for One. What did you do? He asked. All for One smiled once more. I simply righted the wrong that fate gave you. You are quirkless no more. I have given you one of my many quirks. It's called Regenerate. Any wound will be healed in moments as long as you have the energy necessary to facilitate it. This is my gift to you for keeping Tamura safe when I could not. Bane looked at himself as the healing stopped, having restored him fully. He flexed his arms, feeling slight soreness, but nothing more. You have a quirk that gives quirks? He asked, staring at All for One, who shook his head. That is only half of it. My quirk, like my name, is All for One. I can take quirks from anyone and then give them to others or keep them to myself. I have in my possession over 100 years worth of quirks. Bane's eyes widened. What he was saying was impossible. There was no way such an insane power existed and no one knew about it. All for One chuckled. I see why you wear a mask. Your emotions are far too easy to read. But it's true, I have lived over 100 years thanks to a combination of longevity and healing quirks. But in all my years I have never come across someone such as you, a keen and dexterous mind far beyond your years. I want a man like you at Tamura's side. Bane looked at him as he calmed down, deciding to just accept what he was told for now. There's that mental dexterity I spoke of. Now I'm sure you have questions, so let me begin at the beginning. When quirks were still new, rare instances among the populace, I took action. After all, these people had no leader, they had no support against the growing hatred and jealousy of the normal people. I became their symbol to show them that they need not be afraid as long as they stuck together behind me. Bane nodded. He could understand that logic. A tumultuous time in society, those with quirks being persecuted would no doubt follow anyone who promised safety. I had a younger brother who at the time I thought was like you. Quirkless. He was sickly and weak, so I wanted to protect him. I gave him a quirk, nothing flashy, just the ability to store power, but he didn't agree with my methods and turned against him, and unknown to both of us, my brother did have a quirk. The ability to pass on his power. Combine that with the ability I gave him and you get what his successors call one for all. Bane noticed All for One begin to frown deeper and deeper as his story continued. He passed that power on without my noticing, and so began the line of heroes my brother created to bring me down. This power has passed down through 8 people. I killed the last person to have it and nearly did so with its current holder, All Might, but instead we were both dealt grievous injuries and forced to retreat. Bane looked at All for One. You're telling me that All Might's enormous strength is a hand-me-down from you? He asked before smiling and then laughing. We truly are opposites, aren't we? He was just given power. That's what I hate about all the people with quirks. They were just lucky to get the powers they have, and they looked down on me because I wasn't, and All Might is the perfect example of being lucky. That's all that separated me from everyone else. Bane took a breath, closing his eyes before opening them again. That's good because now I've earned my power and I'll show them that luck can't save them. All for One couldn't truly see Bane, but even without his eyes he could feel the fire in this man's gaze. And that's the other reason I called you here. This drug that affords you so much power, what is it? Bane looked at All for One and frowned. He may have given him a quirk for protecting his pet project, but that didn't afford him Bane's trust, but he'd give him something after all he already knew about his venom and he didn't need him holding that over his head. It's called venom. It's a super steroid I developed. It increases my strength several times over with each dose. I didn't have a quirk, so my physical strength and mind is all I had. Plus people always underestimate strength quirks thinking they're all idiots who just know how to throw a punch. All for One nodded. I agree, strength quirks are simple, but in the right hands are truly effective. The reason I ask is because... Bane interrupted All for One as he caught sight of one of the screens showing several figures in large chemical vats. You want to use it on your Nomu, correct? He stated, knowing he was right. Venom is a delicate cocktail of multiple drugs. It'll affect them, but I'm not sure how considering they do have quirks, multiple ones each, I'm assuming. He said, looking to All for One, who nodded in confirmation. Tell me, All for One, what do you want, and why use Tamura? All for One turned back to his wall screen, zeroing in on the screen that showed the bar and Tamura getting patched up by the doctor. Tamura is my goal. I want him to be the new me. I know at the moment he's not much. Nothing more than a child who enjoys breaking things, but that's why he needs you. True evil has ambitions, goals. To accomplish anything else is just petty crime. I'm hoping by associating with you he'll understand that and grow. I know giving us the key to your strength is not something you're inclined to do, but I assure you it is mutually beneficial. Make your strength our strength. The Nomu are blank slates. You can experiment on them as much as you like, and even if the drug fails on them they'll still be useful and you will be able to push your venom to its utmost limit. Now tell me, Bane, what is your goal? The scarred man said, turning around once more to face Bane. I want to bring this city to its knees before me, and for the time being siding with you guys seemed to be the right thing to do. I'll give you my venom, but only I will work with it, so if you want my venom give me a lab and some of your Nomu. All for One smiled and nodded. I'll have it taken care of and let you know when it's done. Here's to a continued partnership, he said, raising his hand, teleporting Bane back to the bar. Tamura had been staring at the spot that Bane had left from. He was anxious until the doctor told him that the master wanted to speak with Bane. Tamura felt uneasy. The master rarely spoke to him face to face anymore, but Bane got to meet him after only one mission. Tamura reached for the bandages around his arm, wanting to scratch the wounds before the doctor smacked his hand. Don't scratch them, you might infect them, he said, taking note of Tamura's cracked and dirty fingernails. Tamura growled as he glared at the doctor, thinking about ripping his stupid mustache of his face, but before he could go through with it, Bane appeared in the bar once more. He looked completely healed, not a scratch on him, but he was smaller than before he left. Bane reached for his bag and headed for the door. Wait, what did Master say? Tamura said, getting to his feet and hissing slightly as the bullet holes in his legs throbbed. Bane wanted nothing more than to leave. He was exhausted. Regeneration or not, his body needed rest, but remembering All for One's words he turned around. He gave me a reason to stay here, and now I'm going to gather my strength and you should do the same. To put it into words you'll understand. We cleared level 1, so we need to assemble a new party because level 2 is going to be that much harder, he said, shouldering the bag with his ruined costume in it as he left the bar. Tamura looked at the door and sat down, nodding. Yeah, level 2, he said as the doctor was warped out by Kurogiri, who took off his ruined neck armor, seeing the imprint of Bane's hand in the metal, realizing how close he'd come to actually being injured. Bane made his way home, his mind consumed with planning, a small smile on his face. You made a mistake, All for One. I have no intention of being your henchman. There can only be one top dog in this city, and that's going to be me. I'll play your game for now, but when the opportunity arrives I'll knock you from your throne and take it myself, he thought as he walked into his room, having unlocked the door and dropped his bag in the nearby closet before grabbing his laptop and crawling into bed. If he was going to take down All for One, he needed an inner circle of his own people who were loyal to him and him only. Bane pulled up the most wanted list of Japan. It was like looking through dozens of resumes, and he found a couple that he found interesting. After that he went to active crimes in the city, finding an interesting one about a series of corpses drained completely of blood. He'd taken the time to learn about hacking. After all, being a beep of what the police knew and didn't know was always good. Looks like I'll have my work cut out for me, but for now I need sleep. Bane shut off his computer and laid back on the bed, immediately falling into a deep sleep. The next day at UA was a somber one. Classes were cancelled as the staff locked themselves in the conference room to talk about what had transpired, apart from All Might, who had some personal issues to deal with. This is ridiculous. The semester's not even in session for a week and this happens. One of our students gravely injured, not to mention what happened to Eraserhead and 13. Present Mike shouted, feeling bad for what happened to his friend. Something needs to be done. Upping the security isn't going to solve everything. I think we should cancel the sports festival and focus solely on improving the students' abilities. They were lucky this time, but we can't depend on that again. Snipe said, leaning forward onto the table. That's just going to show weakness to the public. The sports festival is the cornerstone of UA. The whole world looks forward to it, and it links directly to where and how our students get their internships. We can't just take that from them. Midnight stated, causing a murmur of agreements around the room. Principal Nezu coughed, gaining the attention of the entire room. I agree with Snipe. The sports festival is not our priority at this moment, but it will be held. I suggest we do things out of order. Normally we'd do the sports festival, send the students on their internships, and then have the training camp over the summer. I'm going to rearrange that. We will hold the sports festival ahead of schedule, getting it out of the way as quickly as possible before the villains can mount another attack. If that was their goal, then the students can participate in their internships afterwards. We can get a jumpstart on the training camp. Until final exams are over, we will push our students more than before, and then once the exams have been completed, we will send them to the training camp where their intense training will continue. This will give us even more time to groom our students and prepare them for the next attack. Can everyone agree to this? Nezu stated as the teachers nodded, glad the principal could come up with a compromise. All Might sat in an office on the top floor of a 5-story building. The name of the building was Night Eye Hero Agency. At the desk sat his old sidekick Night Eye, a tall, lean man with green hair with buddy streaks and glasses, dressed in an impeccable green suit. All Might sat on a couch at the coffee table. In front of him was a tall, buddy young man. And that's the story of One for All and All for One. All Might said, leaning back against the couch, his skeletal form barely making an impression in the cushions. I know it's a lot to take in, young Mirio, but knowing this, will you accept my power? All Might said, staring into Mirio's eyes. Not missing a beat, Mirio stood up and gave an okay sign. But of course I will, All Might. That's what a hero does, accepts burdens too heavy for any one man. Toshinori smiled as he nodded. Not a second of hesitation. Very well then, if it's all right with you, Night Eye, I'll be taking your pupil under my wing for a bit. All Might said, standing up, his pinstriped yellow suit hanging off him like a coat rack, looking at his old sidekick. Night Eye waved dismissively. There's no issue, I'm just glad you've come to your senses before it was too late, All Might. Night Eye stated, looking to Mirio. I've mentored him to be your ultimate successor, there's no worry in entrusting him with your power. Mirio smiled wide at the praise from him. Mentor. Thank you, sir. Bane woke up later than usual. It was no surprise, he'd taken 3 shots of venom in a short amount of time. There were bound to be repercussions. He got out of bed, stretching as he got undressed, heading to the shower and preparing for the day in front of him. He needed to find the first person on his list of recruits, and he had a good idea where to start. After getting out of the shower and while he dried off, pulled open his laptop and brought up a recent crimes report, mainly ones where the victims were beaten to death, leaving nothing more than a bloody pulp behind. If what I read is any indication, then he shouldn't be that hard to track, especially if he's close. He said, looking through the reports as he got dressed. Bane headed into the kitchen to make breakfast, nothing fancy, but he did need to take in a lot of calories to replace what Venom took. He loaded a plate down with eggs, bacon and toast before making quick work of it with a glass of milk. Looking through his phone as he'd found an email containing an address, no doubt from All for One. He gathered some of his chemicals in a backpack as he left, putting the dishes in the sink as he did so. After finding it on the map, he made his way there. It was a nondescript building in Camino Ward. He watched the place from a corner for about an hour, taking note of the foot traffic, and found it to be minimal. Well, at least I don't have to worry about being spotted, he thought to himself before walking up to the building and hopping the stone wall. Bane stalked up to the door, finding a key under a rock nearby, and let himself in. Looking around, he found 4 chemical vats containing Nomu and as much lab equipment as he would ever need. Well, this will definitely speed things along, but first. Bane scoured the room and, as he thought, found several bugs and small cameras. Sorry, no peeking, he said, smashing the small electronics before getting to work, and began his experimentation. This was how Bane spent the next few weeks, experimenting on the Nomu, tweaking his venom so that it would work on any Nomu no matter the quirk set. After all, venom was a designer drug he'd made for himself, someone with no quirk. But since venom was derived from a drug that was meant to enhance quirks, it was very simple to use on the Nomu, but the difficulty came from the fact that each Nomu had multiple quirks, each one different from the last. Making venom into a one-size-fits-all drug for the Nomu was incredibly difficult, but also vastly rewarding. Taking the results and factoring it into his own venom, he could go so much farther with it than if he'd been testing this on regular people. During this time, he'd also started becoming familiar with his regeneration quirk. He found that flesh wounds healed in moments, broken bones took minutes depending on the severity of each. He even seemed to be immune to poisons after testing his blood after exposing it to arsenic and the like, but the greatest benefit was that his venom intake had been boosted. He could now easily take 3 doses of venom with minimum drawbacks. Speaking of venom intake, the Nomu were like sponges. Since their minds were basically dead, they could support a constant supply of venom without going mad, which he'd taken advantage of by making tubes to inject venom directly into their brains. They'd be on a constant venom rush, able to take and deal damage in ridiculous quantities. My perfect soldiers, he'd said, looking at them. It was a hassle keeping All for One and his Dr. A beep with just enough information, but it seemed to be working. He'd started supplying All for One with his blanket venom, but refused to let go of the 4 that were in his possession, citing he could do more with subjects that were already introduced to venom. With the amount of venom they were getting, they were willing to comply with his request. These 4 would be his and his alone to command. They would get the more specialized dosage to specifically enhance the quirks they possessed. The venom he was giving All for One was nothing compared to what he could now produce for himself. He felt better about testing his venom on these mindless things. In the beginning, he'd sold his prototype venom like a makeshift trigger, and even though it was their weakness that allowed him to use them as guinea pigs, it still left a bad taste in his mouth watching people go mad and die. After hours of mixing chemicals, Bane stowed his chemicals away in a small hole he dug out behind the vats and made sure to take his notebooks containing the information he'd learned today with him. It was nearing sundown, so it was the best time to go speak with his unknowing informant. Bane hopped a train to a neighboring city, getting off well past dark, and made his way to the red light district of the city. He'd finally found the girl who'd had a run-in with his first recruit. She'd gone to ground pretty hard, no doubt in fear of her life, knowing what the man she'd snitched on was capable of. It brought a smile to his face that at one point the thought of this place would have broken him out in a blush, and now he could walk through ignoring the lustful eyes of the women there. He decided to use that to his advantage and approached one. She was a heteromorphic type with 6 arms, red skin, and a large horn protruding from her forehead. "Oh my, you're a big one, aren't you?" she said, smiling at him, her hands reaching all over him. He coughed. "I'm looking for someone," he stated, hoping she'd be useful. She smiled broadly at him, revealing all her teeth were pointed like a shark's. "Me too, darling, so why don't we just get down to it?" she said as she wrapped a leg around his. He sighed, holding up a picture of the girl he was looking for. "Where is she? I know this is her usual area." The girl immediately stepped back, looking him over. "If you're not here for me, I can't help you," she said, walking away, and Bane smiled. He'd hoped she'd give up easily and not persist in lying to him. Waiting a few minutes, he began to tail her, and sure enough, she led him right where he needed to be. She headed up the stairs of an apartment complex and knocked on an apartment door, and the girl he was looking for opened it, pulling the red girl inside. "Now to wait," he said, sitting down on the ground in the shadow of the alleyway, tossing his backpack onto one of the roofs above him to retrieve for later. Bane began thinking he needed to get rid of all for one, but he wasn't foolish enough to believe that even with his strength he could kill someone who'd already lived over 100 years and traded blows with all might before he was injured so easily. No, an outright attack would just get him killed, something subtler was required. As Bane plotted, he noticed another presence eyeing the small apartment. Taking note of the person's size, it was a good bet that this was who he was looking for, but he decided to wait just a little longer to see what happened. The red-skinned prostitute soon left, giving her friend a hug before departing. Soon after, the mystery man made his move, walking up to the door and grabbed hold of the doorknob, forcing the door open, and walked in. Bane made his way across the street, making sure no one had noticed the forced entry, and made his way up to and inside the apartment. Knowing what kind of man he was going to be dealing with, Bane grabbed one of his new patches, a green sticker in the shape of a V. Peeling it from its backing, he slapped it onto his chest, feeling the patch dissolve against his skin as it flooded him with his newly renovated venom. The patch he made now was the equivalent of 3 doses of his former serum. His muscles bulged under his skin, increasing his height and bulk considerably. Releasing a long breath, he rounded the corner, finding a hulking buddy man holding the prostitute he'd been searching for by the neck against the wall. Mary, why'd you have to go and do something stupid like rat me out to the cops?" he asked as his fist began squeezing tighter, the woman wheezing as her throat was forcibly closed. "I was really going to let you live. Now I've got to come back here instead of getting on with finding my new partner," he growled as he brought his hand towards him, only to slam it in the back of her head against the wall, watching blood splatter against the surface as he let go, dropping the limp form to the ground. Bane clapped from his view behind the large male. "A little drawn out, but glad you finished it. I don't want her blabbing about what we're going to discuss, Muscular." The man known as Muscular turned around, smiling. "Looks like it's a 2-for-1 tonight," Muscular shouted, rushing towards Bane at breakneck speed, rearing back as muscle fibers tore from his skin, coiling around his arm as it propelled his fist forward, only to be caught by Bane's hand, the collision rocking the apartment. Bane smiled. "I figured this would happen. Thank you for the chance to test out my new venom," he said, pulling Muscular forward into a headbutt, smashing the killer's nose as he let him go, driving a fist into his stomach. Muscular stumbled back, clutching his nose and stomach as he stared at the man before him. No one had ever overpowered him so easily. Muscular growled as muscle fibers erupted from his pants, rocketing him forward. He locked hands with Bane as he pushed him back and through a wall into another apartment, hearing the screams from the occupants as the two crashed to the floor. Muscular looked down at the man under him as he pulled back his fist to throw a punch, only to be punched in the shoulder, throwing off his blow as it crashed into the floor, causing it to give way as the two titans fell through. But Bane grabbed hold of Muscular's arm and twisted in midair to put the criminal under him and drove him into the ground, placing his boot on Muscular's neck as he stared down at him. Muscular glared at the man on top of him and went to wrench his arm free, but no matter how much force he put behind it, Bane's grip didn't budge. Muscular had never lost in terms of brute strength. It was impossible. "Who the hell are you?" he shouted. Bane smirked, stepping off him and letting his arm go. "I'm Bane and I want you to join me, Muscular. Come with me and rampage to your heart's content," Bane said, offering his hand to the killer. Muscular laid there for a moment, staring up at the guy before him. The look in his eyes sent a rush through his body. Muscular laughed as police sirens were heard in the distance. He took hold of Bane's hand as the breaker pulled him to his feet. "To my heart's content. I knew you were the only guy the first could work with. Let's F*** shit up, boss," he said as Bane clasped his hand tightly in agreement. "We should leave. I'm not ready to engage the heroes yet. I have more recruits to find," he said, ducking out of the empty apartment and then using his increased strength to launch himself to the next rooftop, Muscular right on his heels before the cops rounded the corner of the street. Bane watched them for a moment as he retrieved his backpack, making sure they hadn't been spotted their escape before moving on with Muscular. He led the killer back to the lab with the Nomu. After all, it's not like he wanted Muscular to live with him. Besides, having a murderous guard dog like him would keep all for one from sending one of his pawns to spy on him. "If anyone but me comes here, kill them," he told Muscular, who smiled at the thought, murdering someone. "Got ya, boss," he said, going over to look at the 4 Nomu in their vats, each riddled with tubes pumping a constant supply of venom into them. "What's with these ugly F***s?" Muscular asked as Bane prepared to leave. They're the grunts who are going to lay the groundwork for me to take this city, he said, turning to leave when his phone began ringing. It was Kurogiri. What is it? He asked, stopping short of the door. We request your presence at the bar. Where's your location? Kurogiri spoke into his ear. Bane sighed, not really wanting to deal with Tamura and the League right now. From the few conversations he'd exchanged with All for One's doctor about the Nomu, he'd become aware that Tamura was angry with the fact that people assumed Bane was the leader of the League of Villains. Still, he needed to play the role All for One wanted him to as Tamura's guide on the path of villainy. Bane told Kurogiri he was at the lab and a portal opened up in front of him. As Bane walked through, he heard the tail end of a sentence. I came for him. Bane looked at the man who'd spoken, looking into the red eyes of Stain, the hero killer. He was kneeling above Tamura with a knife in his shoulder and a sword pointing at Bane. Bane took notice of the two other men in the room. One with black hair and having a patchwork of scars across his visible flesh, and the other a lizard man mimicking Stain's outfit of a scarf around his neck and a piece of cloth serving as his mask. Bane looked down at Tamura and then Kurogiri, who was bleeding from his arm and slouching against the bar. He growled under his breath. What have you idiots brought me into? Bane locked eyes with Stain as he rose from his position over Tamura, sheathing his sword and walking over to him. So you're Bane, Stain stated as he looked over the kid in front of him. It was a shock to find that someone so young had taken such great steps to righting the world as Stain himself had. And you're the hero killer, Stain, Bane said as he looked into his eyes, seeing them burn with some unknown fire. He began thinking how he could use this man to achieve his own goals. Obviously, from what he'd walked into, Stain and Tamura weren't on the best of terms, which worked in his favor. If he could get Stain on his side more than Tamura, he'd be a powerful ally to have. These two brought me here, and the only reason I and my apprentices came was to speak with you, but instead I was met with this demented fool, Stain said, pointing at Tamura, who was getting to his feet and glaring at Stain, but Bane felt some of that wrath directed at him as well. You wanted to speak with me, what about? Bane asked, deciding to ignore that dig at Tamura. If he fed into that, Tamura would lose his shit, and he did not want to have to deal with that. Don't ignore me, Tamura shouted at the two. This is my league. I built it and I am its leader, not Bane. You will respect me, or I'll kill the both of you, he said, flexing his fingers preparing to attack. Bane grit his teeth. For better or worse, he still needed Tamura for the moment. He couldn't risk having the league fracture just yet. He's right, Tamura did build this league. Think of me as a free agent lending my time here, so I'm free to speak with you nonetheless, Bane said with a shrug. Let Tamura have this league, for now. Tamura straightened himself, seeing that Bane knew his place in this organization, but he still wanted to kill Stain for stabbing him like he had and reopening some of his wounds. Stain looked between the two of them before speaking to Bane once more. I don't care whether you're the leader or not, it has no bearing on my question. What is your goal? What will drives you to do what you do? Just know if I don't like your answer, you and this league will die by our hands, Stain threatened as the scarred man and lizard male by the door both took active stances. My goal is simple, true power, strength surpassing any skill. The people of this world worship at a false altar of power. The number one hero is nothing more than the winner of a popularity contest, and the people view that as true power. They're all wrong. Power is terrifying, nothing can stand in the way of it, and I will wield that power to open their eyes to how frail their strength is, Bane said, his green eyes staring into Stain's red ones. You are worthy. Your conviction has convinced me to help you in your endeavor to change the world, for just like you I am an agent of change. This world is stagnant because there are no true heroes anymore. All these fakes that pander to the camera make me sick, they should all be purged. There is only one man who deserves the title of hero. The man you fought at USJ, All Might. Bane now understood what the fire he saw burning in Stain's eyes was. It was zealotry. This man worshipped heroes, and anyone who didn't conform to his idea of heroism set down by All Might will die. Now that he understood this man, it would be that much easier to work with him. I look forward to changing the world with you, Stain, Bane said as Stain and his two students left the bar. Bane sighed, looking at Kurogiri, who was now able to stand on his own 2 feet. Don't you ever bring me into something like that again, He growled, looking to Tamura. I'm not one of your Nomu, Tamura. I don't mindlessly obey you. Order me around like that again and I'll break you. Tamura glared back at him. Everyone thinks this is your league, your plan, and it makes me sick. I want you gone. Tamura shouted, bringing his hands forward and rushing at Bane. Inwardly Bane smirked. This would be the perfect chance to put Tamura out of commission. He wouldn't be able to kill him, but making him bedridden for a while wouldn't be too bad. He thought before the speakers of the TV crackled with All for One's voice. Tamura, stop. Immediately, like a leashed dog, Tamura stopped just short of the portals that Kurogiri had made to redirect his hands. Bane is here to help you. If not for him, you would be rotting in a cell somewhere out of my reach. Even now he has granted you another ally to your cause. You should think about your actions more carefully. Tamura dropped his hands like a sullen child. He stalked over to the bar, placing his hands upon it fully. Bane watched as the wood began to decay, rapidly turning to dust. Bane smirked at this turn of events. He was starting to drive a wedge between All for One and his precious student, and seeing as how Tamura was All for One's only real way to affect the world, if that bond was broken he'd be effectively cut off. Send me back, Kurogiri. I have more work to do for our master, he said, barely concealing a smile as he walked through the portal. He'd leave Tamura to stew on that, and hopefully his jealousy would cause him to act out foolishly, no doubt in an effort to win back his master's approval. As Bane stepped into his lab, he noticed Muscular asleep in a corner of the lab, surrounded by six-packs and a multitude of convenience store meals. He's obviously made himself at home, Bane thought to himself as he left. Now I need to get to work finding my next recruit, he said as he walked through the streets. Noticing it was almost morning, he decided to devote the next couple of days to researching his next target after he slept. Kenji Hikiyoshi was walking through the park, taking in the warm sunlight on her skin as she brushed some of her maroon hair out of her face, looking at all the good people to kill. She wore white-rimmed triangular shades, an orange button-up shirt and blue jeans with running shoes. She continued walking down the path, looking this way and that, trying to find the perfect victim, and soon she did. Standing there at the entrance to one of the park's running trails was a green-haired boy. His hair was in the style of a crew cut and he was wearing a gray muscle shirt with running shorts and red running shoes. He was doing a series of stretches and Kenji couldn't take her eyes off him. She could clearly see the corded muscle flexing beneath his flesh. Ooh, a tough guy. Well, they're all tough at first, she thought as she walked over to say hello. Hi there, I haven't seen you around before, she said in greeting as the male turned her way, giving her a view of his face. Vibrant green eyes and adorable freckles adorned his rugged features. Oh yeah, he's definitely my type, she thought as the male eyed her up and down. I'm new here, bro. Heard this park had one of the toughest trails in the city, so I had to come. Friends call me Shidanki. Nice to meet ya. Care to keep me company on the trail? He asked in a thick country accent, hiking a thumb towards the path in question. Kenji nodded eagerly as she watched Shidanki take off down the path. You couldn't have chosen a nicer day to die, Shidanki, Kenji said as she took off after him, watching Shidanki run in front of her. His powerful legs eating up the trail like it was nothing. It was taking no small amount of effort to keep up with Shidanki, but it's not like Kenji was planning on finishing this trail with him anyway. Once they were far enough away from the trail's head and not seeing anyone else around, Kenji decided to make her move. She increased her speed, her legs propelling her right towards Shidanki. Her heart was pounding, but not just from the exertion of running, but the excitement she always felt when about to kill. She could already imagine the feeling of smashing Shidanki's body into pieces. Don't worry though, I'll leave that pretty face of yours alone, I promise, Kenji thought to herself as she launched herself at Shidanki's back, preparing to throw a punch right at the base of his spine. Right as Kenji was about to make contact, Shidanki spun on his heel, grabbing hold of Kenji's face, smashing her glasses into her face as he slammed Kenji into the dirt of the path, a large cloud of dust erupting around the two as Shidanki placed his left foot on Kenji's right wrist and his right knee on Kenji's left forearm. I was wondering when you were going to make your move. It's nice to meet you, Magna. Kenji's eyes widened in shock between Shidanki's fingers on his face. How do you know who I am? Kenji asked, staring into those once vibrant green eyes, now dark with satisfaction like a lion who's savoring its prey. You were probably too busy imagining killing me to pay attention to my name. I said people call me Shidanki, remember? Magna's brow furrowed in confusion. What was so special about Shidanki? How would that have given her any warning about this man? But then Magna realized that Shidanki translated to breaker in English. Once more Magna's eyes widened in shock as she realized this was Bane. It had come out recently that Death Arms had been forced to retire due to his injuries from Bane. A reporter had called it the great break of the hero's career, and then following that it was leaked that Bane had broken the back of a student. With these two events so close together, many people had come to call Bane the Breaker. Bane saw the recognition in Magna's eyes and let go of his hold on the villain. I see you've put it all together. Good, that saves me an introduction. Now then, Magna, I've come to ask you to join me. Magna sat up, tossing her broken glasses away as she stared up at Bane. You could have just said so, you didn't have to get so rough with me. I'm a tender maiden after all, she said, standing up and patting the dust from her back and butt. Bane shrugged. I had to know you were the right person. It's not like I have your number, and if I hadn't been so aggressive with you, then there was no way you'd stick around long enough for us to talk, he said, looking at her. Now will you join me or not? Bane asked once more. It had taken a lot to set up this encounter, and he'd gone so far as to expose himself so publicly just to meet Magna, a man, or well, in Magna's opinion, a woman with so many counts of murder under her belt. Why should I join you? Magna said, crossing her arms and looking away for a moment only to find Bane right in her face. She blushed, stepping back before Bane gripped her arm, stopping her. Because you want to be the best version of yourself and live how you see fit, right? That's never going to happen in the world we live in now. There's no place for one such as you, Magna. You're a killer for one, and your personal view of reality is something no one will agree with. Come with me, I have a place for you, or don't, and once this city is mine you'll regret not taking my offer. Bane said, letting go of her arm and turning his back on her. This is your best chance to realize the life you want, he said, walking away. Magna looked down at her arm that Bane had grabbed and bit her lip before speaking. I'll join you on one condition, Magna said, stepping forward as Bane looked over his shoulder at her. See, can I call you big bro? Bane arched a brow at that before shrugging. Call me whatever you want, just hurry up, I intend to finish this run and get back, so come on, he said, taking off down the path, Magna following behind him. Muscular cracked open a beer as he stared into one of the boss's tubes at his brain. Guys, or whatever. I don't know what the boss has planned for you, ugly F*********, but I bet it's going to be good, he said, smiling as he chugged the beer, some of it running down the side of his mouth as he heard the door open behind him. Hey boss, I'm getting bored. When are we gonna tear shit up? I'm getting bored sitting in this place day after day, Muscular said, turning around looking at Bane before noticing the other guy with him. Hey, who's this guy? Muscular said, tossing the empty beer can in the corner as he walked up to Bane and Magna. Bane eyed Muscular before explaining. We're going to be moving out soon, Muscular, and this is Magna. She'll be lending me her power in the coming conflicts. Muscular grit his teeth looking at the redhead next to Bane. In what world is this guy a she? What are you, some kind of fruit? Muscular shouted, pointing at Magna, who glared at him, stepping forward. I'd watch your mouth around a lady, you muscle-bound bastard, Magna said, clenching her fists as Muscular did the same, the two glaring at each other. Enough, Bane shouted, staring down the two of them. You both were chosen by me, remember? If you have a problem with each other, then that means you have a problem with my choices. Is that what you're telling me? Bane said, staring down the two as Magna and Muscular shook their heads no. Good. From this day forward we're a team, which means we need to work together, and that means knowing one another in and out so we can work efficiently, so get ready you two, it's training time, Bane said, smashing his fists together as he grinned at the two. Katsuki opened his eyes slowly, turning his head towards the sound that had woke him up. He couldn't see all that well, but what he could see made his heart race. There sat his childhood friend Izuku. He was sitting by his bedside peeling apples. Izuku? Katsuki questioned, not wanting to believe, but soon his vision cleared, showing him the face of Inko Midoriya. His heart fell into his stomach once again. This wasn't the first time this had happened. Inko was often at the hospital with him, seeing as how she didn't work. She watched over him for his own parents. Sorry dear, it's just me. Did I wake you? Inko asked, setting the apple down next to another freshly peeled one. Katsuki coughed, reaching up to wipe the sleep from his face along with the unshed tears. No, you didn't, Aunt Inko. Katsuki said, trying to sit up only to have pain shoot through his back. He grunted in pain, falling back to the bed. Inko immediately sprang into action. Katsuki, you mustn't move. Here, let me help you, she said, pushing a button on the side of the hospital bed, raising Katsuki into a sitting position. Would you like anything? An apple? Some water? I can call a nurse for you. Katsuki grit his teeth as Inko fawned over him more so than his own mother did, but that was his fault. He was the one always trying to do everything by himself, like he didn't need anybody, but what hurt the most was how much he didn't deserve Inko's kindness. She doesn't know I made Izuku's life a living nightmare, and I'm too much of a coward to tell her. I'm pathetic, Katsuki thought to himself. For the last few weeks Inko had been here religiously taking care of him alongside his own parents, not knowing what kind of a bastard he was. No, this ends today, I have to tell her. No, Aunt Inko, that's fine, I don't need anything. I have something to tell you, Katsuki said, taking a deep breath. Inko sensed the seriousness of Katsuki's next words, so she sat down and listened closely. I bullied Izuku ever since we were kids. Every chance I got I made fun of him for not having a quirk, and mocked him for wanting to be a hero. Anything he did I belittled it. I'm so sorry, if I could take it back I would. I'd be the best friend Izuku ever had, but I can't, and now I can't even make up for it. Tears ran down Katsuki's face as he glared at the ceiling. He was garbage and deserved what happened to him. I knew, Inko said calmly, moving to grab the knife and one of the apples as she began slicing it into bite-sized pieces. Katsuki looked at Inko, shocked. She looked up from the apple for a moment, locking eyes with Katsuki before returning to her labor. I've always known, Katsuki, and to be honest I hated you for it. I wanted nothing more than to hurt you as much as you hurt Izuku, and the only reason I didn't was because Izuku begged me not to. Inko took a deep breath. Izuku made excuse after excuse for you, saying you didn't mean it, or you were being pressured by other kids to make fun of him, and he forgave you for it because that's what a hero does. I couldn't betray Izuku's resolve to see the good in you, so I sat by as you abused my son. I hate you for it right now, but I know that when Izuku comes home he's going to want to be there for you, and until he can, I'll be here for him, Inko said, setting the freshly chopped apple down in front of Katsuki. You should eat something. Katsuki was floored by Inko's words. Izuku had been stronger than Katsuki had given him credit for, and that made his guts writhe in pain from the guilt. He hunched over the plate of apples, tears dripping from his face to the plate below him. I have something else to tell you, Auntie, and it concerns Bane's identity. At that moment there was a knock at the door, followed by the entrance of All Might and Detective Tsukauchi. Did we hear you right, young Bakugo? You know Bane's identity? All Might asked before shaking his head. Forgive me, Bakugo, I jumped ahead of myself. First and foremost, please accept my apology for not coming to see you before this. All Might got on his knees, pressing his forehead to the floor. I know nothing I say can make up for the mistake of allowing you to be hurt, but even so, from the bottom of heart I offer you my humblest and sincerest apology. Bakugo swallowed, looking down at his hero on his knees, and shook his head. You have nothing to apologize for, All Might. I brought this on myself, every last bit of it, as a consequence of what I did. Whether it's karma or divine justice, I accept it as my own fault. No one else is to blame for me losing my quirk and being injured. I say I know who Bane is, but it's just a gut feeling, and Bane himself contradicted my theory, but here goes. I think that Izuku Midoriya is Bane. All Might rose to his feet as there was a clatter in the room as the chair Inko had been sitting in was thrown to the floor by the Greenettes rushed to stand. How dare you? Inko shouted, glaring down at Bakugo's bowed head. You apologize for bullying my son and then you accuse him of being the monster who broke your back. Inko said, tears of anger running down her face. He was your best friend. My son would never do the things he's done, no matter how much someone deserved it. You're a liar, Inko said, gathering her purse and making her way past the two males and out of the room. All Might gave a cough as he looked at Bakugo. Go ahead, young Bakugo, tell us why you think this. All Might scratched his head, feeling as if the name Izuku Midoriya was familiar in some way to him. Bakugo swallowed. Well, first Bane knows about Izuku. He mentioned his name to me when we were fighting, and when I questioned him about it he said he killed Izuku. Katsuki nearly choked up at having to repeat the villain's words. But Bane was so familiar with me, as if he knew everything about me. The things he said about how I start a fight with a right hook, and how he was able to counter me so easily, as if he knew what I'd do. Tsukauchi rubbed his chin. From what I've seen of Bane, he seems like a seasoned combatant. It could just be his experience with fighting that got the best of you. Still, for Bane to bring up Izuku of his own volition doesn't make sense. Tsukauchi thought to himself, if Bane is Izuku, why would he do this to you? After all, you two were friends, right? Tsukauchi asked. Katsuki looked down in shame and shook his head. He was a friend to me, but I was a bully for him. I bullied him for not having a quirk. Katsuki admitted. The thing that really gets me is what he said right before he injured me. He whispered, "Goodbye, Kachan." Kachan is the name Izuku called me by. He was the only one who called me that. Katsuki said, sighing as he finished giving all the evidence he had. Tsukauchi nodded at the explanation. I see bullying is wrong on any level, and it can lead to outcomes such as this, but you said the boy was quirkless. Bane traded blows with All Might. That kind of strength could only come from a quirk. Do you have a picture of this Izuku Midoriya? All Might asked, not able to get past thinking that he might know this boy. Katsuki reached for his phone, flipping through some pictures as he found one. Handing it to the number one hero, All Might broke out into a sweat as he looked at the kid in the picture, with Tsukauchi looking over his shoulder. It was a picture of Katsuki standing over a green-haired boy who was obviously terrified of Katsuki. This is the boy from the rooftop that day. All Might coughed, handing back the phone and trying to cover the shaking of his hand. Thank you, young Bakugo, we'll go now and give you time to rest. All Might said as he made to leave, Tsukauchi following behind him, noticing something was off about him. All Might, what's wrong? Tsukauchi asked as they found themselves in a deserted hallway. All Might turned to face him. I know that boy Tsukauchi. He asked me after I saved him if he could be a hero with no quirk, and I told him no. What if my words put him on this path as a villain? All Might asked, looking at Tsukauchi, who shook his head. All Might, listen, I don't think Izuku is Bane. After all, we established that he had no quirk, and even you said Bane's blows were on par with yours. No quirkless child could do that. And even if Izuku is Bane, your words were meant to encourage him to pursue other paths. If he took your words as a reason to pursue villainy, that is not your fault. But as I've said, I don't believe Izuku Midoriya is Bane. To put your mind at ease, I'll look into the kid, and bring back what I find. If he was hiding a quirk, which I highly doubt is possible, I'll find out. Tsukauchi said as he placed a hand on All Might's shoulder before leaving, as All Might's phone went off as he was making his way out of the hospital. He fished it out of his pocket and read the text message from the principal. Bane unlocked the padlock and opened the gate to a scrapyard he'd started coming to when he first started taking his venom. The owner had allowed him access after he'd used his new strength to crush a few cars for the guy until the owner could get his crusher fixed. It was good practice, and he'd chosen to forego payment in exchange for having all access to the scrapyard whenever he wanted. The owner was more than happy to accept, and now it would be the perfect place for him to train Magna and Muscular. The two villains were following behind him as he led them into the very center of the scrapyard, allowing the high walls of scrap metal to conceal them. If anyone came by and heard the noise they were about to make, they'd simply think it was the crusher going at it. Bane dropped the jacket he'd been wearing on a nearby rusty washing machine. He cracked his knuckles as he looked to his two compatriots. Muscular was ready to start, he could tell by the way he was constantly flexing, and Magna boasted a calm exterior with her massive magnet lying across her shoulders. From this moment forward, we're a team. That means we need to always be in sync, know each other's battle style as well as our own. Until our next assignment, we will be in here every day training until we're a well-oiled machine of battle. Understand? He shouted, watching Magna and Muscular nod in agreement. Don't worry, boss, I'm the entire battle machine you'll ever need. Muscular shouted, boasting as usual. You're a brute, and there's more to battle than physical strength. Brains are needed more than strength, Magna retorted. Bane took this moment as the two argued to take out 3 of his new venom patches. He knew each of these was worth about 3 doses of his previous venom, so taking 3 patches at once would be 9 times as powerful. He took a deep breath. Normally this would be enough to kill him, but he had to know the limits of his healing factor, and it wasn't like he was willing to cut his head off to see if it grew back. He pressed the 3 patches in a circle around his left bicep under the sleeve. The drug flowed into his body, transforming it immediately as his muscles grew in size to the point his skin began to tear, but his healing factor took care of it as his normal stature of 6 feet was increased to that of 8. He panted a little, the pain of the transformation quickly being overridden by the tingling feeling of his regeneration reversing whatever damage was done. Brain and brawn in perfect harmony as an unbeatable pair. Now the exercise is simple, he stated to the 2 bickering villains as he walked over to a car and ripped the driver's side open before tossing it towards the entrance. You 2 need to work together to get past me and honk the horn in that car. You do that, the exercise is over, otherwise we will do it again and again until you can, or until the sun sets. Come at me full force or you won't get anywhere, there will be no breaks. If you stop coming for me, I'll come for you. If you understand, then let the exercise begin, he said, taking a combat stance and waiting for them to make the first move. Muscular smiled as muscle fibers burst from his skin, covering him from shoulders to ankles, enlarging him to be taller than Bane. You think I need this guy to get this done? You're underestimating me, boss, he shouted as he took off, charging at Bane like a freight train. Bane sighed. He was hoping Muscular would at least attempt to work with Magna, but as always Muscular wouldn't understand it until it was beat into him. As Muscular came within range, he threw a punch, which Bane sidestepped outside the punch, grabbing Muscular's arm and using his forward momentum spun and hurled him to the right, watching him crash into a pile of scrap. As Muscular went flying, Bane noticed Magna coming up from his blind spot and then swing her giant magnet at Bane's head. I figured Magna would take advantage of Muscular's arrogance and impatience to try and launch a sneak attack. Not a bad thought, but she's depending a bit too much on that magnet, Bane thought as he stepped in close to Magna, catching the magnet under his arm, stopping it from reaching its full momentum, and then threw a punch at Magna's gut. Surprisingly, Magna dropped her weapon immediately to dodge back, but neither was aware of how powerful Bane's punch was as the wind pressure created from it shot Magna backwards, causing her to tumble end over end before regaining her feet. Bane was shocked to see how much power he had from his new venom. His shock left him vulnerable as Muscular came from behind him with a punch, driving his fist into Bane's back and throwing him into the air and causing him to drop Magna's magnet. Bane coughed, tasting blood and feeling pain flood his back before the tingling of his regeneration repair him. That idiot, he had a chance to go for the car and instead he came at me, Bane thought as he righted himself in midair and, taking advantage of his newfound strength, shot off another punch, wind rushing down towards Muscular, who blocked with his muscle-cloaked arms as dust rocketed up around him. Come on boss, give me more. As Muscular pulled his arms away to gloat, Bane came down on him with both feet in his chest, driving the villain to his back on the ground, cratering around the two. Bane crouched over Muscular, turning and bringing his arms up in a boxer's block to block Magna's swing as the magnet crashed into his arms. Bane felt his skin tear and bones crack as he was knocked off Muscular and landed sliding across the ground, leaving 2 long furrows in the dirt, and then felt his arms begin to heal as he stood up looking at his 2 cohorts. Muscular was on his back, coughing harshly. It was only due to the mass of muscle fibers surrounding his body that Bane hadn't caved Muscular's chest in. Bane stood up as the dust began to settle. He could feel blood running down his arms and grit his teeth as his flesh and bones were put back together. All right boys, come on, you haven't gotten close to that car at all, Bane taunted them as he waved his hand towards himself in a "come on" gesture. Magna looked at Bane and truly understood the power of the man she was working for. Bane wasn't just a muscle-bound idiot like Muscular, no, he was a tactician as well. Like he said, brain and brawn together are unbeatable. Magna thought to herself. Look, I don't like to work with you, but we have to, or else he'll pound us flat, Magna said as Muscular got to his feet, spitting out a bit of blood. I don't need you to get this done, just stay out of my way, he said, walking forward ready to go again as Magna grit her teeth. We can't beat him alone, you need to work with me. Magna tried again, thinking how easy it would be to kill this man, but if he did, Bane would kill her for sure. You do whatever you want, I'm going for it, Muscular shouted as he shot forward once more at Bane. Bane sighed. Seems it was time to take the kid gloves off. He'd know that by going easy on them they'd naturally come together, but it seems more drastic measures were needed. Bane shot forward as well, throwing a punch as Muscular mirrored the action. Their fists collided, sending out wind from their colliding fists, blowing away the dust still in the air and shattering some of the windows in the cars. Muscular reared back for another punch, but Bane didn't give him time as he dropped into a crouch, circled around behind and grabbed Muscular by his waist and bending over backwards suplexed Muscular, who brought his hands above his head to keep from being driven into the ground. The earth cracked under the force of the wrestling move, but Muscular wasn't immobilized. Bane rolled out from under Muscular as both villains got to their feet. Bane rushed Muscular, going for a flying knee, smashing into Muscular, who grabbed Bane in bear hug, trying to crush him. Bane smirked as he began to pry Muscular's arms away from him. No matter how many fibers Muscular piled on, he just wasn't strong enough to keep hold of Bane. Muscular's arms snapped wide as Bane gave one final push and then grabbed Muscular's head, pulling him into a headbutt, dropping the villain to his knees, and just as Bane reared back to punch Muscular in the face, a car horn went off. Bane turned around, seeing Magna inside the car he'd thrown towards the front, slamming her hand on the horn. "Thanks for holding him off, you stupid bastard," Magna said. Bane smirked as he pulled up a groaning Muscular to his feet, blood running from Muscular's forehead. "You two did well, but we're far from where we need to be, but we're getting there." Muscular, "Go back to the hideout, Magna, you're free to go, we'll meet here tomorrow where the teams will be switched." As Bane was lying out the plan for tomorrow, his phone went off. He moved over towards his jacket, fishing out the phone. He recognized the number as Fat Cat's. He hadn't talked to the underworld broker for some time. Their last interaction was to set up Fat Cat with Bane's own drug. It was a severely diluted version of his venom, nothing more than a super steroid, no doubt being used in the sports world, but it kept money in his pocket and Fat Cat satisfied. "What is it, Fat Cat?" he asked as he heard the voice of his broker answer. "Bane, we have a situation. Seems there's a spy in my gang, and I need your help to flush him out. Meet me at my warehouse outside the city, I'll explain everything there." The phone call was disconnected right after. Bane rubbed his chin as he looked to see Muscular and Magna had left. "Just as well, I didn't want to tell them about this," he said as he put on his jacket and headed to the train station. The train would take him the majority of the way and he'd be able to work at a puzzle he'd been putting off for a while now. He'd been trying to track the vampire of Musudafu for a while now, but the killer was a complete and utter enigma. As Bane stepped onto the train, he began to think, gathering everything he knew about the vampire in his head. There have been at least a dozen attacks. All the victims were completely drained of blood. All that wasn't drained was soaked into their clothes. Most of the victims were male aside from one or two female victims, which would suggest a female killer. All the victims were cut repeatedly, indicating torture. The wounds suggest a small knife switchblade possibly. Bane ran a hand through his short green hair as he tried to put together a profile for the killer. There was no connection between the victims other than most being adults. They were all average people. What was the purpose of taking their blood? Blood isn't worth much on the black market, and if money was the objective, knocking over a blood bank would be better. No, there has to be something deeper, some kind of thrill in killing people and taking their blood. Maybe it has something to do with their quirk. Bane was broken from his thoughts as the door in front of him opened, letting him off. He began the short trek to Fat Cat's warehouse, finding it easily, and noticed the car parked out front, except there was no driver. That was strange. To his knowledge, Fat Cat never drove himself anywhere. Bane went up to the door and pulled it open, revealing Fat Cat sitting on an old metal drum. Fat Cat jumped off it, walking hurriedly over to Bane. "Glad you made it. Good news, I caught the spy." Bane crunched the metal of the door in his fist, the venom still coursing through his body as he glared down at Fat Cat. "If you caught him, why am I here?" Bane growled, slamming the door shut behind him. The thought had crossed his mind to kill Fat Cat, especially if his organization was compromised, but he might just kill him for wasting his time. "Easy there, big guy. The first didn't have him until right after I called you. See, it was my driver. He got wind I was bringing you here and he tried to off me, so I took him down and then threw him in there." Fat Cat hiked one of his paws at a small bathroom located in the back. "So why haven't you killed him?" Bane asked, staring to walk over to the bathroom. "Oh, figured you'd want to get whatever info out of him. After all, you're more suited for torture than me." Fat Cat said, following closely behind him as Bane opened the door, rolling his eyes as he realized Fat Cat just wanted him here to do his dirty work. As Bane opened the door, his eyes went wide before he spun on his heel, catching the blade that Fat Cat had tried to stab him with. The blade pierced right through the flesh of his palm as he swatted the portly feline away from him. I can't believe I didn't feel that attack coming. I couldn't feel any killing intent at all. Bane looked at the knife stabbed through the back of his hand as he then looked to the arm he swatted Fat Cat with. It was covered in some kind of goop. "Who are you?" he shouted as he cast an eye back at the corpse of the real Fat Cat in the closet. Fat Cat sat on the lid of the toilet dressed in only his pants while his chest and face were crisscrossed with cut marks. His once orange and black fur stained red with his blood. Seems he'd gone into shock and died of blood loss. From the looks of how much blood had seeped into his pants and dried, he'd been here for at least a week. Seeing the corpse in the closet had been the only reason he'd turned around. It was only by happenstance that he'd turned in time to stop the knife from cutting his throat. "Oh, you are good. I was sure I was going to kill you right then and there, but of course the mighty Bane wouldn't be killed so easily," said Fat Cat in the voice of a girl as the feline face began to slip off, revealing the face of a young girl with golden eyes and large canines. She jumped away from him, landing behind a few boxes. From what Bane had seen, the girl was naked. She soon emerged from behind the boxes dressed in an oversized sweater that came to mid-thigh, and he assumed nothing else. "The name is Himiko Toga and I'm your biggest fan, Bane, though I had no idea you looked so cute under that mask, though you could stand for a bit more blood on you." Bane gripped the knife in his palm and yanked it out as blood splashed on the ground and dripped from his fingers before the wound began closing. Toga's eyes widened at that as her smile grew bigger. "You really are perfect for me. Anything I do to you, you'll heal from it. I can cut you so much without you dying on me. You're the best. Come on, let me cut you. Let me join you." Bane arched a brow, looking back at Fat Cat's mutilated body. Things began to fall into place. "You're the vampire of Musudafu," he said, turning back to face Toga, narrowly avoiding a knife she'd thrown at him. "Boo, you're really good at dodging for a big guy, but that's fine. Once I join you, I'll have plenty of chances to cut you, so come on, let me join." Bane grit his teeth. It was true that he'd been tracking the vampire, but he had no idea she was this crazy. Then again, crazy could come in handy. After all, he'd redirected Muscular's bloodlust. Maybe he could do the same here, but the fact she was fixated on cutting him was an unnecessary hassle he didn't want to deal with. "Why do you want to join me? What's in it for you besides cutting me up?" Bane asked her as a blush rose on Toga's face. She'd been obsessed with Bane after watching him Eyes Death Arms. Seeing Bane drenched in the hero's blood, it was too much for her. She was in love from that moment forward. She'd done everything to try and find Bane, but nothing seemed to work until she'd heard rumors that this guy Fat Cat knew Bane, so she'd taken him and then replaced him until she could get all the info she needed out of him. It hadn't been easy. Fat Cat was either loyal to Bane or desperate to keep his meal ticket, but days of torture will change anyone's mind. "You're so mean, acting like you don't know, but fine, I'll play your game. It's because I have a crush on you, silly. You're just like me, you like to hurt people. You know people are only beautiful when they're covered in blood, like you should be." Toga shouted, dashing forward to stab Bane in the chest, and shockingly enough, Bane did nothing to stop her. The blade pierced Bane's chest, though due to the growth of muscle the blade didn't pierce enough to be fatal. Bane grabbed Toga, hugging her to his chest. "You want to cause pain in this world to tear it to bloody shreds. I can work with that," he said, staring into Toga's golden eyes with his green ones. She was crazy as hell, but in the end he could still use her. Whatever her quirk was, it allowed her to infiltrate places, and he still wasn't sure how she'd mask such killing intent, not to mention she was almost a perfect copy of Fat Cat. He needed someone with her skills, or maybe it was the fact a girl was taking notice of him. Bane wasn't going to lie to himself that it felt nice to have a girl after him even if she was nuts. Toga's face turned beet red at the proximity of Bane's face to hers. She could feel his heartbeat against her chest as his blood soaked her sweater. Bane dropped her to the ground, taking the knife out of his chest, feeling the wound close. "That's the only time I'll let you bleed, me, understand? If you try again, maybe I'll make you beautiful too," he said, looking at her before throwing the knife back at her, making a cut across her cheek as the knife embedded itself in the concrete behind her. If you're going to join me, you're going to be useful. You've been impersonating Fat Cat for days now, right? You're going to continue to do so. You're going to make Fat Cat's organization mine. Bane watched Toga clutch the wound on her cheek as she got to her feet. I don't want to be him anymore, I want to be with you. Toga said, skipping over to him, placing her bloody palm on Bane's chest. I promise not to cut you anymore if you let me come with you. Toga pleaded as Bane sighed, thinking of a new plan. Fine, call Fat Cat's men here. Use his voice, make it seem like he's dying, and tell his men to come to me with his death. Once they contact me, I'll bring them into my fold under the premise that I'll find Fat Cat's killer. Right as you see the men arrive, set the place ablaze. They won't have time to investigate too thoroughly, not with the police and fire department on their way to contain the fire. This way we both get what we want, Bane said, staring down at Toga as she drew doodles on his shirt using their mixed and drying blood. Are you listening to me? Toga looked up at him and nodded. Sure, I heard everything, so where are we going to meet up? Bane fished an old receipt out of his pocket, writing down the address for the scrap yard. Meet me there tomorrow, he said, walking away from her. Toga had been staring at the bloody palm print she'd left on his chest and then cupped her wounded cheek, a smile spreading across her face. We each marked the other. We're a couple. I can't believe it. I'm so happy. Toga said, jumping in the air repeatedly before skipping over to the car. Pulling the keys out of her sweater, she started it up and drove the car inside the building and turned it off. Getting out of the car, she went to the trunk and found a bottle of antifreeze. She smiled as she took the bottle to the entrance and began to pour it out in a trail leading back to the car, where she dumped it right underneath it. Toga walked to the entrance of the building to place the call to Fat Cat's men. Bane got home later that day, and turning on the TV he was able to catch the US Sports Festival. He smiled as he watched two students go at it. I figured they'd do something like this. Hold the sports festival early so the villains don't have a chance to regroup and attack. That's fine, I had no intention of attacking the sports festival. Let them have this small win. I'll attack them again once I've got my team in shape. As Bane sat down, his phone went off. He pulled it out, recognizing Kurogiri's number. What is it, Kurogiri? He asked. Sorry to bother you, Bane, but I felt it best to let you know that Tamura has taken your advice of gathering allies to heart. Already he's gathered several members, but he has his eye on one man in particular, but I think it's too much for him, and our master agrees with me. Bane grit his teeth, having Kurogiri call all for one. Their master really got under his skin, but he would only have to play this charade for a bit longer. So what does he want from me? Bane asked, sitting forward as he took notice of the next two students to fight. If I recall, Katsuki was in Class 1A. I wonder how many of his classmates will place at the top. Well, there's no easy way to say this. Tamura has his eyes on a death row inmate called Moonfish, meaning he wants to break into a prison. Bane smiled at this information. You know, that's not a bad idea, Kurogiri. I think Tamura has it right. What better place to find villains than in a jail? I'll lend a hand, but this is going to take considerable time and planning. If Tamura agrees to this, I'll be more than happy to help. Bane said. Like I thought Tamura's desperate to prove himself to all for one. Kurogiri was sweating. He had hoped that Bane would try to talk Tamura out of this, but it seemed the man was more than willing to go along with this madness. Happy even. Kurogiri swallowed before speaking. I'll see what I can do to get him to agree, he said, hanging up. Bane looked at the screen of his TV as he tossed his phone to the side. So it seems Katsuki's class had a clean sweep. In first place, the son of Endeavor, Shoto Todoroki. Second is Fumikage Tokiyami. The person in third place couldn't be there in person, but the name Tenya Iida was announced. The son of Endeavor took first place. I'm not surprised. He was the kid who actually tried to protect All Might from me. Well, I'll have to keep an eye on these three, but for now I need time to plan. Bakugo sat in the backseat of his parents' car as they rode away from the hospital. After weeks of being in there, he was ready to see that place in the rearview mirror. He hadn't seen Mrs. Midoriya since that day he'd accused Bane of being Izuku, and from what his mother said, she hadn't spoken to her either. He felt bad for causing such a rift between the two families, but he wouldn't be swayed. If Bane wasn't Izuku, then that meant his best friend was dead. Is it selfish of me to prefer he be the villain who injured me than be dead? he asked himself as his parents pulled up in front of a large family restaurant. "What are we doing here?" Katsuki asked as his parents got out and his father opened the door for him. He grit his teeth, biting down on the angry response he was going to give his dad for treating him like an invalid. His back was fine now, aside from random spasms of pain and a constant soreness. He wasn't some cripple. Katsuki stepped out of the car as he walked towards the restaurant. "Well, Katsuki, we figured now that you're out of the hospital you might want to celebrate," his mother said as she opened the door for him to reveal the majority of his classmates holding a banner that read, "Welcome Katsuki Bakugo. And your friends from school agreed with us," Mitsuki said, smiling as the group of children gathered around her son. "Congratulations on a speedy recovery, Bakugo," Momo said to him, smiling happily with her hand upon her chest. Momo was wearing a long-sleeve pink shirt and with a white skirt going down to her knees in proper dress shoes. "Yeah boy, bet you'll be in tip-top shape in no time," shouted Mina, striking a victory pose as she was dressed in a purple hoodie unzipped to reveal a black t-shirt over jeans and sneakers. He could see that Shoji, Kota and Tokiyami were in the back raising their drinks to him rather than get involved in the crowd that was surrounding him. "Alright guys, back up and give him some space, plus we're kind of blocking the entrance," Hiroshima said, stepping in front of Bakugo and herding everyone back a few feet so Katsuki could make his way to their table. Unnoticed by the students, the Bakugo parents went outside, wanting to leave their son in the hands of his friends for a while. It was true that standing for long periods of time would be a serious strain on his back, so it was best to sit down quickly. He looked around at all the people surrounding him. He didn't really know them all that well. Hell, he probably couldn't name them all from memory aside from Ochako, who was sitting on his left talking with the frog girl Ashido, or was it Asui? Hiroshima sat on his right looking like some bouncer as Denki was talking about what to order. He only knew Momo because she was the vice president of her class, and for that matter he noticed that Iida wasn't here. "Where's Iida?" Bakugo leaned over to ask Ochako, knowing she was the closest to Iida beside himself maybe. "Oh yeah, Iida had a family emergency to attend to so he couldn't come. He said he's sorry," Ochako said, looking down sadly, remembering the face that Iida was making when he left. Bakugo nodded, taking notice of the shrimp Mineta eyeing the seaweed chick. Her name was Tokake, he thinks, who was animatedly talking to the invisible girl and Mina. "Don't worry Bakugo, I'll twinkle that much brighter to make up for the absence of Iida and Todoroki," Aoyama said before an earphone jack was plugged into his ear, causing him to drop to his knees. "How about you twinkle a little less, you're bothering other customers," Jiro said, withdrawing her jack from Aoyama's ear. Bakugo watched as the sugar guy and the guy with the tail helped Aoyama from the ground to table as he nursed his ear. The entire class seemed to be having a good time, enjoying themselves, and all for his benefit. Bakugo looked down, clenching his fists on his knees. "I don't deserve this," he whispered to himself, but Kirishima had heard at least part of it. "Yeah, you do deserve this, buddy, so live it up. We're all here for you, because we're your friends," Hiroshima said, clapping Bakugo on his shoulder before the buddy boy slapped his hand away. "None of you are my friends," he shouted, silencing the whole restaurant. "I don't have friends. The only friend I had, I was bullied to him. I bullied him because he was quirkless. I don't deserve this," he said, standing up, glaring at his class. "You all think I'm a good guy, but I'm not. I'm a complete and utter piece of shit. The one person who saw me for what I was is gone. He's either dead or he's the monster who did this to me. So no, I don't want your friendship. I deserve to be punished for what I've done," he said, looking at his hand, not even a whiff of smoke coming from his palms reminding him of his powerlessness. "You all know, right? I lost my quirk. The doctors say there's nothing wrong with me physically. There's no reason I shouldn't be able to use it, so they say it's psychological. They say I'm doing this to myself, and maybe I am, because the one person who should punish me for what I've done is gone," he said, collapsing into his chair, sweat pouring from him as his shocked classmates took in what he said. "I think the fact that you're telling us this means you were a good person, Bakugo." Bakugo looked up to see Ochako grasping his hand in both of hers. "You think you should be punished for being a bad person, so you've done this to yourself because you don't want to be that person anymore, right?" Ochako asked to a stunned Bakugo. "You want to make up for the mistakes you made with your friend." That's as good as anyone can hope to be. Bakugo stared at Ochako and he swore he could see Izuku looking back at him. It was like that day at the river when he'd fallen. Izuku had held his hand out to him asking if he was okay, but he'd slapped his hand away and hated him for it since then. He couldn't do that again. He'd take the hand offered to him this time. He squeezed Ochako's hand as he began to cry. Hiroshima bit his lip as he sat next to his broken friend. Wait, are you saying Bane was your friend? Bane walked out of the bathroom dressed in a pair of sweatpants and headed towards the kitchen barefoot. It had been almost a month since he'd started training his team and everyone was finally up to his standards to go out into the field. Tonight would be their first mission. They were going to go through with Tamura's jailbreak plan. He smiled at the thought. After having researched the prisoners held within, he had his roster of recruits ready, and he couldn't wait. Bane stopped into the living room, noticing a large box in the middle of the floor. He growled before ducking and grabbing an arm that had been aimed at the back of his head and flipped the person over his shoulder onto their back before driving his fist towards their face, stopping inches before he caved in Toga's skull. What are you doing here, Toga? He growled, letting go of her. Bane was angry at the sneak attack, but shocked she'd actually found where he lived. Bane went to great lengths to keep his living quarters from his subordinates. Toga just smiled at Bane as she back-flipped onto her feet. That's a hell of a greeting for your girlfriend, she said as she twirled around in her apron. Thankfully she was wearing something under it which happened to be one of his shirts. I asked you a question, Bane said, scratching his head as he walked into the kitchen. Well, isn't it obvious? I got it through Gato's computers. He had a lot of buildings under his authority, but yours was the only one that wasn't an apartment complex, so I came here with a gift which you didn't open. Toga shouted, pouting as she watched Bane fish around in the fridge for a multitude of breakfast ingredients. I underestimated your thoroughness of Gato's holdings after I became the leader of Fat Cat's men, he said as he got started on making breakfast. Gato was Fat Cat's real name, which he'd learned after absorbing the majority of Gato's organization. It's not really a present if I'm the one who paid for it. You're more of the delivery girl, he said, cracking eggs into a pan and putting toast in the toaster. Toga hopped up on the counter next to Bane, watching him cook. You can cook, how domestic of you, she said, poking his bare shoulder, running her nail up his bicep. So what's in the case anyway? It was locked and only you know the code, Toga said as Bane scrambled eggs, pushing them out onto 2 plates as the toast rocketed from the toaster. After placing a piece of toast on each plate, he sat them at the table with Toga following closely behind and joining him for breakfast as he grabbed a pitcher filled with a smoothie mixture and poured it out for them. After training with the 3 of you for so long, I've rediscovered the need for armor, he stated, eating his eggs and toast after putting some jam on his bread. Why would you need armor? You can heal from anything, Toga asked, taking a bite of her eggs and dragging her teeth along the tines of the fork while staring at Bane, who sighed at her question. Quirks are like muscles, it takes energy to make them work. You run too long, you get winded. You lift too much weight, your muscles give out. Same thing with my regeneration. It takes stamina to heal those wounds, and the worse the wound, the more stamina is needed. I can't have myself getting exhausted too early in a fight, thus the need for armor, he said, eating the last of his breakfast and placing the plate in the sink before walking over to the case on the floor and setting it on the kitchen table. He scrolled the numbers on the case, revealing the access code as the case popped open, revealing his new suit. It was a black body suit. Bane began to describe the specifications of the suit to Toga. It has 2 layers of protection. The first layer of protection consists of armor built over the chest, calves, thighs, arms, and back. This armor features a Kevlar bi-weave that can stop slashing weapons and can also deflect any bullet short of a straight shot impact, and reinforced joints that allow maximum flexibility and mobility. The gloves are lined with a metal mesh designed for gripping, much like that of a shark's skin, he said, and demonstrated by dragging his palm down the doorway, watching deep furrows were gouged out of the wood by the gloves. Toga smiled at the destructive and painful purpose of the gloves. Bane next pulled out his helmet. It was painted black, with the mouthpiece being green and the eyes red. The helmet is of full steel construction, magnetically locking into the collar of the suit. The second layer are these steel plates that go on the shins and knees, and then for my arms I had these made. What Bane hadn't told her about was the veins running through the suit into the mouthpiece of the mask to deliver his aerosolized venom. Bane pulled out a pair of large gauntlets that would travel all the way to his elbows, but what truly intrigued Toga was the large contraption at the wrist. "What's this do?" she asked and watched Bane give her a wicked smile that almost made her heart stop. "Let me show you," he said, slipping on the gauntlet, and then walked out the door to the beach that was still covered in trash and singled out a refrigerator. He gripped the gauntlet, then reared back and punched the fridge. A large dent formed, but only a second after the first impact there was another that punched a hole in the fridge door. Bane pulled back, showing that the front of the gauntlet had ejected partially, making another impact into the fridge before slamming back into place. "These gauntlets are like pistons, giving me a second impact after the first, a deadly 2-for-1 combo," he said, grinning. "I'll be putting this suit through its paces tonight," he said, looking at Toga. "You ready?" Toga nodded eagerly, ready to do her part for Bane. Jail. The security camera monitor for the night shift of Orochi Prison was staring at the monitors, making sure everything was in order like he'd done every work night for the past year. It wasn't a hard job, not in the slightest, but it was boring as hell guarding these degenerates day after day. As he stared at the monitors, he heard the door being unlocked behind him and looked over his shoulder to see the warden of the prison, Kimusho, enter and set down a small bag. "Sir, what are you doing here this late?" Jail asked as the warden walked up to him. "Something just didn't feel right, so I decided to stay over just in case anything was to happen," Kimusho stated as Jail turned back to the monitors. "Excuse me for saying, sir, but I highly doubt anything will happen. This prison's record is spotless. Who would be crazy enough to?" Right at that moment a knife punched through Jail's throat, his blood splattering some of the screens as he fell over, choking on his own blood. "Should have listened to me. I told you something wasn't right, didn't I?" said the warden as he went to the console and began typing in instructions before placing his hand on a palm scanner. "Manual override, all cell doors released." The face of Kimusho dropped off, revealing the face of Toga painted over with Bane's symbol, a green pattern starting at her chin and coming around her eyes as she turned on the intercom, her voice blasting throughout the entire prison. All you released prisoners. My name is Himiko Toga and I am with Bane, who has come here this day to offer you all a chance to be part of something really fun. So when he gets here you better all applaud him, because if you don't, I'll make sure to cut all your throats. Okay, bye. Toga finished destroying the console as she went over to the bag she'd brought and fished out her costume. Bane stood in his new suit with Muscular and Magna behind him. Muscular was wearing a black muscle shirt with Bane's symbol and black and white camo pants and boots. Magna stood on Bane's left with glasses with red lenses and jeans, a green shirt under a black jacket, and dress shoes. Right beside Bane's group was Tamura's. Kurogiri stood beside Tamura on his right, a swirling mass of blackness, while Twice stood on his left, pulling and retracting his bladed weapon. Behind Tamura stood a man called Mr. Compress. Bane was less than impressed with Tamura's gathering, but whatever, it didn't matter. The worse off these guys were, the easier it would be to bring down Tamura and have them on his side. "Nice work, Tamura. I'm sure All for One is proud of this turn of events," Bane said, seeing Tamura glare at him for a moment without speaking. Right then they heard Toga's voice over the loudspeakers outside the prison. "There's the signal, let's go," Bane said, fidgeting with his helmet when he was really administering his first dose of venom. He growled as he grew in size before Kurogiri teleported all of them into the courtyard entrance to the prison. Magna helped Compress with the outside security. Muscular, come with me. Guess this is where we part ways. Tamura, hope to see you and Moonfish back here," Bane said as Magna followed after Compress to dispatch the outside security guards who were desperately trying to radio help. "Whatever, let's go, Kurogiri. You too, Twice," Tamura said as he walked through another portal made by Kurogiri. "Yes sir, Tamura." "No wait, I want to go with Bane," Twice shouted before jumping through the portal as Bane and Muscular went to the heavy doors of the prison, each grabbing hold of one of the doors and wrenching it open to reveal an armed platoon of security guards behind riot shields and shotguns pointed at both Bane and Muscular. Muscular grinned widely as muscle fibers sprouted over his arms. "This is your one and only chance, villains. Get down on your knees and place your hands behind your head," shouted one guard. "Muscular, remember the promise I made you the day you joined me?" Bane asked, cracking his knuckles. "Sure do, boss. Why bring that up now though?" Muscular asked, barely containing his bloodlust. I make good on it today. Go wild, Bane said, walking forward as the guards began to open fire. Play this. Watch. V equals MT74QUJM6E. Muscular launched himself in front of Bane, taking all the bullets on himself as they seemed to bounce off the hurtling giant or get caught in his muscle fibers as he impacted into the wall of shields, shattering them as he grabbed hold of one guard, using him as a blunt object and swinging him into the others, watching the blood spray from the guard's mangled body as Muscular crushed him in his hand. Muscular turned, punching straight into another shield wall, watching as the group of men were scattered from the impact. Muscular grabbed an undamaged shield and hurled it like a frisbee as it cut through several guards before embedding itself in a wall. Stay in formation, men, we can. At that moment the guard's head was severed from his body, rolling to the floor as Toga stood there being drenched from the spouting blood. I made it, Bane, just like I said I would, Toga said as she followed behind Bane, leaving Muscular to his slaughter, his maniacal laughter following after him as Bane and Toga made their way to the isolation wing of the prison where both of Bane's recruits were being held before once again a series of guards stood in his way. Open fire, men, shouted the lead guard. Bane began charging towards the wall of shields as bullets ricocheted off him. He also noted the added weight of Toga holding onto his back as she giggled hysterically. Bane jumped high above the guards before coming down on one, crushing the guard under his shield before throwing out his fists to his sides, punching into two guards, feeling their bodies break under his blows before his pistons shot out, punching straight through the two guards. Bane pulled his bloodied fists free as he turned and swiped his palm across one guard's face, feeling the skin rip and tear under his palm, leaving half his face skinless, his lidless eyes staring at Bane before he was crushed under Bane's boot. Several of the guards began to start dogpiling on Bane but only received knives in their body as Toga stood on Bane's back, spinning like a top and hurling knives in all directions. Bane stood up, looking around at the carnage he'd wrought. That was fun, Bane, this is the best date night ever, Toga shouted, sitting on his shoulder as Bane walked up to the high security door. It was solid steel, several feet thick and with two massive tumbler locks. Wow, boss, who is this guy to need this much security? Muscular asked, rounding the corner, snapping a guard's neck in his hand. Bane stared at the door and read the prisoner ID number. Prisoner 198,530. Toga, if you'd be so kind, he said as Toga smiled, hopping down to the keypad and punched in a series of number, watching as the tumblers released, pulling back as the door opened. Bane moved to the side, narrowly avoiding a skeletal man who latched onto Muscular. What the hell? Muscular shouted, trying to get the man off, but as Toga and Bane watched, this once skeletal man began to grow in size until he was about half as tall as Muscular, while it seemed that Muscular's number of fibers had lessened. Oh man, thanks for that, buddy, I haven't had a good meal like that in ages. I'm totally full. Muscular looked at the red-headed man in front of him, dressed in only orange prison pants, his green eyes alive with joy. Bastard, what did you do to me? Muscular asked as more sinew began to sprout from his arm, looking to crush the redhead before him, but as Muscular brought his fist down, the stranger caught at his feet, being forced deep into the floor. Wow, you are something. I absorbed at least half of your strength and you've still got this much. You're some kind of monster. Prisoner 198,530. Name Jack Kisechu. Quirk: Lychee can absorb approximately half of 3 people's strength into himself. Bane spoke, walking up as Jack looked at him. Oh, I know you. You're the guy who's been stirring shit up, and now you've come to break me out and make me yours, right? He asked, looking Bane over before sighing. And it seems like you know my quirk's weakness. If I can't make skin-to-skin contact, my quirk doesn't work. Shame, I bet you're even stronger than this guy, Jack said before smiling. Well, consider me part of the crew. You went through the trouble of breaking me out, least I can do is lend you some support, and I don't mean jock support either. Bane clapped Jack on the shoulder. Good to hear, come on, we have another person to pick up, he said as he began walking towards the other end of the solitary confinement wing. These are the only cells that can't be unlocked remotely, they have to be done manually, Bane said, looking at the series of locked cell doors, though none were as impressive as Jack's. Muscular: Jack, tear all these doors open, I want everyone loose, he said as Muscular turned to the left and began tearing a door open while Jack did the same on the right. Wow, I like you more already, boss. I sure wouldn't think twice about breaking these sad sobs out of here," Jack said, ripping two doors off their hinges with ease as Bane went to stand in front of a locked manhole. "Bane, what's down there?" Toga asked as Bane punched the manhole inward, watching it drop into the darkness before two pairs of green eyes looked at him from the darkness before launching up from the darkness, revealing a large reptilian body with a mane of black hair running from its skull all the way to the tip of its thick tail. "Not what, Toga? Who? This is Kuroko Daru, otherwise known as Killer Croc." Killer Croc looked down his reptilian snout at Bane, his tail lashing before he opened his maw wide, roaring at Bane, who stood still staring at Croc. "Use your words, you're not an animal," Bane stated simply as Croc growled. "Who? R. Why you?" Croc spoke in a hissing grunt as Bane stepped forward, staring Croc right in his vertical pupil. "It doesn't matter who we are. What matters is our plan, and whether you'll be a part of it," Bane asked, staring at Croc. "No one cares about you, Croc. You're a criminal at best. At worst you're a monster, but I care about that monster. In fact, I need that monster. No one cared who I was until I put on this mask. Now the whole world is terrified of what I'll do next. Come with me, Croc. Be feared and respected." Croc dropped his head before hissing and then looked up at Bane again. "Yes," Croc said as Bane nodded, walking out of the high security wing and back towards the front entrance. He saw a lone guard sitting in a corner surrounded by a trio of criminals. "I say we shove his gun up his and blow his mind," one shouted, cackling madly. "No way, we should definitely cut his head off, fill it with shit and drop it in the warden's chair," another spoke, licking a broken shard of riot shield. "No, let's hang him." At that moment Bane stood behind the trio. "No, I have a better idea," Bane stated, grabbing hold of the guard. Bane stepped outside of the front entrance, seeing Kurogiri and the others with a freshly freed moonfish waiting for him while an army of prisoners battered the large gate of the prison trying to get out. "It took you long enough, and are these two freaks with you?" Tamura shouted, pointing at Croc and Jack. "Yes, they are, and we'll leave in a moment," Bane said as he walked towards the crowd of prisoners who began to part for him, knowing who this was and what he'd done. Bane stood at the head of the crowd of prisoners before speaking. "Behind you is a symbol of oppression, Orochi Prison, where you have languished under the name of one man, All Might." There was a roar of anger from the gathered prisoners. "All Might, who has been held up to you as the shining example of justice." Again the prisoners roared as Bane turned and, pulling back both his fists, drove them into the metal of the door, where his pistons slammed into the metal, pushing it even further out. Bane reared back once more and repeated the process once and then again, watching the door fall before him, crashing to the ground, revealing the shining light of Musudafu City. "We take Musudafu from the corrupt, the rich, the oppressors of generations who have kept you down with myths of opportunity, and we give it back to you, the people. Bane, Bane, Bane." The prisoners charged forth, cheering Bane's name again and again. Bane walked back into the prison yard towards Tamura and Kurogiri. "Now we can go," he said as Tamura grit his teeth behind his mask. "That was beautiful, man. Somebody get me a tissue," Jack said, wiping a tear from his eye as the villains were teleported out. All Might walked through the ruined front doors of Orochi Prison dressed in his hero costume and looked at all the bodies in the foyer. None were recognizable, all having been beaten to a pulp. He shook his head at the carnage that had been wrought here. "All Might, this way please," Tsukauchi spoke, leading All Might to the monitoring room. There he was shocked to see scrawled across the screens in blood were 3 words, "All for one." All Might felt his stomach drop at the declaration before him. "I know what this means for you, All Might, but this isn't the only reason I asked you here," Tsukauchi said as he pointed to a monitor free of blood and began playing a recording. Bane stood on the screen holding the security guard he'd rescued from the prisoners by the back of his neck. "Hello, All Might, I know you're watching. After all, who else would they call in besides the #1 hero? Since you're there, I decided to give you a bit of special service." Bane spoke, looking down at the security guard who was on his knees staring frightfully between Bane and the camera monitor. "You have a choice, mister." Bane paused for a moment as the security guard realized what he was waiting for. "Kinseki, Maro Kinseki," the guard answered. "As I was saying, you have a choice, Mr. Kinseki. If you say whose fault this is, you can go free, but if you don't, I'll break a part of you. Is that clear?" Bane asked as Kinseki nodded fearfully. "The sick bastard, he's just toying with him." All Might growled through clenched teeth. Now Kinseki, whose fault is that you are here on your knees hoping to not be killed? Bane asked as Kinseki took a deep breath. Mine, he asked right before Bane's boot crushed his tibia and fibula. Kinseki roared with pain, almost falling over if not for Bane holding onto his neck and keeping him on his knees. Come on, you know whose fault this is, don't you? You're a smart guy, Kinseki. There's someone who should be here to stop me from doing this to you, right? Who is it? Through a haze of pain, Kinseki recognized the answer Bane wanted to hear. All Might, Kinseki whispered. Bane leaned forward. Say it where they can hear you. Bane said, gripping Kinseki's neck tightly. All Might, Kinseki roared as Bane looked back at the camera. That's right, it's All Might's fault. He should be here to save you, right? Bane shouted with glee. Yes, Kinseki agreed. He should stop me from doing this, right? That's right, but he's not here as he. He's not here to save you. He's not here to stop me as he. No, he's not, and that's why this is his entire fault. Bane said before stepping on the back of Kinseki's head and driving it face first into the ground. He went to his grave knowing you're no hero, All Might, and I'm going to show the rest of the world that too, because until you come for me I won't stop. I'll keep coming no matter what. Bane said to the camera before walking off screen. All Might stood in the darkened monitor room, his fists dripping with blood from where his fingernails had dug into his palm. I'm coming for you, Bane, and you all for one. I will put an end to your evil once and for all. On a public television can be seen an anchorman delivering the daily news. It has been several days since the breakout at Orochi prison, and the city is still reeling from the bold attack perpetrated by Bane. The city has become a vision of chaos. Villains openly attack as they please, so much so the strain on the hero community can be felt throughout the city. Also, many villains have taken to Bane as their symbol. After several attacks, Bane's symbol has been drawn as a calling card. The heroes and police have only managed to capture a paltry 30% of the escapees, none of them being major villains such as Kuroko Daru, better known as Killer Croc. He was known as the underworld's guard dog, disposing of any threats to the community by tearing the victims apart. The anchorman could be seen paling at this information. Another priority villain is Jack Kisechu, also known as Leech. You may know him as the man who kidnapped and murdered several heroes before he was caught. Another disturbing villain is the criminal cannibal known as Moonfish. He was arrested after having devoured more than several dozen people. These men are extremely dangerous, do not approach them at any cost. Only the devil knows what Bane has planned for these monsters in our city. Shota Aizawa walked into his classroom dressed fully in his usual gruff manner as his students settled into place and greeted him. Good morning, Mr. Aizawa. Aizawa half-heartedly waved his students into their seats before taking a deep breath. Before we begin Class 1, have two announcements, so listen carefully. First off, pertaining to your hero internships, they've been cancelled. Aizawa squinted an eye at the outburst of his entire class. What, no way, I was looking forward to that most of all after the year we've been having. Kaminari shouted, groaning as he hit his head on the desk. Yeah, what's the deal, Mr. Aizawa? Mina said, shaking her fists in aggravation at this new development, but no voice was louder or more forceful than that of Tenya Iida, the class representative. Mr. Aizawa, this is completely unreasonable. I mean, we need this. It is a vital part of our education as new heroes. Tenya said as he gripped the sides of his desk. Aizawa cast his gaze lazily at Iida. Be that as it may, it can't be helped. You all know about the recent prison break. Heroes all over the country are doing everything they can to round up these criminals. They can't afford to have unlicensed children with them at a time like this. As such, many of your offers have been withdrawn. Iida paled at this notion. He needed this internship. There was no other way he would ever be able to get close to the hero killer. The man who killed his older brother needed to pay. Iida took his seat, glaring down at his desktop as Aizawa continued to speak. Now that you understand, I'll move on to my next announcement. The students lifted their heads out of their respective pools of disappointment to listen to their teacher's next words. Effective immediately, we have a new student transferring into the hero course. Please welcome Hitoshi Shinso to Class 1A. Aizawa said as the classroom door opened to reveal the face of Hitoshi Shinso. You're the guy who came over here to bust our chops before the sports festival. Hiroshima stated as Shinso nodded. Like I said, be careful or I'll steal your spots. Lucky for all of you there was already a spot open. I look forward to working with you, Shinso said, giving a small bow as his words began to register with the class. Already a spot open. Ochako spoke before the sound of something shattering echoed in the room as Kirishima withdrew his hardened fist from his desk. Don't you guys understand? This guy has come to take Bakugo's place. Aizawa's scarf shot out, wrapping around Kirishima as the red eyes of their teacher cancelled out his hardening. I'll thank you not to break any more school property, Kirishima, but what you say is correct. The school staff has decided to drop Katsuki Bakugo from the hero course. There were several gasps around the classroom. But why Mr. Aizawa? Bakugo hasn't done anything to deserve being expelled. Ochako spoke, distressed for her friend. It's because he doesn't have a quirk, Uraraka. The cold logic of Shoto Todoroki cut through the class. You can't be a hero without a quirk, and we all know that Bakugo lost his. There's no point holding a seat open for someone who could never use it, so the teachers made the best decision in replacing him. Say that again, Todoroki, I'll pound your face in. Bakugo was injured, he didn't ask for any of this, and now you and the teachers want to give up on him. That's so messed up, and you call yourself a man. Kirishima raged as he struggled against Aizawa's scarf. Aizawa jerked his scarf, causing Kirishima to fall to the ground. That's enough, Kirishima. All the caterwauling in the world isn't going to change anything. Bakugo is gone and Shinso is here. Make your peace with it, or get out. Aizawa said, jerking his scarf free of Kirishima's body as he pointed out Shinso's seat in front of Setsuna Tokage. Now then, let's get on with class. As Aizawa began to teach, he remembered the meeting this morning with the teachers and how many of his colleagues' reaction were similar when hearing him speak about dropping Bakugo from the program. Aizawa, you can't be serious. This is one of your own students we're talking about here. Smintos said, looking at Aizawa shocked. It's not as if he's not a good student, he has one of the top 5 grades in your class, and his aptitude for combat is unbelievable. That doesn't matter if he doesn't have a quirk. Bakugo is a great student, I admit that, but he's suffered severe trauma to not only his body, but to his mind as well. If it was just his body, I wouldn't have any problem holding his seat until he fully recovered, but due to his mental trauma he's shut down his own quirk, and as we all know, wounds of the mind are not as easily healed as wounds of the flesh. It could take months or even years of talking with a therapist before he can use his quirk again. Am I supposed to put some other students' aspirations on hold because Bakugo got injured? Aizawa asked to his fellow teachers. Aizawa has a point, without a quirk we can't exactly do much with the boy. It would be cruel to keep him here knowing he can't really do anything with the lessons we give him. Best to drop the bomb as soon as possible so the kid can recover without any added pressure. Snipe said, crossing his arms. Is this what we want the world to see from UA? That when our students are no longer useful we dump them like garbage? The world already has a poor view of the school after letting this happen to one of our students, and the outlook on heroes in general isn't the best right now, what with the struggle we're having in capturing the escaped villains. This will just be adding more fuel on that fire. Midnight said, looking to Principal Nezu, who had been silent this whole time. You all make valid points, so I say we put it to a vote. All in favor of removing Katsuki Bakugo from the hero course, raise your hand. All teachers besides Smintos and Midnight raised their hands, and Nezu nodded. Very well, I will call Bakugo's parents and inform them. I'll go there in person after school and deliver the news myself. Aizawa spoke from his seat. As his homeroom teacher and the faculty member who put this forward, it's my responsibility. As for recommendations for Bakugo's replacement, I would suggest Hitoshi Shinso. His performance in the sports festival was a great use of his quirk, and I've begun teaching him some capture techniques in my spare time. Nezu nodded before speaking. I see. I will take your recommendation under advisement, thank you, Aizawa. The final bell rang, signaling the end of the school day, and Aizawa sighed, making his way home and grabbing the one suit he owned. He'd never much liked interacting with people, but at times like this it was a necessity. After tying his hair back, he called a taxi and made his way to the Bakugo household. He made his way to the front door after paying the fare and knocked twice. The door was promptly opened by the sole woman of the house, Mitsuki Bakugo. Yes, can I help you? She asked, looking Aizawa over suspiciously. Yes, Mrs. Bakugo, I am Shota Aizawa, the homeroom teacher of your son's class 1A. May I come in? There's something I need to speak with you about. Mitsuki raised an eyebrow before waving Aizawa into her home and then shouted. Masaru, Katsuki, we have a guest, get down here. Mr. Bakugo walked out of a nearby room rubbing the back of his head. Mitsuki, you don't have to yell, he said, looking towards Aizawa and bowing slightly. Hello sir, welcome to our home. Pardon the intrusion, Aizawa said as he sat down on a nearby chair while Mitsuki and her husband sat down on the couch, leaving a spot open in the middle for Katsuki, who walked out of the hallway and spotted Mr. Aizawa. Mr. Aizawa, what are you doing here? He asked, ignoring the open seat in the middle of his parents, preferring to stand behind the couch. Well, now that you are all here, I'll start. There's no easy way to say this, so I'm just going to come out with it. The principal has decided, per my request, to remove Katsuki from the hero course. Stillness ran through the house, silencing everything. It was as if time itself had stopped before Mitsuki exploded. You're doing what? She shouted, slamming her hands on the table. It has come to our attention that Katsuki's quirk is gone. If it was just a physical injury, we would be inclined to wait, but since it seems to have been brought on by a psychological trauma, we can no longer hold his seat. Aizawa said, gripping his knees as he bowed to them. I am truly sorry, but without a quirk, Katsuki can't remain in the hero course. That answer was wholly insufficient for Mitsuki, who grabbed her glass of water and dumped it over Aizawa's head. You're supposed to be a hero, someone for people to look up to, and yet you come here and tell me my son can't be in your school because he lost his quirk. If it wasn't for you teachers' inability to protect your students, none of this would have happened. Now you want to just get rid of him and pretend it didn't happen. I will not allow it. I'll go to every news outlet and tell them exactly how Ua treats they. Stop it, Mom, Katsuki shouted from behind his ranting mother. Katsuki rounded the couch and stood beside Aizawa. Thank you for the opportunity to study at Ua, Mr. Aizawa. I truly appreciate everything you taught me, Katsuki said as he straightened before going back to his room. Aizawa stood up, looking after the young man. If his quirk does come back, we would be more than willing to have him back. Aizawa was cut off by Mitsuki's shouting. Get out of my house, she shouted at the top of her lungs as her husband held onto her shoulders. I think you've said enough, Mr. Aizawa. Have a nice day. Masaru dismissed Aizawa, who took the hint and left the parents and son. He released a breath he'd been holding since Mitsuki had poured her drink on him. I really am sorry, Katsuki. Mitsuki was distraught as she sat on the couch. It seemed like everything in the world was giving her son a hard time. Is this really right? She asked no one in particular. I know Katsuki wasn't the best kid. He was arrogant, short-tempered and a bully, but this seems like more than the universe getting even. It was like her son was cursed or something. She put her head in her hands and cried. How could anyone live like this? How could any parent survive their child suffering this much? She thought, and at that moment the image of Inko Midoriya popped into Mitsuki's head. I need to talk to Inko. She always knew what to do, Mitsuki said as she stood up and made her way to the front door to grab her purse and put her shoes on. Masaru, I'm going out for a little while to clear my head, she shouted out as she left. Deciding that walking would be more refreshing than driving to Inko's place, Mitsuki set off. She knew it was dangerous for a woman to be out this late, what with all the escaped inmates roaming the streets, but she didn't care. After all, Mitsuki could take care of herself. She soon arrived at the Midoriya household and knocked at the door. The door was opened by Hisashi Midoriya, a man as tall as his wife was short with deep red hair and a swimmer's build under his t-shirt and sweatpants. Mitsuki had always wondered why Izuku looked like a male version of Inko than more like his father. The only similarities she noticed between father and son was their height. Hello Mitsuki, are you here to see Inko? Hisashi asked, stepping away from the door, allowing Mitsuki to enter. Yes, is she in? Mitsuki asked, knowing what the answer was. Inko rarely left the house. Of course she is, Hisashi's deep voice rumbled. She never leaves. In fact, she hasn't left our son's room since I came back. I don't know what to do. I love Inko, but this isn't right what she's doing to herself. She doesn't speak, she barely eats. Inko hasn't spoken since that day at the hospital with your boy. Hazashi said, his orange eyes zeroing in on Mitsuki, stabbing her with his unspoken accusation. I'm thinking of having her committed, Hasashi said, running his hand through his long red hair. It hurts me to admit that there's nothing I can do for her besides watch her waste away. Mitsuki fidgeted with her fingers. I'm sorry, but would it be all right if I talked to her? She asked, hearing Hasashi sigh, watching the brilliant flame erupt from his mouth. Sure, go ahead, it's not like you could make things any worse, he said, pointing in the direction of Izuku's room. Mitsuki bowed in gratitude as she headed down the hall, hearing the sound of can being popped open, releasing its carbonation into the air. She hurried down the hall and came to Izuku's door and knocked. There was no reply. Mitsuki didn't even hear any kind of movement inside. Is she sleeping? Mitsuki thought to herself before grabbing hold of the knob and opening the door. It was dark, not a single light source outside of the small sliver of streetlight that crept in between the curtains. Inko, she called out, sliding her hand up and down the wall near the door until her fingers flipped the light switch, revealing Inko lying on the bed, her green eyes glazed over, her pupils hardly contracting against the additional light. Mitsuki covered her mouth as she took in her friend's state. Inko was wearing a pink robe haphazardly tied around her body, showing off how much weight Inko had lost since her son disappeared. The once chubby woman was thin as a rail, her skin holding tightly to her frame. Her green hair was unkempt with split ends and knots. Inko, can you hear me? Mitsuki asked, hoping that her friend wasn't dead, but the slight rise and fall of her chest let Mitsuki know she was still alive even if her eyes weren't. Mitsuki shut the door and moved towards the bed before sitting in front of the bed. Well, even if you can't hear me, I feel like you would still be the best person to talk to about this, Mitsuki said, taking a deep breath. Everything is going downhill, Inko. Katsuki finally got out of the hospital and even met up with some of his friends. I don't know what they said, but it seemed to help Katsuki a little. I was so grateful to those kids for helping my son, but then his teacher comes to us and tells us Katsuki can't be in the hero course. Just like that, all because he was injured, and Katsuki just stood there and accepted it. Mitsuki slapped her thigh at the memory. I know he's hurting Inko and there's nothing I can do about it. I act strong, but when it comes to things like this, I always admired you. You were such a good mother. No matter what happened, you were always there for your son, and that's why I came here. Please, Inko, tell me how to help Katsuki. I'm begging you. Mitsuki wiped tears from her eyes as she looked at Inko and was shocked to actually see that Inko was looking at her too. Inko, you were listening. As Mitsuki continued to look at Inko, the green-haired woman began coughing. Inko. Mitsuki moved to her friend's side, but she soon realized what she took for coughing was actually laughter. Inko was laughing. As Mitsuki watched, Inko sat up, her laughter rising in volume and intensity. You think it's that easy, Mitsuki? What am I saying? Of course you do. Everything is easy for the Bakugo family. Your son was a stellar student with a powerful quirk. Everyone loved him and you were always so popular. Look at Mitsuki, she's so pretty today, she's so strong, she's such a good mother. While I knew the truth, your son was a monster, a bully and a show-off, and you were a short-tempered bitch, and now you think that because your son is finally getting what he deserves, the whole world is against you. You make me sick, Inko said, glaring at Mitsuki as the buddy woman fell to her butt on the carpet, staring at her friend. Inko, I never thought that. We're friends, aren't we? Mitsuki asked, looking at Inko as a large smile spread across her friend's face. Of course we are, Mitsuki, and that's why I'm going to give you some advice. There's nothing you can do. I know exactly how you feel. Your son is hurting so much, and in a way where there's nothing you can do about it except sit there and watch. It feels like your heart is being crushed more and more every day, but you're lucky, Mitsuki, your son had friends that actually gave a damn about him. Izuku didn't have that, all he had was me. Inko leaned forward, staring into Mitsuki's eyes. You don't have what it takes to help your son. You're breaking down after only a few days of him being home. I had to live with that same pain for 10 years. She shouted as she stood up and slapped Mitsuki, knocking the woman to the ground. So if you're looking for pity from me, you're wrong. I'm glad you and your bastard son are suffering. I only wish Izuku could be here to see what your son has wrought for himself. Mitsuki rose from her prone position, looking at Inko. She'd never known Inko to lose her temper like this, but true to Inko's words, Mitsuki was short-tempered and her fuse just ran out. Say what you want, Inko, but all that doesn't matter because it's your fault your son was weak. What else can you expect from having such for a mother? Mitsuki didn't feel great about insulting her friend, especially since she knew that Inko was in such a fragile state, but she couldn't just let Inko talk trash about her kid. Mitsuki felt a hard tug at both her ears. It didn't really hurt, but it was enough to get her attention. Did some of my hair get caught in my earrings? She thought to herself as she placed a hand to her ear and pulled away when she felt something wet. Looking at her palm, it was covered in blood, and then she felt the pain as she cupped both her ears. She looked at Inko and her eyes widened as she saw 2 bloody earrings in Inko's hands. She used her quirk to rip my earrings out. Mitsuki knew that Inko's quirk was something like levitation or telekinesis, but she didn't know it was strong enough to do this. Not such a now, hun, Mitsuki. Inko said, a smug smile on her face before Mitsuki screamed and charged Inko, knocking her into the wall behind her and scratched at Inko's face, her nails catching at the edge of Inko's mouth and tearing it upwards as Inko pushed back, using the hooks on Mitsuki's earrings to scratch across her body. Hazashi burst into the room looking at the 2 brawling women. "Goddamn," he shouted, pulling the 2 women apart and standing between them. "Mitsuki, get out of here right now," he shouted, staring at the buddy as he held back his unstable wife, who was continually hurling curses at Mitsuki, who deciding to do as Hazashi said and left as the red-headed man did the hardest thing in his life. He called the police and had his wife committed that night. Looking at Inko in her room in the mental ward of the Musudafu hospital, she was forced into a straitjacket because she wouldn't stop picking at her stitches. Luckily, Mitsuki hadn't pressed charges on his wife. He didn't want to have to deal with a lawsuit on top of this. He couldn't help but grimace at the stitches across his wife's mouth. He knew it was just the placement of the stitches, but it looked like Inko was smiling an inhumanely wide smile. It gave him the creeps, really, but he knew his wife was in there somewhere and he'd do whatever he had to find her. "I've already lost our son, Inko, I can't lose you too," he whispered, placing his hand on the window of her door as Inko sat with her back facing him and quietly laughing. Months later, the classes of 1 and 2A were boarding the buses heading to the summer training camp, the wounds of having their internships and the loss of Bakugo having healed in some more than others. Hiroshima looked out of his window, glaring at nothing in particular. Gone was his brilliant red hair, having gone back to his original color of black. When asked why, he said it was in remembrance of the wrong done to his friend. As the buses pulled out and were coming to the first stoplight, Denki noticed something of interest and immediately alerted his partner in crime, Mineta, to it. "Mineta, look at the babe on the corner." Mineta turned as he spotted the buddy bombshell. Long light buddy hair trailing down past her shoulders and wearing a pair of white-rimmed red lens shades. She wore a tight pink t-shirt and a short jean skirt with a pair of sandals. "Oh yeah, a definite 8 out of 10. Mineta said, giving a thumbs up to his friend as the girls of 1A took notice of the girl on the corner. "How shameless, to think she would go out dressed like that," Momo said, embarrassed at such crass clothing. "Wow, she's bold," was all Suyu said on the matter, holding a finger to her chin. "Yeah, she's definitely trying too hard." Jiro started coughing as at that moment a young man came up to meet the girl at the corner, and judging by the greeting he received, this man was her boyfriend by the way she flung herself against him, squeezing his muscular arm against her body. The man was over 6 feet tall with dark green hair styled in a crew cut. He wore a green t-shirt strained across his wide barrel chest, his biceps stretching the sleeves of the shirt to their limit. He was wearing jeans and red sneakers. Jiro pounded her chest as she covered her blush, along with many of the girls on the bus, staring at the absolute Adonis standing next to the buddy. "That gorgeous bastard, what right does he have to look that good and have such a hot girlfriend?" Mineta screeched as tears of blood ran down his face. "Forget it, man, that guy has more testosterone in a single strand of hair than every guy on this bus combined," Denki said, shaking his head. "Well, he certainly cuts one hell of a figure," Mina said, blushing an even darker pink as the bus came to a stop at the light, allowing the couple to cross. Right as the pair reached the middle of the crosswalk, the girl pulled the green-haired man to a stop and brought his head down for a full-on makeout session. EHHHHHHH. The entire bus rattled with the sounds of the students' shock. Shush, she did that in public like it was NNN nothing. Uraraka shouted, clasping her hands to her pink face. Now that's what I call a PDA. You go girl. Mina shouted, cheering on the relationship before their bus driver honked at the couple. Lights green, you damn kids. He shouted as the couple broke apart, with the buddy girl waving at the bus as her boyfriend pulled her across the street in a hurry as the bus passed by. I want your life, you bastard. Mineta shouted as they drove off. You shouldn't draw attention to us like that, Toga. Bane said, letting go of Toga's hand as they continued down the sidewalk, with Toga sticking her hand in his back pocket as they walked. Oh come on Ban, that was fun and you know it, after all it was your idea to scope those kids out anyway. I had to do something just as bold, after all you appearing before the kids were going to kill is just so reckless I couldn't help myself. Toga said, holding a hand to her cheek as she blushed, shaking her head back and forth. He was glad she was using the cover name he'd chosen for public use. Simple, but effective. I just wanted to see their faces before you and the rest turn them into depictions of terror and pain. He said with a smile, making his way back to the bar to reconvene with Tamura and Stain. You could come with us, it could be another date night. Toga shouted happily before Bane shook his head. Sorry Toga, this will be on you and the others, I have other things to go and set up, after all this will be the final operation before the endgame. He said, looking down at Toga, and smirked. You look cute in that. You should wear your hair down more often. He said as Toga's face lit up like a stop sign. Why, you really think so? Don't tease me Ban, she said, digging her nails into his arm. Bane shrugged her off. I'm not. Now come on, we have some finishing touches to set up. He said, walking faster as Toga skipped along behind him. Bane and Toga walked into the mahjong bar, looking at the gathered villains there, the three factions of the League of Villains. Tamura sat at the bar with Kurogiri behind him, setting a glass in front of Mr. Compress, who stood beside Tamura alongside Moonfish, Mustard, and Twice. Near the door stood Stain and his two acolytes Dobby and Spinner. The rest of his group dotted the remainder of the bar. Muscular stood in the corner, his foot on the wall, as Killer Croc sat on the floor, his tail curled around his feet. Jack was sitting on one of the tables, balancing a chair on its back 2 legs. Magna was on the left wall, arranging her red hair in a compact. What took you so long? Tamura asked, standing from his seat looking at Bane. I had to make sure everything was going according to plan, and they are. The UA training camp is still going on. Bane said, sitting at a table near Jack as Toga hopped onto his lap as she began doing up her hair into her usual buns, although she would like to wear her hair down more since Bane said it suited her, but she wanted it to be something special between the two of them. In any case, we should go over the plan again. You're telling me you're going to attack a class of kids, how exactly is that going to change the world of heroes for the better? Stain said, walking forward. As long as it makes the heroes look bad, it doesn't matter. Not everything is going to be about your stupid, change the world plan. Tamura spouted as Bane drew back his chair loudly to interrupt the ensuing argument. Tamura has a point, Stain, but this also suits your goals. These students are the next generation heroes, but they are being taught by fakes and those unworthy of the title of hero. But if we can show these students how worthless the current generation is, then maybe it will awaken a few true heroes among them. We'd like the help of your acolytes in this regard. Think of them as moral compasses for the rest, after all we wouldn't want to crush any diamonds in the rough by accident. Bane said, looking at Stain, who after a moment of consideration nodded. I see what you mean very well. Dobby and Spinner will take part in this operation. He said, sitting at the table that was currently occupied by Tamura and Bane. Now that that's settled, let's begin. For now we will give the kids a few days to enjoy their little camp and give the heroes a chance to relax their guard. From the information we received, we know that the students will be on private woodlands owned by the cats, so there will be no worry of reinforcements making it out there. The only heroes besides the cats will be Eraserhead and Vlad King alongside 40 students. The main objectives of this operation are these 3. Bane said as he pulled out 3 photos cut from a newspaper. Todoroki Shoto, Iida Tenya, and Tokiyami Fumikage. These students were the top 3 from the sports festival, so if anything happens to them the public will crucify UA. The mission is to capture or kill these 3, understand? He asked the gathered villains, who nodded in agreement. I want this one alive. Capture him at all costs. Tamura said, holding up the picture of Todoroki. Bane shrugged. That was fine, it didn't interfere with his plans. What's so special about him? Dabi asked, looking at Tamura, who rolled his eyes. He was the winner of the sports festival, and he's the son of the number 2 hero, but most of all I like his eyes. Tamura said, smiling viciously. Fine. Toga, Muscular, Magna, you three will be part of this operation. Bane said as the three nodded eagerly. If it isn't too much trouble, Bane, I would like to have one of your Nomu capture the hero Ragdoll. All for One spoke from his TV screen. Bane hated that he could never be sure when All for One was listening, but he still had to play the loyal soldier. As you wish, he said as he stood up and nodded to his crew. We'll meet back here in 5 days. He said simply as he left, followed by his group, and as soon as they were out the door, Jack began to complain. Boss, this is shit. Why do me and Croc have to stay behind like the unwanted step kids? Don't you love us, Daddy? Jack said, moving to lean on Bane, who shifted away from him, knowing what he was planning. Damn, you're good for a big guy, but I'll get you. I have another mission for you and Croc, so listen close. He said, informing the duo of his plans for them. For the past few days the training camp had been going according to the teacher's plans. The training was even more intense than it was at school, but Todoroki could handle it. He could handle anything to surpass his father using his mother's power, but right now he was doing this ridiculous test of courage. Honestly, he'd prefer to go back to the lodge and go to sleep, but here he was soloing the test of courage. 5 of his classmates were being held back for remedial classes, which left his class with only 15 students, so he'd been lucky enough to go through this alone. Class B was doing their best to try and scare Class A, and he had to admit seeing one of Class B's students pop their head out of the ground was rather startling, but nothing terrifying. As Todoroki walked, he began to hear the sounds of crashes and snapping trees. He began to speed up as he saw a massive plume of dust rise into the air. He rushed forward and at the last second managed to create a wall of ice to block a long piece of metal that would have no doubt sliced through him in an instant. The metal retracted from his wall, receding into the mouth of villain who was engaged in battle with a monstrous Tokiyami. Is this from all his training? Todoroki asked himself before shaking his head. No, Dark Shadow is on a rampage. Exactly, said a wounded Shoji who appeared next to Todoroki. It's a good thing you're here, Todoroki. Maybe you can use your flames to settle Dark Shadow. Shoji said, panting as Todoroki looked him over, noticing one of his tendrils was bleeding. What happened and who was that guy? Todoroki asked, looking at Tokiyami attempt to slam the toothed villain who nimbly dodged into a nearby tree using his elongated teeth. I don't know. I and Tokiyami were walking through the forest and he came out of nowhere. He was aiming for Tokiyami, but I managed to push him out of the way with one of my dupli arms, losing it in the process, and Tokiyami called out Dark Shadow, but the guilt of watching me lose an arm was too much for him and Dark Shadow went wild. It's not like the arm is gone forever or anything, but it does hurt. Shoji explained as they watched the two continue to battle, but it was clear that Dark Shadow had the advantage as he swatted Moonfish into a cluster of trees as the villain launched more of his teeth at the monster Shadow, who broke them with ease before grabbing Moonfish and slamming him into the ground and then slamming both his large fists onto the villain. Now's our chance, Todoroki said, eyes sliding towards Tokiyami and then lighting his left hand on fire directly in front of Tokiyami, and watched as his monster Shadow receded back inside him. Tokiyami dropped to the ground covered in sweat and panting heavily as he looked between Shoji and Todoroki. Thank you, I'm sorry for the disturbance to our dark revelry. Todoroki walked over to the villain who was unconscious with the majority of his teeth gone or broken. He laid down a thick sheet of ice over the top of the crater. That should hold him for now. We should get back to camp. The remaining students who had yet to take the test of courage stood in fear of the two villains in front of them, one who already had Pixie Bob under the base of his giant weapon. Good evening, students. We are the League of Villains Vanguard Action Squad. I am Spinner, disciple of the Great Stain. Now tell me who among you is a worthy her. At that moment, before Spinner could finish, he received a motorized kick to his face that sent him sprawling back in the dust, and there stood Iida. There's nothing great about that murdering psychopath. I will avenge my brother the hero Ingenium by taking you and him down. Iida shouted as Tiger and Mandalay rushed to protect him against Magna, who was swinging his magnet at Iida. This kid is ridiculously fast. If I recall, this is the student who foiled Big Bro Bane's attack on USJ. I better take him out now. But before Magna could carry through, Iida was tackled by Mandalay, causing Magna to miss as Tora delivered a cat punch straight to his face, knocking him back as he dropped his magnet. You will have to deal with me, villain. Wild Cat's Tiger will be your opponent, Tiger said as he began to trade blows with Magna. Spinner stood up, spitting out a couple teeth as he drew forth his giant sword, staring at Mandalay and Iida. You will all be judged according to Stain's will, he shouted, rushing forward with his sword of clustered blades. Mandalay didn't have much time, so she sent out a quick telepathic message to the entire camp as she avoided Spinner's attack, moving Iida with her. Suyu, who had been partnered with Ochako during the test of courage, stood next to her friend as an unknown girl walked out of the woods sporting a mask and some kind of contraption on her back. At that moment, Mandalay's message read out to the camp. Attention everyone, the League of Villains has attacked the camp. All students, make your way to the lodge as fast as possible and do not engage with the villains. Well, looks like the cat's out of the bag. Oh well, most of you are going to die anyway, she said as she rushed towards Ochako with a knife, only to have the brunette be whipped out of the way by Sue's tongue, earning her a cut across her tongue in the process. Wow, that was pretty fast. You must be a hit with the guys. I'm Himiko Toga, girlfriend of Bane. Do you two want to be my friends? You'd both look so cute covered in blood. Sue released Ochako, putting her behind her as she retracted her tongue, swallowing the metallic taste of her own blood. Get out of here, Ochako, I'll hold her off, Sue said, jumping forward, but was thrown back as Toga threw her syringe, impaling Sue's hair to a tree, stopping the frog girl cold. Sue, are you okay? Ochako said as Toga sidled up to Sue. So your name is Sue, nice to meet you, Toga said, stroking Sue's bloodstained lip. Only my friends call me Sue, Asui said, struggling against her pierced hair. Guess that means we're friends now. Great. Toga reared back, ready to stab Sue, but just at that moment Ochako rushed forward, grabbing hold of Toga's hand. Since she lost in the sports festival and wasn't able to go to Gunhead's agency to learn about combat, she turned to the one person she knew was skilled in that area, Ojiro. After all, he'd been able to hold his own by himself in the conflagration zone, and he'd taught her some basic techniques. She doubled her grip and spun, throwing Toga over her shoulder as she activated her quirk, causing Toga to float into the air as the villainess slashed across her back. Ochako, you're hurt, Sue said, wrenching the knife from her hair and dropping to the ground and rushing to Ochako's side, seeing her back being stained with the flowing blood from the slash. This is bad, I can't move right, Toga thought as she looked over the treetops and saw 3 approaching figures. 5-on-1 isn't in my favor, I better go check on Plasmus, she said as she threw her syringe, embedding it in a tree as she pulled herself into the surrounding treetops. Muscular looked at the dueling clouds of smoke from the cliffside he was standing on. One was caused by that patchwork guy and his blue flames. The other was caused by that Mustard kid. That's a stupid name. Mustard, he said as he rounded the cliffside. Boss said I should just cut loose and not worry about the 3 targets. It was supposed to be me and that Dobby guy to take out the teachers, but whatever, I'll get around to killing somebody, he thought as he spotted a young kid standing on the cliff's edge. Well, what do we have here? He said, getting the kid's attention that turned around, showing off his spiked work cap. Nice hat, kid, let me see that, he said, reaching out and grabbing the kid by the head, who struggled in his grip before shooting off a spout of water in Muscular's face. I know who you are. You killed my parents, Kota shouted in Muscular's face as he sprayed him with more water. Muscular smiled. Oh, you're the waterhoses kid, right? He asked, dropping Kota as he put his hat on. TCH, too small, but you were right, kid, I killed your mommy and daddy and they took my right eye. I'd say we're even, but if you want to see them that bad, I'll help you, Muscular said as he grabbed Kota by his shirt and held him over the edge of the cliff. Tell your folks I said hi, he said as he simply let go. Muscular's smiling face was the last thing Kota saw before he hit the first branch and everything went dark. Don't you kids know there are monsters in the dark? Muscular said, smiling at the chaos in the forest before jumping off the cliff. Attention everyone, the League of Villains has attacked the camp. All students, make your way to the lodge as fast as possible and do not engage with the villains. Eraserhead rushed outside to go aid the students, but at that moment a brilliant blue flame erupted in his face. It was only due to his quick reflexes that he was able to avoid the burst of flame and shut down his opponent's quirk. Nice one, Eraser. I wonder if your students are as good. Dobby spoke before Eraserhead dropped down on him, wrapping him in his scarf only for his scarf to rip the guy in two, and watched him fall to mud. They're after the kids, but why? Eraserhead asked himself. Eraserhead rushed back into the room after having dispatched Dobby's clone. Vlad, I need you to stay here and protect the students. I'll go out and try to lead everyone back here. I'm sure the students are their main objective, so it's best we get all of them back here as soon as possible. Unknown to either teacher, Kirishima had been inching his way close to the wall before sprinting towards it after hardening, and crashed through the window and took off into the night. Damn it, Kirishima. Eraserhead took off after his wayward student who had already been lost to the darkened forest. This is my chance. If the League is here, then that means they'll know where Bane is. If I can get one of them to tell me where Bane is, I can find out if Bakugo was right. Kirishima thought to himself as he rushed through the woods. He heard crashes from above. He looked up to see a body falling towards him. Acting on instinct, he dashed forward and caught the falling form, only to find it was the cat's kid. He looked awful. His arms were broken and his entire body was covered in scraps. His eyes were closed and his chest was barely moving. Hey kid, are you all right? What happened? He asked as he turned in the direction of the classroom. He should take him back there, but if he did, then he couldn't get what he wanted. What am I thinking? This kid is dying. I need to get back to the tea. At that moment something impacted the ground behind him. Kirishima turned back to see a large muscle-bound buddy in front of him. Well, I had intended to come down here and see how much of a mess that kid had made, but instead I find you. Muscular said, walking out of the small indentation in the earth as he walked forward. Kirishima knew this man well. He'd done all the research he could on Bane and his group, and managed to find a leaked security video from the prison break, and this man had been standing right beside Bane at that moment. I guess it's out of the question that you're going to let me walk away and get this kid help, right? Kirishima asked, already knowing the answer, as he gently set Kota on the ground near a tree away from the two of them. Don't worry kid, I'll protect you like a man. Muscular laughed at Kirishima as he activated his quirk along his arms and legs. You'd be correct there. I've been given a mission by the boss to kill as many of you that aren't on the list as possible, and you've already messed that up by saving that kid there, so I'll have to kill you both. Muscular shouted, rushing forward as Kirishima hardened, crossing his arms in front of him and taking the full impact of Muscular's fist and sliding along the ground, creating two large furrows in the ground. His arms were shaking from the shock of taking such a heavy hit, but his skin held up. Ever since Bane had so casually broke his hardening, he'd been putting himself through the toughest training possible to increase his hardening. Muscular shook his hand, noticing the skin had been scraped off his knuckles. Wow, tough stuff there kid, you might actually be fun to fight. Muscular said, running forward as Kirishima did the same, hardening his hands as he went to spear Muscular, who took the hit, watching the kid tear through his muscle fibers. But not even get close to his main body as he raised his fist in the air, bringing it down on Kirishima's head, who spiked out his black hair, piercing Muscular's fist as he was driven into the ground like a nail, blood spilling from his nose as he grit his teeth before throwing clawed fingers forward and tearing through Muscular's fibers. I need to get these things out of the way so I can deliver a hard blow. I don't have to win, I just have to knock him down so me and the kid can get away. Muscular smiled as he cocked his foot back and drove it forward into Kirishima's stomach, hardened stomach, driving him backwards, but unlike before, Muscular didn't give an inch, continuing to punch at Kirishima's body, driving him back further and further. Damn it, he's going to exhaust my hardening like this. Shit, I need to beat this guy. Muscular raised his hands above him and drove down on Kirishima, who took that moment to punch upward, both crashing into one another. But Kirishima wasn't nearly as strong as Muscular, whose shirt ripped open to reveal multiple layers of muscle that powered his blow down on Kirishima, who felt the bones in his arm give as they broke and he was driven deep into the ground. Ha ha ha. Nice one kid, you're pretty good, but not good enough. Right as Muscular stopped talking, Kirishima jumped up and drove his spiked hair into Muscular's face, knocking the giant villain back as he covered his bloody face. Kirishima ran to Kota and took off as fast as he could. I got ya, he panted as he ran, but all too soon he found Muscular's fist in his back plowing him towards the ground. Kirishima had no choice but to drop Kota, otherwise he'd fall on him, but as Kota flew through the air he was caught by Mr. Aizawa, who took stock of the situation before him. "I'll thank you to get off of my student," he shouted as Muscular stood up, blood pouring from several punctures on his face raining down on the unconscious Kirishima. "Well damn, I didn't expect to see you here. The boss was pretty clear that I shouldn't take you on," Muscular said as he kicked Kirishima to the side, watching his body crash into a tree and slide to the ground. "But the boss isn't here and you're at a disadvantage. You have two half-dead kids here, so what are you going to do?" At that moment the sound of loud crunching and cracking could be heard from his left. Kirishima stood up, his entire body jagged and hard. I can handle this, Mr. Aizawa, after all I'm the sturdy hero." Red Riot. Unbreakable. Kirishima stepped forward as thoughts of Bakugo ran through his head. The look of pain and depression running across his friend's face, plastering itself onto Kirishima's heart. "Bane hurt my friend, he stole his future. I'm going to make sure that doesn't happen to anyone else," Kirishima said, running forward and crashing into Muscular, holding him there. "Go, Mr. Aizawa, that kid needs help." Aizawa was stuck. On one hand he would be saving Kota, but leaving his student to a villain who was out of his league, but if he stayed Kota would most certainly die. He grit his teeth as he activated his quirk, causing Muscular's fibers to fall away as he slowly backed up. "This is all I can do, Kirishima. I'll be back," he shouted as he moved deeper into the forest before the glow of his eyes was lost. But before that happened, Kirishima smiled as he cocked his fist back and plowed it into Muscular's side, knocking him to the ground as Kirishima mounted his barrel chest and punched him repeatedly. "I just need to knock him out, then I can restrain him and get what I want." Need about Bane. Muscular was losing consciousness. When he felt his quirk reactivate and grinned, punching upward under Kirishima's chin, he heard the satisfying click as his teeth smashed together and sent Kirishima upward before Muscular jumped into the air and grabbed Kirishima's face. Muscular's own face was a picture of ity bruising and puncture marks, missing teeth, and his prosthetic eye was crushed, but still he wore a grin of malice. "You missed your shot, kid, now it's my turn," he said, rearing back, his arm tripling in size as he drove it into Kirishima's stomach once, twice, three times, watching cracks appear along his abdomen. "You're too soft, kid," he shouted, driving his fist into Kirishima once again, watching as blood spurt between his fingers from Kirishima's mouth as he was driven out of the air into the ground. Muscular smiled as he dropped to the ground, walking over to Kirishima's prone body. "Guess you're not so unbreakable after all," he said, raising his boot above Kirishima, but before he could finish the job a jet of blue flame blocked him off from Kirishima. Muscular looked at Dabi, who was walking towards him. "He's proved himself a hero, and in accordance with Stain's will he lives," Dabi stated, standing in front of Muscular. "Unless you want to go through me," Muscular growled before turning his back on Dabi and heading after Eraserhead. Dabi looked over his shoulder and shrugged, walking over to meet with Twice. "Man, I was sure he was going to rip you in two." "No way, you'd burn him to a crisp," Twice shouted, giving a thumbs up. "Just make another clone and send it after that idiot," Dabi said, walking off. Toga was apparently out of range of Ochako's quirk because she finally dropped down to the ground and began walking as she heard the sound of squelching and knew she was close as she rounded a group of trees and found Bane's Nomu, who he'd named Plasmus. It kind of looked like one of those slime monsters from those comics. It was a maroon color, almost purple she would think, with two sickly yellow-green glowing eyes, and in its moist slimy fist was a bloody struggling ragdoll. "Good boy, Plasmus, Bane is going to be so proud of you." Plasmus didn't respond besides a low gurgle and began to force Ragdoll into its stomach. "Wait, hold on there, Slimy, I need something from her first," Toga said, grabbing her syringe and plunging it into Ragdoll's thigh, and then stripped the hero of her costume with the help of Plasmus holding her still. "There we go, I think this might come in handy," she said with a bright smile as Ragdoll was absorbed into Plasmus' body, who then began walking off. "Bye. Thanks for the hard work," Toga said as she licked her lips and began drinking from her syringe and stripped out of her current outfit, which was only a partial of her real costume, which she'd stowed away near here, in which she dressed in before dressing in Ragdoll's costume. "So how do you think things are going?" Kurogiri asked, looking between Bane and Tamura. Stain hadn't bothered to show up. Bane shrugged. "We'll find out soon enough," he said, propping his feet up on the table as Tamura swirled his glass. What he said, these are high-level villains, we went through a lot to get them together, there's no way they'll fail. He said, downing his drink and crunching on the lone piece of ice in the glass. Kurogiri nodded, glad to see that Tamura was acting like a proper villain, while all Bane could think was that Croc and Jack should be nearly done with their missions, and he couldn't help but smile. It's check all for one. Jack walked into the Musutafu hospital. He was wearing wire-rim half-moon glasses. His long red hair was tied into a tight ponytail. His face was completely shaven and he wore a button-down long-sleeve shirt and khakis with loafers. This was his special ability besides his quirk, that is. Jack was a master of disguise. Okay, maybe master was an overstatement, but he was good at it. This was how he was able to get so close to his previous victims, in the guise of a fan, or prospective business associate, hell, even a love interest. He knew some people were skilled in erasing their presence, allowing them to get close to people, but he did something else entirely. His presence seemingly morphed, allowing him to put people at ease around him, never knowing they were moments from death. He wandered around the hospital looking from side to side, putting on an act of searching for something, and a nurse took his bait, coming up to him. "Sir, is there something I can help you with?" she asked politely. Jack smiled, rubbing the back of his head apologetically. "I'm sorry to bother you, but I'm looking for a doctor. I'm here to speak with him about a recent case he's been involved with, but I'm such a dunce I forgot his name, but I know he always has these green goggles on or something and a thick gray mustache." He watched a light of recognition come on in the nurse's eyes. "Oh, you mean Dr. Dorobo? Honestly, I can't say I'm surprised. He's not a very nice person. I can take you to him if you want," she offered kindly, but Jack reached forward, grabbing her hands. "I couldn't ask that of you, miss. You have an important job to do, offering aid to the sick and injured. It simply wouldn't be right for me to take your precious time away from them." "Directions will be fine," he said before letting her hands go, blushing slightly. The nurse, who also sported a blush, nodded bashfully. Just take the elevator up one floor, turn left and then turn right. His office will be the third one on the left. It should be the only one with a light on in it," she said as Jake bowed to her before heading to the elevator, and once the doors shut he released a laugh. "Oh man, I didn't know I still had it. That was hilarious," he said, smiling to himself. "I'm glad the boss sent me on this mission, giving me a chance to strut my stuff." Bane had sent both him and Croc on separate missions. His was to find All for One's doctor in this hospital and get some information from him. Bane posited that since All for One was for all intents and purposes a shut-in, that the only way he got anything real done was either through the doctor or Tamura, so getting rid of the doctor, who was an integral part of the Nomu production, would cripple him severely, and since Jack had been one of the best at capturing people, heroes no less, it was his job to get this done. Following the nurse's directions, he found the doctor's office and opened it without so much as a knock. Dr. Dorobo looked up immediately at Jack as the former locked the door behind him. "Who are you?" the doctor said, glaring at Jack. "That's not important, doctor. I have some questions I need answered, and you're the only one who can answer them for me," he said, walking steadily toward Dorobo, who reached under his desk for a gun, but Jack was faster, latching his hand around Dorobo's neck and leeching his strength from him, so much so that Dorobo didn't have the strength to hold the gun, which fell to the floor. It was true that Jack could only absorb up to half of a person's strength, but that depended heavily on how strong that person was. Absorbing the strength of someone like Muscular half would be the absolute limit, because that guy was like a walking generator, but for someone like Dorobo here, who'd probably never lifted anything heavier than one of his doctorate plaques, he could absorb all of his strength to the point his heart probably wouldn't have the strength to beat anymore. Dorobo flopped back in his chair, breathing hard as he looked at this stranger in front of him. "Who are you?" he asked as Jack sat on the desk, pulling over the cup of pencils and pens. He took two of them out and in rapid succession he stabbed them through Dorobo's hands, pinning them to the armrests of his chair. He quickly covered the doctor's mouth as he wailed into his palm. "That doesn't matter right now. I've been sent here to get some information from you. If you try to scream for help, or in any way draw attention to us, I'm going to give you a catheter the hard way, understand? Torture is not for me, honestly, so I'd rather not have to do it, but I like my boss, so I'll torture the shit out of you if I have to." "First question, where is All for One's base?" Jack asked, twirling a pen between his fingers. Dorobo began to sweat. Obviously this man wasn't a hero or any type of law enforcement, so he had to be a villain, and there are only a few people that know All for One exists. You work for B-. Jack punched Dorobo in the gut, knocking the wind from him. Dorobo hunched over, coughing harshly. Finish that sentence and I'll start pulling your teeth. Now tell me, where is All for One? This is one of the few times that Dorobo wished he had a more combative quirk. His quirk was X-ray, which allowed him to see through any object within a kilometer radius, which is why he wore the thick goggles he had on. It was incredibly suited to his job, but it wouldn't stop this crook from torturing him. I can't tell you that if I betray him he'll kill me. Dorobo shouted, looking up as Jack plunged the pen in his hand through his goggles into his eye and once more covered his mouth as the doctor screamed in pain, shaking weakly as blood ran down his face. I don't care if he plans on raping your daughter, give me what I want. Jack hissed as the doctor beeped in pain. He's in an underground bunker a few miles outside of Camino Ward. Dorobo spoke as he grit his teeth against the pain in his eye and hands. Good, now how injured is All for One? I know he's got some F*** head up scars, but I want the details. Is he missing organs or anything? I'm pretty sure he's not brain damaged, right? Dorobo clenched his teeth again. He'd given up his master's location, would he really give up his weakness too? The throbbing from the pen in his eye answered his question. He's not missing any organs, but due to the damage he suffered years ago and from several operations and using his own healing quirks on himself, his stamina is quite low. A prolonged battle would tire him out quickly, especially if he was using several different quirks throughout it. Jack smiled and pulled the pen from the doctor's eye, listening to him groan and hiss as the object was removed. See what happens when you cooperate. Now last question and I'll be out of your hair, well out of your mustache, since you're rocking the chrome dome up here. Jack said, rubbing the doctor's bald head. Where are his Nomu being kept? Dorobo sighed. It made no sense to resist now. There's an old research facility in the woods east of here. I don't know the exact location, I was always teleported there, but given the position of the stars on the nights I worked there, I'm sure it's east of here. Jack nodded and clapped Dorobo on the shoulder before pulling the pencils out of his hands. Thanks, Doc, you've been really helpful. Sorry about roughing you up like that, he said with a smile before grabbing the doctor's head and twisting it 180 degrees. He heard a gasp as he looked back, seeing the nurse who'd led him there at the window before she ran off. Of course, just when I'm about to make a clean getaway, someone shows up. Well, damn, guess I better book it, he said, standing up and walking out of the office and turning off the light as he did so. Once he was in the hall, he pulled the nearest fire alarm and then made his way to the stairwell, and once on the ground floor slipped out of the hospital with the crowd, taking off the long-sleeve shirt he was wearing to reveal a purple t-shirt before undoing his ponytail and slapping on a cap before throwing the glasses away. Transformation complete. In the mental ward of the Musudafu Hospital, all the doors, which were usually locked after sunset to prevent any accidents happening to the patients, they all unlocked as the fire alarm went off. Most of the doors remained shut, but one creaked open silently, and in the darkness were two deep green bloodshot eyes as a pale hand pushed open the door, revealing a rail-thin pale woman with messy green hair and scars running up the edges of her mouth. She stepped into the hallway wearing an undone straitjacket that hung on her thin frame, with the long sleeves trailing with sweatpants above her bare feet as she padded across the cold tile floor. She watched as orderlies began escorting her fellow patients away. She waited until the orderlies split up, one making her way over to the wing where she had been housed, and as the woman rounded the corner, the patient grabbed hold of her and swung her full force into the wall, hearing a crack as the woman's nose broke, splattering the wall with blood as she fell unconscious. This woman standing over the unconscious orderly was Inko Midoriya, recently admitted to the hospital by her husband after having a psychotic break. After making sure the orderly was unconscious, Inko moved silently away from the mental ward looking for the nearest exit, but as she headed to the stairwell she heard a woman scream. Please no, Enji, not again. Unable to resist her curiosity, Inko padded quickly to the source of the scream and found a white-haired woman in patient scrubs on her knees crying in front of a red-headed man who'd been frozen solid. Inko walked up to the two and inspected the statue. It was an orderly frozen stiff. I'd say give me a stiff one, but it looks like he already got it, Inko said, laughing a little before squatting down next to the woman. Hey, what are you crying about? Inko asked as the woman looked up, her gaunt pale face and dull gray eyes looking to Inko. I thought he was my husband and I killed him. He was trying to help me and I killed him. She shouted, crying harder. Inko bit her lip before standing up and looking at her. What are you talking about? You helped him? I mean, really, he was an orderly at a hospital. He wasn't doing much with his life and now look at him, he's a gorgeous statue. Inko said, leaning against the frozen corpse. He doesn't have to worry about bills, or money, or anything ever again, and you helped him have that. I'm sure he was bored out of his gourd anyway. Inko said, laughing more as she pulled up the woman. I'm Inko Midoriya, and who are you? The woman bashfully looked at the ground. I'm Rei Toto, just call me Rei. She whispered, the fear of saying her last name crippling her. Well, Rei, I'm going to find my son. He's been gone for a while, but I think he's just waiting on me, and I need to find him. Inko said excitedly before turning and walking away, her long sleeves billowing out behind her. Why, you have a son too? Rei asked as she bit her lip, thinking about her Shoto and what Enji made her do to him. Inko turned on a dime and smiled brightly. Yes, I have a brilliant baby boy. He's my pride and joy. There's nothing better than being a mother, right? She asked as Rei nodded. I have a son too, but I haven't seen him in a long time. Inko grabbed Rei's shoulders and looked her in the eye. That just won't do. Rei's sons need their mothers. Our sons need us and we can't let them down no matter what, or who gets in our way. Inko growled as Rei nodded. Good, you're coming with me and together we will find our sons and get rid of anyone who gets in our way. Inko shouted, pulling Rei alongside her as the two women walked out the nearest exit into the night. Aizawa burst into the classroom once more, seeing that Vlad had kept the remaining students there as he tossed everything off the teacher's desk and lay Kota down on it. Vlad, we need to get this kid some help. Ashido, get the first aid kit now. Ashido jumped from her desk, running out immediately. Shiro, get over and tape his arms straight and tight as a splint. Shiro began dispensing his tape, wrapping it tightly around Kota's arms. Aizawa stood back as he looked to Vlad. I have to go back out. Hiroshima bought me the time I needed to get Kota here. I need to get back there. As Aizawa made to leave, there was a crash outside, signaling that Muscular had arrived. Get out here, Eraserhead, you got away last time, but not again. He shouted as Aizawa stepped forward, his eyes glowing red, canceling out Muscular's quirk. It doesn't matter, I don't need my quirk to rip you apart. As Muscular readied himself to attack, Vlad walked out as well. I will assist you, Aizawa. I had the students tend to young Kota. Vlad stated, getting into a fighting stance. Muscular smiled as he slammed his fists into the ground. Even without his augmented strength, Muscular was strong enough to create a large dust cloud. He remembered Bane's teaching when it came to Eraserhead. Bane had briefed them on Eraserhead since he was the most troublesome one there. His quirk doesn't work unless he can see you, keep him blind. Muscular smiled as his quirk came back to him, and using his augmented muscles he ripped a chunk of earth out of the ground and hurled it in the direction of the two heroes. Aizawa saw the silhouette of the boulder and used his scarf to dodge out of the way, while Vlad created a wall of blood to block the boulder that shattered against his wall. Aizawa watched from his vantage point on the roof as Muscular jumped out of the cloud, looking to land on Vlad. Using his scarf he wrapped it around Muscular's two raised arms and slung him up onto the roof with him. Taking the opportunity, he landed on Muscular's chest, throwing a jab down to Muscular's temple, looking to knock him out, but Muscular was used to being hit by stronger people than Aizawa. Raising his bound arms up, he slammed them into the roof, causing it to buckle under the two combatants and light to shine directly into Aizawa's eyes, causing him to blink and allowing Muscular a moment to bash Aizawa away from him towards the edge of the roof as Muscular got to his feet. Aizawa stood on the edge of the roof looking at Muscular before noticing a blue light at his back. He turned to jump out of the way of the flame, but taking his eyes off Muscular, the enhancer villain took that second to tackle Aizawa off the roof. Show me your blood, hero. Muscular shouted as the two broke apart before hitting the ground, Aizawa rolling to reduce the impact as Muscular took the fall head on, landing on his feet. Sorry, but that's it, Dabi said as he walked out of the forest looking at Muscular. Time's up. We need to head to the rendezvous, he said simply as Muscular grit his teeth. No, you already stopped me from killing that last kid. You're not going to keep me from ripping these pros in half. The angry buddy raged as Dabi shrugged. You're right, I'm not. Feel free to stay here and disobey Bane's orders, he's your boss not mine. Dobby said, stepping back into the forest as Muscular clenched his fists. He knew what Bane would do if he disobeyed him. You got lucky today, he shouted, jumping off into the woods after Dobby. Should we go after them, Aizawa? Vlad asked before hearing screaming from inside the classroom. Find out what's going on in there, Vlad. I need to get to Kirishima. Aizawa shouted, running off as Vlad made his way back inside. Mr. Vlad, Kota's not breathing. Ashido yelled at him. Tora stood across from Magna, both bruised and panting. Mandalay was kneeling atop Spinner as she held him in submission. That idiot, I can't believe he got himself caught. I should just abandon him, it's about time for us to get out of here anyway. Magna thought to herself when she heard rustling from the bushes and out came Ragdoll. She was slightly injured, but nothing too serious. What the hell, I thought Plasmus was going to capture her. Don't tell me that walking sludge ball failed. Magna thought, but as he continued to watch her move towards her compatriots, she gave him a discreet hand sign, one that he knew well. He smiled before rushing Tora and the two continued to trade blows. Ragdoll, where have you been? Why weren't you answering the comms? Mandalay yelled, pressing her knee harder into Spinner's back. Sorry Mandalay, I was attacked by one of those Nomu things and it broke my communicator, but don't worry, I'll get the students out of here so you and Tora can let loose. She said, giving a thumbs up as she began herding the 6 remaining students, Iida, Kota, Ojiro, Mineta, Shinso and Tokage, back to the lodge. Thank you Ragdoll, but keep an eye on Iida, he seems to have a grudge against Stain and might try to run off to fight the villains. Mandalay reported as Ragdoll nodded. Don't worry Mandalay, I'll make sure he won't leave. The hero said as she began moving them away from the battle. Alright, you 6 line up, I'll be at the back with Iida. She commanded as the students began to follow the path back to the lodge. Once they were out of sight of the combatants, Ragdoll spoke. Okay, we can't take the path back to lodge, we might meet villains on it, so we're going to cut through the forest in a straight line back there. Ragdoll stated, which sounded like the right idea to all those gathered there, and began trekking through the forest. Thank God we have Ragdoll here, or else we'd be totally screwed. Mineta spoke out. Yeah, the pros will definitely have this taken care of. Tokage agreed as she followed Shinso, who was in the front and therefore was the first to come out into the clearing, and what he saw made his blood run cold. Before him were 3 villains. Muscular, Dobby, and Twice. The trio seemed equally confused by their entrance. Shinso turned back to shout a warning to Ragdoll, and watched in horror as Ragdoll used her claws to rip Iida's throat out. The teen was on his knees with Ragdoll standing on his ankles as she drug her clawed hand against Iida's throat, watching the blood spray out onto the nearby leaves and ground. Setsuna screamed as Ojiro jumped into action, swiping a roundhouse kick at Ragdoll, who narrowly avoided it. Iida lay on the ground clutching his throat. You monster, what have you done? Ojiro shouted as he watched Ragdoll's skin and costume slip off, revealing a young buddy girl in a terrifying costume. On her hands were long elbow-length gloves with long claws at each fingertip, with a tube running up from them to her mask, which was either glass or plastic in the shape of interlocking fangs. The costume was mostly black with streaks of red going throughout it, as if the suit was designed to always look blood-splattered. Her vicious grin could be seen clearly through the teeth-shaped half-face mask she wore. Dobby looked to the 5 remaining students and then at Toga. You lead them here, why? He asked as Toga grinned happily, walking over to stand with her compatriots. I wanted to kill the glasses guy, but I wasn't sure I'd be able to get away after doing it, so I figured I'd bring them here like delicious lambs to the slaughter, and we'd end the night with a huge bloodbath. Toga shouted as Muscular cracked his knuckles. Nice going, Buns, I haven't gotten to kill anyone all night. He said, smiling broadly as he fished the broken pieces of his prosthetic eye out and replaced it with a black and red one as he looked at the kids. Well, don't be shy kiddies, step right on up, there's enough pain to go around. Shinso was sweating bullets. This was the worst situation ever. They were surrounded by 4 villains, and even though they outnumbered them, clearly the villains outclassed them. The only option was to run for the lodge and hope that one of the teachers was already out here looking for them. The only real combatants in their group were Iida, Ojiro and himself. Tokage was best used for recon and Mineta was hardly a fighter, but Iida was dead, leaving only himself and Ojiro to take on 4 villains. He swallowed. Maybe if he could get at least one of them under his brainwashing, then maybe they could get away. Ojiro jumped into action, kicking and punching at Toga, who avoided each with the skill of a ballerina. "Wow, you're really good," she said, spinning to the side to avoid an axe kick, and went to stab her hand into Ojiro, who dodged back, but he couldn't possibly know that Toga's claws were detachable, rocketing from her fingertips and piercing into Ojiro's chest and stomach, and began to beat blood from him. But Ojiro was quick in slapping the claws away and lash out his tail at Twice, who'd been sneaking up behind him, punching the duplication man in the chest, knocking the wind from him. Muscular walked up to the remaining students, smiling cruelly at them before Shinso stood in front of the other two before speaking. "Why are you here?" he shouted in Muscular's face as the villain reared back. "Isn't OBV?" Dabi stood completely still as Muscular's punch drove down on Shinso, who narrowly avoided it. "Damn, I was hoping to get the big guy, but hopefully you can help us," Shinso thought. "Attack them," he shouted as Dabi lifted his hands, releasing twin jets of blue flames, causing all three villains to jump back as the blue flames chased them. "Let's get out of here," Shinso shouted, taking off with his fellow students, with Ojiro stopping to grab Ida's body. "I won't leave you behind, class rep," Ojiro thought to himself as the villains began to attack their mind-controlled compatriot. Ochako, Su, and Shoji looked up at the masked villain above them and to the two marbles he held within his hand before stowing them in his coat pocket. "You've been a wonderful audience, but I'm afraid this is the curtain call," Mr. Compress said, jumping out of the tree he was currently on and heading towards his gathered compatriots. "No, give Tokiyami and Todoroki back," Shoji shouted, starting to run after him. "Shoji, wait, I have plan," Ochako said, standing up and gripping her sliced shoulder. "We have to do this fast. I'll use my quirk on myself, and Shoji, I need you to throw me after that guy with all your might." "Ochako, that's crazy, you're injured, let me do it," Su said as Ochako shook her head. "It has to be me, Su, with my quirk. Once I touch him I can make him float, trapping him in the sky with me, buying me time to get those two back," Ochako stated, giving her friend a thumbs up. "I'll be all right," she said as she clasped her hands together, activating her quirk and beginning to float as Shoji grabbed hold of her and climbed the tree that Mr. Compress had just abandoned. He positioned himself and gripped Ochako with his three arms, and after taking careful aim he threw Ochako after Mr. Compress, who was soaring through the air. Right before impact, Ochako released her quirk on herself as she impacted Mr. Compress and then activated it on him, causing the two of them to begin to float upwards. "I've heard of rabid fans, but this is behavior unbecoming of a young lady, wouldn't you say?" Compress shouted, reaching for her, looking to compress her as well, but Ochako grabbed hold of his hand, gripping it tightly. "If you compress me like you did those two, you have no idea whether my quirk will stop working, and I can't release my quirk while I'm compressed, can I? You'd be stuck floating upward until a hero came and arrested you or you ran out of air." Compress gulped at the implication that he might suffocate in the mesosphere. "Touché, young lady, but you have to let go of us sometime, especially if I do this." Mr. Compress fished the two marbles out of his pocket and dropped them towards the ground. "I highly doubt your friends can withstand the impact of hitting the ground in such a small form," he said, grinning as Ochako jumped free of the villain who grabbed her leg. "Now you'll have to release me if you want to save the—" Immediately the two began to fall as Ochako released her quirk. She kicked backwards, catching Compress in his mask, breaking it and knocking two other marbles from his mouth, which fell toward the ground as well. "Oh no, which are the real ones?" she thought to herself as she eyed the four marbles in the air. She had to make a decision because the ground was coming at them fast. She gulped and grabbed hold of two of the marbles, shuddering as she felt the villain's saliva on her hand, and then pressed her hands together, causing her to float as Compress fell to the ground hard in the middle of his comrades. "Who the hell are you? Wait, I know you," Twice shouted, looking to Mr. Compress as he began pulling himself from the ground. Dabi looked at Compress and at the girl who was clutching two of his marbles. He'd just regained control of himself after Twice snuck up behind him and kicked in the ass. "Compress, did you get our target?" he asked as Compress stood from the ground clutching two marbles as well. Releasing his quirk, he smiled as one marble turned into a bundle of leaves, but the other was Todoroki, and in Ochako's hand was a bundle of leaves, and Tokiyami. "Did you ever doubt me? My showmanship is first class, Dabi, but I will applaud your gall, my dear, to think you would risk killing me to save your friends." I take my hat off to you. Mr. Compress took his hat off as black mist appeared surrounding the villains. Time to go, I've already picked up Spinner and Magna. Kurogiri stated, shrouding the villains in a thick cloud and warping them out of the forest, leaving Ochako and Tokiyami with their meager victory. Killer Croc walked around the neighborhood thinking about the mission he was given along with Jack. He wasn't sure if he was given this mission to take advantage of his looks, or if Bane just didn't think he was competent enough for a real mission. He shook his head as he walked down the sidewalk, people giving him a wide berth as usual. Croc, I need you to patrol the surrounding areas. Make sure people see you leaving this bar, but never follow you. I know how good you are at navigating the sewers, use them to get around, but make sure you are seen in this area, but never caught. Croc scratched his scaly chin as he noticed several people taking pictures of him. He was wearing a large hooded poncho. It didn't do much to hide who he was, but it was enough to give enough deniability, he supposed. Better duck out and head to the bar, he thought to himself as he cut down an alley and finding a manhole opened it and slid down it, replacing it with his tail as he did so. He'd spent a lot of time in the sewer as a hitman. He wasn't the stealthiest of men, but not even someone with enhanced senses could track him in a sewer, and it allowed him to access anywhere in the city with ease. He knew these sewers as well as people knew the streets around their home. He walked for a bit before climbing up a nearby ladder and exiting out a few blocks from the bar. He made his way there, making sure to take relatively populated streets before going down to the bar to find that his comrades had returned with their prize in tow. Sitting near the back of the bar was Todoroki Shoto in suppression manacles and chains. Welcome back, Croc, you made it just in time to see what Tamura has planned for our guest. Bane said, nodding at him as Croc sat down on the floor by the counter. Bane smiled before turning to Tamura, wondering what that maniac had planned for the Son of Endeavor, and as he did so he noticed how Dobby's eyes never left the boy. He was as focused as a laser. Stranger still, Spinner had left to meet back up with Stain and report, but Dobby had elected to stay behind. There's something between these two, or maybe it's something between Dobby and Endeavor. Bane grinned, sitting back and putting his boots up. Now he waited. All the pieces were in place, all he needed was for the heroes to do their job for once and this would all be over. After the authorities arrived and took stock of the aftermath of the villains' attack. 2 villains were captured, those being Moonfish and a young boy going by Mustard, but the losses on their side were much worse. Kota was rushed to the hospital, and after hours of intensive care it was revealed he was in a coma from his head injury. Hiroshima was in bad shape as well, but with time he'd make a full recovery. His quirk really came in handy when it came to taking a beating. After Shinso and the others relayed what had happened, it was decided that Ragdoll must have been taken captive along with Todoroki. Momo was also injured by one of the villains' Nomu creatures, but most striking of all was the death of Tenya Iida, younger brother of the hero Ingenium, who had also been killed recently by the hero killer. The world saw all this and their faith in their heroes dropped horribly. This was the third incident in too small a frame of time that had shaken the people's faith. How much more could they take before their trust and belief was broken? To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.